his troops. The remaining Ayake watched him leave with obvious hostility. They had red eyes. Like the orcs? I asked.
Yes, Draken are known as the red-eyed demons of annihilation,
said Justice solemnly.
They brought about and caused the fall of the great human empire millennia ago.
They defeated the people who built the portal network? They really fought knights before? I asked.
The first magical sword knights fought against the few Draken that survived the Great War,
said Justice.
We killed them all, then cut off their homeworld from the portal network.
Obviously he survived.
We may have missed a few,
said Justice.
And he has a black guard.
What are those? I asked.
The magical sword knights were the greatest enemies of the monsters during the war. The black guard was the monsters' response to us,
said Justice. What do you mean? I asked.
In simplest terms, they are monster magical sword knights,
said Justice.
The only humans that can stand against them are magical sword knights.
Oh, I said, watching the blackguard casually push an ogre out of the way as he walked over to a strange lion eagle monster. What is a vault? I asked.
They are repositories of magical power from the great portal empire. Whatever is in that vault will help him escape, but I have no idea what that might be. A great deal of magical knowledge was lost during the fall of the empire,
said Justice.
Only bits and pieces of it have ever been reclaimed.
Some sort of weapon? I asked.
I don't know, and that worries me,
said Justice. Could it have to do with all those ruins that look like they melted?
Perhaps,
said Justice. All of that was terrible, and I again considered portaling home, but these people literally had no one else that could stand against a black guard. I didn't even begin to understand how that would work, but based on my conversations with Izzy, she wouldn't be able to fight him. I pushed that to the side. The monsters were either milling about at random or standing stock still, and I was learning how this world died. It was not a great day. Tentacle Jim rested as the army around him stood in perfect formation. Eventually, several other Ayake tentacled around him. He was clearly the most mature of the creatures here. Now that I could see Tentacle Jim up next to the other Ayake, there were some subtle differences. They were the same kind of monster, but it was apparent to me that they were different breeds. I wasn't even thinking about different breeds of Holstein either, where the reds and whites were just palette swaps. This was comparing a Holstein to an Angus, or dairy cattle to beef cattle for the non-farmers in the audience. To me, the difference was glaring.
There was a local Ayake layer, and Tentacle Jim dominated it,
said Justice.
That's good and bad. It means there are more of him, but if he dominated the layer, it would have destroyed it, so there will be an upper limit on the numbers of Ayake that exist here.
Are the smaller ones still developing? I asked. Now that I could see all of them together, it was the tentacles. The youngest ones, like the one I'd killed back at the castle, had entirely thin tentacles. The more mature ones had several more developed tentacles that could hold better weapons. The mature one had 4 burly tentacles that were both thicker and longer than the younger ones.
Slowly, with the layer destroyed, they will develop normally over years, but when the mana levels return to normal, they will all starve,
said Justice. Then they will die before it matters, I said.
Not entirely. They use the combined psychic scream when they attack, so until they perish, you will have to worry about them,
said Justice. That's just perfect.
They are talking. I'm having trouble catching all of it,
said Justice. I concentrated, realizing the problem. Between themselves, they talked quickly and not even in full sentences. The younger ones were considering heading over to the humans to eat, which was a mental image of tentacles tearing through a field surrounding something that approximated a human. The older ones were plotting.
Can nothing be done? The Lord is too powerful. We must comply. What is in the vault? A weapon? Could we use the weapon against him? No, not with the blackguard here. That is worse than a knight. I hate using spies. I prefer a straight-up fight over all this sneaking around. We are scouring the ruins. Something else might be found to give us an advantage. We need to take the vault before Gokaru. They are overcoming a mana high and will be worthless for hours.
I broke the connection. Even with my vaguely superhuman willpower, it was painful to listen in. Justice broke his connection a moment later. Another spy? I asked.
The Ayake can dominate minds. It could be anyone,
said Justice. Great. Someone has to warn the castle about that as well, I said, watching the Ayake continue to talk amongst themselves. The monsters all seem to be resting, and those elites are out of action for the moment.
And the Ayake are all focused in one spot,
said Justice, as the tentacle crew continued their meeting. The normally slack-jawed monsters were even more out of it than normal, and the ones that were moving had a regular pattern that could be easily avoided. If we were going to escape, now was the time to do it. We can't just leave these people here, I thought. Justice considered.
Well, I do have one option if the Ayake is too exhausted from talking to the Draken.
Does it have a name? I asked, as I snuck back over to the humans.
Draken aren't big on names. Perhaps Emperor,
replied Justice. That's just a title, I said.
Good point. I need to put something in my report,
said Justice. The Nameless Emperor, I said.
That is good. I can start with, Tentacle Jim was exhausted from talking to the Nameless Emperor, so we made good on our escape,
said Justice. I was all for that confidence. The big one was currently getting massaged by several of the younger ones. At least I hoped that was what was happening. Gross, I said, deciding I was wrong.
That's as distracted as they are going to get,
said Justice. I spent a moment finding the elites, but they had already sequestered themselves as far away from the humans as possible. Let's give it a shot. I can't wait to hear your brilliant plan, I said, and prepared for Justice to use his epic sword powers. He was centuries old and full of tricks for situations like this. I just had to trust in him.
Hey!
Yelled Justice mentally.
You guys should run back to the castle as quickly as possible.
There's no way, I began, as every single human stood up at the same time and dashed toward the castle. It took me several seconds to realize what was going on. Your mental voice is on the same channel the Ayake uses.
Yes, and most monsters don't perform good operational security,
said Justice, as the men ran off. The monsters that were about not only didn't have orders to go after them, they specifically had orders not to attack the human shields under any circumstances. So as a group, we ran the hell away from the massive monster army, straight for the castle. Chapter 17. In the Blossoms of the Trees. We got a mile away before the monsters even thought about acting. Even then, there was a long pause while the Ayake tried to make sense of where all the humans went. In short, we had a good 10 minutes of movement before the army responded. But they did respond in force. I'm pretty sure they weren't massaging the leader, I said.
There are 120 Paradeer chasing after us, and that's what you are worried about,
said Justice, as we continued down the road. The road was a terrible choice, but also the only good one we had. It was dark out, and running top speed cross-country was a quick way to get your ankles shattered. The men were operating in a less cohesive unit the farther we ran, which was becoming problematic. Justice was yelling at them, and they were starting to learn how to ignore him. It was disturbing, I said, like what they did to these guys.
The Ayake open their minds to make them very suggestible to mental commands,
said Justice.
As we continue running, that effect will continue to wear off. It will not take very long for them to become unable to hear me at all.
Will that be a problem? I asked, slowing down slightly. I was the only armed and armored person here, having summoned my armor when I was sure we were far enough away.
Well, you can't exactly show your face,
said Justice. I'd stopped crying about Izzy, but I looked like a child who hadn't gotten what they wanted for Christmas. I'll leave my helmet on, I grumbled.
That might work, depending on if you are Sir Yorick or just Rick.
Simple enough. I could already see the men starting to get confused. They were running from something, at least, and having everyone moving in the same direction was a strong motivator. That said, as soon as they started to gather their wits and realized I was there, everyone started to slow. Seriously, I was in plate armor. Hurry up! The monsters are still chasing after us! I yelled, and continued moving. Unfortunately, the response from 50 confused humans was not to all run in the same direction. They started to break up into 10-man squads, each following their own leader who was in turn confused. I grabbed one of those and shoved him in the direction I was running.
Who the hell are you?
Said the man. Rick, I responded. The castle is this way.
You serious, Pipsqueak? I'm not following you,
said one of the leaders. He had 6 inches on me, and while I probably was in his weight class, he was clearly a skill user unused to taking orders from guys named Rick.
"Do we have any weapons?"
yelled another.
"He has one,"
said one of the soldiers, pointing at Justice.
"Is that a magic sword?"
Justice's hilt was ornate, but he usually had a magical spell running that made people not notice that. He also didn't usually glow brightly in my scabbard.
"They will die if they don't start running soon,"
said Justice.
"They will only follow Sir Yorick."
Outmaneuvered again. Justice knew I was unwilling to let these men die when I could just point them in a direction and save them. Still, I had my pride. I refused to do the voice. "Men, I am Sir Yorick, the magical sword knight. I helped you escape from the monsters who were planning on using you as human shields for their attack on your king's castle," I said in my normal voice.
"A magical sword knight?"
said one soldier. "He doesn't sound like one," said another, who looked vaguely familiar. I recognized him from Florence's drawing. "Yes, Harding, I have a magical sword," I said, drawing Justice, who glowed slightly. A hush fell over the men as they realized who they were with, and Justice, not to be outdone, activated his flaming ability, causing his blade to burn brightly. I'd have complained, but the paradeer already knew where we were.
"My fiancé,"
he began. "Florence is at the castle, which we are headed towards. You need to continue to move at your best speed," I stated.
"We have to get back there. Harding needs to get back to Flo,"
yelled a man. They all agreed, loudly.
"Seriously, they are going to risk their lives to get him back to that woman?"
asked Justice. "Did you not see Florence?" I asked, perfectly understanding the sentiment. If your bro, who was at best a 6, managed to land an 11, the bro code was absolute. You needed to get him back there.
"But men, the monsters?"
asked Harding, looking at his determined friends.
"We'll do whatever it takes to get you back,"
said one.
"Florence needs you,"
said another. I could see what Harding was thinking. This was going to be risky, and he didn't want to be the reason anyone died. I counted 3 heartbeats while I made up my mind. "I have a quest to get you back to Florence. I will ensure your return." Harding nodded.
"I owe you one." "Then you'd better hurry. Those paradeer are still coming straight up the road,"
said Justice. I looked around. We were near a patch of woods, and being caught in the open by cavalry while unarmed seemed to be a death sentence. "Hurry up!" I yelled, and the soldiers immediately started running with the speed only a monster at your heels could provide.
"They are deer. This isn't going to help much,"
said Justice as we entered the forest. The trees here were not what I was expecting. This was a kind of bamboo with leaves like you'd see out of a narrow wood tree. It looked odd rather than weird. Bamboo just didn't have that many leaves normally. You didn't have to watch much anime to know what to do next. I started slashing with Justice, dropping down the tall, thin trees behind us as we ran. The trees tended to grow up in clusters of 3 or 5 with enough space between them that you could move pretty easily. So when I slashed, I could take down 5, and if I cut properly, that left multiple sharp ends behind us. The first paradeer charged into that mass and stumbled. A few even impaled themselves and the rest faltered. Several just ran off while the remainder watched me from the other side of my thin barrier. Why did they stop? Justice replied.
"This is a common problem with mentally dominated monsters. They aren't hunting in their typical pattern, so they aren't sure how to handle this. The Ayake is too far behind them to issue commands."
So they are like a unit in an RTS game. He issued an attack move command and they ran into a wall that halted movement, I said, grasping the situation. There were advantages to mental commands. This was not one of them.
"They will eventually wander to the edge of your new barrier and move around as their nature demands. They are still monsters and still crave human flesh,"
said Justice. "Well, we gave the men some time to move. We can catch up and plan another diversion," I said, running maybe 50 feet before I found the men and the 20-foot ridge they were trying to climb. "How did we miss this?" I asked.
"Well, I was using my scan spell and there were trees,"
said Justice. I hated the scan spell. The ridge went as far as I could see in both directions, which admittedly wasn't as far as I would have liked. "Sir, we can't climb this. What should we do?" asked Harding. Everyone was looking at me like I was going to solve their problems. I had led them here, which should have told them that I didn't know what I was doing. Except, I had rope. 3 large spools of rope, complete with grappling hooks, appeared out of my storage. I cleared my throat and said, "Use these ropes and climb up the ridge. The paradeer will be unable to follow."
"They will reach us before we can all climb up," said another.
A dozen spears, also from my storage, clattered to my feet and were quickly snatched up. The soldiers broke into groups. Most started working on getting the lines up top, and the rest used the spears to form a wall to protect themselves.
"It's true,"
whispered one.
"Praise the knights,"
said another. I sighed. Anyone with a dimensional storage could have done what I just did.
"You are underselling yourself, Yorick,"
said Justice.
"I kept some food and water in my storage. You were the one who went online shopping and packed it to capacity."
Anyone would have thought of that, I said.
"Your grandfather didn't," said Justice. "Though when we started, my storage was much smaller. He did make me take the option."
Seriously, having a dimensional storage is handy. I'm surprised we don't have a ladder in there, I said.
"We do. It is only 15 feet because you wanted to bring a white water raft that could handle Class 5 difficulty rapids,"
said Justice. It was one of those adjustable frame ladders that you had to fold out and was still too short. I'd have to pack a telescoping one next time. The raft was handy, I said, but I might have overdone it. A little. My thought process at the time was that I could get a ladder on almost any world. I couldn't get a raft made to handle any degree of rapids as easily. Overall, though, I had done a decent job of guessing needs.
"I am seeing movement in the trees,"
said Justice, as he highlighted several portions of my mini-map. I considered casting Amplify on the scan skill, but at most, that would provide me a temporary bonus to seeing a handful of paradeer. The ridge made a path through the forest proper, but the edge of the forest was composed of smaller bamboo trees that either hadn't or couldn't reach their full size. They compensated for this by being generally much thicker, even though you could force your way through them with relative ease. Because of how low the light was, I couldn't see where the paradeer were coming from, and neither could Justice. His highlights were suggestions, and I, the knight, was expected to make my best guess based on the current tactical situation. The issue was how close to the edge of the brush you wanted to be. For me, closer was better because I had the reaction time to go after a deer the instant it appeared. The normal human soldiers were not skill users and didn't have that kind of reaction speed, so they stepped farther back. Picking my spot on the right flank, I checked my armor and hoped. I heard the call from the top of the ridge just as the forest exploded with 5 paradeer, breaking out all at the same time. 3 were by me, and I burned dexterity to attack. I got 2, decapitating one and removing the hind leg from another, while the third blew past my reach, only to get speared by several soldiers. We suffered no casualties. The other side was less fortunate. Both sexes of paradeer grew antlers. While the first one on the left flank charged only to get instantly speared by 3 soldiers who drove it into the ground, the second paradeer knocked aside 2 spears and impaled a soldier with its lightning horns. The man screamed and bucked as the remaining soldiers impaled the deer over and over again until the lightning stopped. Steam rose from the impaled man, and both of his eyes had exploded. "Not again," I muttered. I'd been in enough battles that mentally, I knew this sort of thing happened, and unlike with Izzy, these men would have been dead if I left them. Later, I'd have nightmares. I couldn't look at the soldiers. Justice highlighted the woods again.
"At least 8 more coming,"
said Justice.
"Good work. I'll cover this side,"
said Harding. He grabbed the spear of the fallen and moved the men into a tighter line. Harding had them formed up, and I realized he had me between them and the monsters.
"More are on the left flank,"
said Justice, and I dashed that way, burning dexterity as the first paradeer erupted from the brush. I burned power and cleaved the creature in half before moving on to the next one, and the next. 3 of the paradeer were dead before they even realized what was going on, and the remaining 2 drove into the spear line. The first deer died in the wall of spears, but not before its bulk crashed into one of the men. He screamed, lightning surging into his body before it shut off abruptly as someone jammed a spear into the creature's brain. Harding was directly in front of another deer, but instead of thrusting, he turned his shaft to the side and caught the horns on it. Harding was a big guy, and it wasn't a particularly large paradeer. So instead of being bowled over, he was able to brace and absorb the charge, though it did drive him back several paces. Then he burned power, twisting the paradeer's head nearly all the way off. The paradeer's horns continued shooting out sparks of blue lightning, and Harding was the only outlet. He screamed as the lightning ran down his body, but only for a moment. I slashed and the deer's antlers came off.
"Thank you,"
hissed Harding, vigorously shaking his arms. "It's what I do," I said, then burned power to fling an antler into the head of another paradeer on the right flank, impaling it. We were now up 2 dead, 4 wounded too badly to fight. The entire right flank was hurt in that last engagement, and now climbing up was going to be challenging for them.
"We need more time, Yorick," said Justice. "I am detecting more movement in the woods, and some of it is different than the paradeer."
"Different how?" I asked, surveying the men. Harding and the others handed off their spears and were back at the rope lines. Men were moving up at a quick pace, with 2 of the lines being used to pull up men more quickly.
"If I knew that, I'd have told you," said Justice. "They are higher in the trees, but are waiting."
I scanned the forest and spotted what Justice was talking about in one of his highlighted regions. There was a creature there with dozens of eyes, waiting to attack. Then a man screamed, and I glanced over to see webbing attached to his arms and spear. Before I had a chance to react, he vanished into the woods, and his screaming stopped. "Everyone, get back!" I bellowed. Justice activated his fire gem in full measure. Justice usually ran hot in combat, scalding hot in truth, because that caused his attacks to do more damage. He did not usually run with enough mana to actually burn, since that was kind of dangerous for me on account of all the burning. It was super dangerous if you cast Amplify. Justice turned into a short-range flamethrower, and while the magic of the gem rendered me mostly immune to the heat, it did little with the actual flames, and there was a lot of them. I ran past the brush, and all of it lit up like it was soaked in gasoline, making a wall of fire. "Those are live, wet trees. How are they burning?" I asked.
"I am extruding fire-aspected mana. It makes things burn regardless of what the thing might want. With Amplify, that is doubly so. However, that mana won't last long, so they are going to stop burning unless they are in tiny chunks,"
said Justice. "In other words, hurry up," I said, as another man screamed. Webbing was coating his back, but instead of pulling him into the woods, the strand came alight. Fire ran down both sides of the web, burning the creature that sprayed it, as well as the soldier. I burned dexterity, and rapidly removed the man's shirt where most of the webbing resided. Then I patted out the bits on his shoulders before the damage could be too great.
"Wow, you saved me," said the soldier in shock. "You really know how to remove a man's clothing."
"It's a knightly skill," I said, and hurried over to the ridge. By now, almost everyone was up with only the defenders and a few of the injured below. Dozens of sets of eyes stared at us through the forest. There were more than just paradeer now. Gnolls and horrible arachnid creatures among them.
"Spider-Man,"
said Justice. "I've watched that movie. He's more into red and blue spandex," I said. The horrible creature's top half was a spider. The bottom, a set of chitinous legs and something else. Wow, I think I'm jealous.
"That's their web shooter and egg layer. First they cocoon you and then either eat you or fill you up with eggs and let their kids do the work,"
said Justice. "Well, it can't get any worse," I said, and as if on cue, a path opened up in the middle of the fiery wall, and a lone hobgoblin stepped out.
"Magical sword knight, our fateful meeting,"
said the blackguard as he stepped through the burning brush, his icy sword freezing the nearby trees and ending the fire around him. "We don't have to do this. I'm just leaving," I said, standing there with Justice out.
"You'll be leaving in parts, for I am Gokaru of the Black Guard, and I have come for your sword and your soul,"
said the hobgoblin. He threw out his arms, showing off his blade, and the monsters behind him started chanting. "I'm Sir Yorick," I replied. Gokaru frowned, annoyance painting his features.
"Disappointing. Is your translator damaged?"
I held Justice at the guard position. "I'm not in the mood for this today."
"The mood is for dining and lovemaking,"
yelled Gokaru, holding his sword to a high guard.
"This is battle!"
A half-dozen gnolls ran out with him, spotting the humans still on the ground with me. They howled and charged at Harding and his troops. Gokaru simply kept his gaze on me and smiled a rictus grin. The blackguard's eyes burned red as he rushed me with dexterity-enhanced speed. I managed to deflect a strike and the follow-up thanks to my training. Justice's constant sword drills paid off in that I wasn't instantly killed. Burning dexterity and power, I continued deflecting each strike, getting driven farther and farther back as he went for the kill with each strike. That was something a lot of movies failed to realize when people were fighting with swords. There wasn't a lot of swinging around or attacking the blade. You were trying to kill the other guy, so every strike was aimed directly at you in some fashion on the off chance it would get through. Some strikes might be to force you in a direction or to make you defend in an odd fashion, but every single one of them was trying to put the black steel of Gokaru's sword into my person. While my flesh was doing reasonably well, the Frankensuit was getting torn apart. Several times he'd beaten through my parries and the black sword froze the steel where it touched. Follow-up strikes would ring against my armor, causing those divots to shatter, peppering myself with shards of broken steel.
"Do not cast magical armor unless he is going to impale you,"
said Justice.
"The results will not be pretty."
"Then what am I supposed to do?"
"You are not Obi-Wan Kenobi. Attack!"
yelled Justice as I deflected several more strikes. I parried another slash and followed up, but Gokaru expected that, blocking my strike. He became a blur of attacks that I barely managed to defend myself against, and I found an opening. I slashed, beating his sword to the side, and unleashed a series of burning attacks. At the apex of my movement, I forced his sword away, and Justice's bright slash banged off of the Blackguard's armor, leaving a glowing patch in the steel.
"You can fight!"
yelled the Blackguard as our blades locked. "What were you expecting?" I growled, and suddenly felt my leg buckle. In one smooth motion, he pivoted and flung me into the cliff. I slammed into it, then fell to my knees.
"He kicked your leg out. You have to watch for that sort of thing,"
said Justice, as I exhausted a point of dexterity dodging his next strike. His blade dug into the earth where I had just been. I slapped my palm onto the back of his armor, activating my grip power, and rolled backward while pushing up with my power-assisted leg. Gokaru went flying nearly 20 feet, flipping over in the air and landing easily. He looked more annoyed than anything.
"This is supposed to be the culmination of my training, and you are ruining it,"
he bellowed. He burned dexterity again, slashing as he approached. I knew the move, and the follow-up, and blocked both. He continued madly slashing, each strike driving white sparks from Justice that burned whenever they landed. "He's faster than I am," I said through increasingly desperate parries.
"And stronger,"
said Justice. "Then what am I supposed to do?" I said, blocking another strike.
"Fight smarter,"
said Justice. After another blocked strike, I shoulder-checked a hobgoblin. He rolled away, denying me a counterattack, though I spotted an opening. I examined the field, but all that was there were humans fighting with the gnolls to get up the cliff, and knocked over not quite bamboo from where I'd been battling with Gokaru. "I have an idea," I said, and burned dexterity toward Harding. One flame-free slash later, the gnoll he was fighting was dead, and I followed it up with a strike against another gnoll. That one perished as well, and I barely managed to defend against Gokaru as he charged back into me, screaming bloody murder.
"Your fight is with me!"
I continued fighting defensively, letting the hobgoblin strike into Justice as I moved around the battlefield. Each step was a test of all my sword training, each block a testament to Justice's skills as a trainer. The not-quite-bamboo didn't like it much, and we destroyed every bit of it in our mad conflict. Ultimately, Gokaru was faster and stronger than I was, and just as skilled. He drove me back, until finally, I had no place left to go.
"No more running, knight,"
said Gokaru. I could hear the lowercase version of my title. It lacked respect. "Of course not. I have you right where I want you," I replied, as the butt of a spear slammed into the back of his knee with every bit of power Harding could manage. He wasn't a knight, but the power skill, when burned, was still pretty damn impressive, and Gokaru's knee buckled. I slashed up, burning everything I had left, and casting Magical Strike. My sword carved through his pauldron and into the meat of his shoulder before his magical armor spell stopped it. He bellowed, leaping away from my attack, and I could see his eyes flare red as he landed.
"He healed his shoulder,"
said Justice. "Well, ain't that annoying?" I said, as the orange fire gem nearly depleted.
"Clever trick, human!"
screamed Gokaru.
"I didn't expect you to need others to fight for you. Fortunately, I brought reinforcements myself."
Behind the Blackguard were dozens more gnolls, easily enough to overwhelm me, the only human still down here, and that assumed Gokaru would let them get in the finishing blow. Overall, I was in a pretty bad spot. "Nice fight, but it is time to go," I said, pointing Justice at the ground where the fire mana-infused bamboo fragments erupted into flame. There were chunks of it everywhere from our fight, and Justice had been pouring out fire-infused mana the entire time.
"And burn!"
yelled Justice, as his gemstone glowed orange and the flames engulfed everything. They burned through the kindling all the way back to where the gnolls had been preparing. Several cried out in pain as they were forced back.
"This is not over!"
bellowed Kokaru, his eyes still glowing a deep red. "Yes, it is!" I said, comboing power and dexterity before jumping to the top of the cliff and landing next to Harding.
"You think a little dirt will stop me?"
yelled Kokaru. "No, I will," said Izzy, trotting over with Gringer. She had her crossbows out and started firing them at the Black Guard. He parried the first 2 bolts, so she spread out her shots, forcing Kokaru back. "I have the high grounds, but do feel free to jump up here, or climb. It ends the same either way," I said, as the red-eyed hobgoblin screamed in impotent rage, then moved farther into the woods, out of sight. The adrenaline left me, and I tried not to fall over. I was dented and bruised, but alive. I pulled off my helmet, breathing in cool air for the first time in forever, and tried not to throw up. A black and blue Izzy looked down at me. "Umsk, you look like shit." Chapter 18. The Escape. Justice cast heal again, and the remainder of my wounds sealed up. I hadn't been run through with a magical sword, but combat in armor meant that you were going to get tagged a lot. Against non-magical weapons, or even slightly magical weapons, that didn't mean very much. Even Nyx with that black sword could cut deeply into my slightly magical armor. What was worse were the metal shrapnel that happened when his sword struck my armor, and my skin was full of tiny metal shards. With conditioning and more than a bit of mental fortitude, I could fight my way through some pretty impressive injuries, but it was draining, and I was exhausted.
"It is time. You should cast it now,"
said Justice, and I winced, and cast magical armor. All the little shards in my skin tore free and reattached themselves into the armor, which began the process of magical repair. Each bit was tiny and jagged, and there were hundreds of them embedded into me. The pain was so tremendous that I nearly passed out. Then Justice cast heal, and I felt better. "Is my shirt ruined?" I asked, feeling cool steel on my skin in many spots.
"And your underwear,"
said Justice. "Because he hit me in the ass, not the codpiece?" I asked.
"Would it make you feel better?"
began Justice. No, it would not," I said, deciding the answer was probably both. I banished my underarmor and decided I would have to pack an extra set of padding next time. I hadn't bothered because Justice could launder my clothes when I put them into storage, as he could leave the dirt here when I sent them away. But magic armor didn't actually fix my clothing, so while the rags that were formerly my Under Armour outfit were clean, they were also holy. I had backups. Unfortunately, they were decidedly more modern in style.
"Your sweatsuit is in place,"
said Justice. It was sweatpants and a hoodie, and if you were thinking that a hoodie under armor is way too hot, you would be right. Thankfully, cleanse could mitigate the negative effects for the most part. My pain level dropped from an 11 to a 2 so quickly, I didn't know what to do with myself. I looked around, and the men were all watching me quietly, and Gringer walked over and nuzzled me. "Wish I had a heal spell on tap," said Izzy. "That's just another advantage of being you, hey, Humsk?" "I'm sorry about the village," I began. "I shouldn't have let any of them get past me." "Oh, that? Water under the bridge," said Izzy loudly. "After all, you, the powerful magical sword knight, needed my help in the previous battle because I, the guild hunter, am so cool." "You nearly died," I said. "Shh," replied Izzy, sliding down off of Gringer's saddle. "You're going to damage my rep. I rode in to save you after all. That means we are even, by the way." "Even for what?" "For you saving me," said Izzy. "That was awesome. We were cleaning out that village of evil monsters, you fighting with an apex Sauron, me killing the leader of his harem in epic battle." "I think she died in town," I replied. "Not in my version," said Izzy, tapping on her temple. Which, by the way, makes me look much cooler and probably won't involve the traps that didn't work.
You almost died, I said.
And you saved me, said Izzy, growing cross. People get injured fighting monsters, duh. But then I saved you and we are even. I don't owe you anything.
What is wrong with you? Do you not care that I almost got you killed? I asked.
You didn't get me almost killed. I got me almost killed, said Izzy, thrusting a finger into my chest. I am my own woman and make my own choices. I saw the village and that you needed help, so I helped, like a companion to a sword knight would, so you can't charge me for saving me.
Wait, you think I'm trying to charge you for saving your life? I asked.
Why else would we be having this discussion? It certainly wouldn't be from getting injured while fighting monsters. That sort of always happens when you fight them, said Izzy, glancing up and dropping her shoulders. Fine, it wasn't even. You obviously saved me a lot more than I saved you, but I should still get a discount, and I'm not sleeping with you, so get that notion right out of your head.
Guild hunters who rescue other guild hunters are typically given a reward. It should be for about 350 gold coins, based on Izzy's level, said Justice. Izzy, for her part, looked horrified when that number was spoken out loud.
Clearly I should get a discount. No one charges the full rate, she said desperately. When your demon horse showed up and tried to abscond with me, I hopped right on despite my many horrible injuries and raced to aid you because as your companion, I was obligated to do so. In fact, I'm pretty sure no honorable magical sword knight is going to charge his loyal companion for rescuing her.
I wasn't planning on it, I said.
Oh, thanks, 6 of the gods, said Izzy.
Not all 7? I asked.
A bard doesn't believe in material rewards, said Izzy, relaxing somewhat. I mean, I did rescue you as well, so technically I'm still owed some coins.
You said you were even. I heard it, said Justice.
Izzy pouted. Damn it. Stupid sword.
Why are you not more upset about nearly dying? I asked. Izzy rolled her eyes.
I'm a guild hunter. I've nearly died a half-dozen times, and that's just since I became a guild hunter. How are you this broken up about saving a town, which we did, and is pretty cool?
I guess so, I said, feeling better. She examined my hoodie, and then walked behind me.
Soft. This will do.
Do what? I asked, before she hopped up on my back.
You were carrying me for a while. My legs hurt, and I'm pretty sure I can't have children anymore, said Izzy, on the account that no sex will ever be as good as that ride on your horse.
Seriously? I said.
Well, I mean, you could try, but that's a lot to live up to, said Izzy dreamily.
You're gross, I said.
Your horse ate a whole knoll, feet first. That's weird for a horse to do, isn't it?
She said. The knoll probably looked at him funny, I replied. And where did you run into gnolls?
Why do you think there weren't any gnoll archers shooting at you from the tree line? I was being a companion, sneaking through the rear area at great personal risk and shooting anything that moved and had fur.
He already said you didn't have to pay him, said Justice.
Oh, yeah,
said Izzy, lowering her head onto my shoulder, then winced.
I think every part of me is bruised.
You fought gnolls in your condition?
Well, technically I only had to shoot at them. Nothing was getting by your magnificent horse,
said Izzy, biting her lower lip dreamily. You're a weirdo, I continued, and then recalled hearing a similar dreamy note about Hope and her horse, which raised so many questions that I wasn't going to ever think about. I'm going to drop you if you talk like that about my horse again.
Gotcha, said Izzy. Wait until I'm put down.
I glared over at Gringer, who nickered and walked away. We continued through the not-quite-bamboo forest east towards the castle. They still needed to be warned, and I didn't know what to do with the soldiers, though it was becoming apparent that something needed to be done quickly. They are exhausted and need to tend the wounded, or they will not make it to the castle, said Justice. I see a clearing that has no monster activity up ahead. It will take a while to tend to everyone. You should break out the rations. You think they'll listen to me? I asked.
Are you kidding, Imsk?
Said Izzy, and then yelled over his shoulder.
The magical sword knight thinks you guys need to rest.
We can still march, said Harding, holding his spear with both hands.
Are you saying the magical sword knight is wrong? asked Izzy, and the men all looked at each other.
Thank you, Sir Knight. We will rest here,
Harding announced, and you could hear the collective gasp from the soldiers. With the fire behind us, we were well away from the pursuing forces, and we hadn't gone in quite a straight line away from them. With the smoke masking our scent, it would be a while before anyone caught up with us, and the soldiers were taking advantage of that to mend the wounded with the meager supplies they had. Several men were already at the edge of the area, looking around for threats, or going off into the woods to use the restroom, or just going off into the woods.
They will start to desert if they don't have anything to do,
said Justice. Harding, I said, and the man walked over. He looked concerned as several of the men were in bad shape. I have some supplies. I pulled out a very large first aid kit, a hatchet, and a saw, and handed them over. Harding thanked me before handing them out to several soldiers. They ran to the nearby trees and started cutting them down for stretchers, while another went to the injured with the kit. I pulled out a very large pot next. Harding, there is a stream over there. Everyone should drink, and if you would please fill this with water, I said. He nodded and grabbed the pot.
You brought that pot,
said Justice. What did you expect us to eat? I don't have that many protein bars, I said.
I hadn't realized,
said Justice unhappily.
Why do you always have to eat? You are addicted.
To food? I said. Don't be surly. We need to keep a low profile.
It is beneath the dignity of a magical sword,
replied Justice. Think of it as a secret mission, I said. I sat Izzy down and placed several rocks in a pile to ensure the maximum exposure to heat. I am not dead weight. Do you need me to cut some firewood? Asked Izzy as she attempted to shakily get to her feet. No, that would be smoky. We need to keep a low profile, I said as I made the last few fine adjustments, and Harding came back looking puzzled.
There is a bad crease in the bottom of this cauldron,
he said, burning power to carry the 30 quarts of water it now contained without spilling any.
Do I need to make something to suspend it over the fire? Or a fire?
Oh, no, I replied, sitting the commercial kitchen pot right on top of the rocks and reaching into my storage space for my massive plastic bucket of instant mashed potatoes. The potatoes were from a premier camping supplier and expensive, but had all the nutrients that a growing boy needed to stay healthy. They also turned your stool into bricks, but that was a problem for later. The pot was just a normal, if expensive, commercial-sized kitchen pot that held up to 40 quarts of water, or it had before I modified it. I didn't want to put Justice into the pot because I stabbed things with him, and those things were full of blood and diseases. Grabbing the scoop, I started pouring. One scoop was one meal, so I did about 60 of them and still had quite a bit left over, though I was just eyeballing the measurements. Izzy looked at me curiously and then down at the soup. So do we eat it raw? She asked.
That sounds great to me, said Justice. You need to overcome this addiction anyway.
No, it's cooked, I replied, as I slid my sword into the crease in the bottom of the pot. He fit perfectly, primarily because he was the one who made the crease in the first place. For this to work, we needed maximum surface contact. It took him 4 pots to perfect it, but we had it now.
This is so far beneath my station, I don't even want to talk about it,
said Justice as he continued to talk about it. Grumbling, Justice used his fire gem, and the entire contents of the pot went from cool to perfectly heated, and a light waft of steam emerged from the pot. See, isn't this better than me having to jam you into the water? I said.
My nemesis,
said Justice, the aquaphobe. Next, I reached into storage and pulled out compostable bowls, pretty much my entire stock, and my flat wooden spoons, and started handing out food. It wasn't a full meal, but it was enough calories that we could make it to the castle, which was several hours of walking away. The line of soldiers walking past took their bowls happily. They were full of somewhat soupy mashed potatoes. They had been figuring on going hungry, and now they were eating a half-pound of calorie-dense almost food. This is good, Umsk. Is this a staple from your world? Asked Izzy as she spooned the last bite of instant mash into her mouth several minutes later. Yes, the bacon and cheddar are a garnish, though. Normally it is just the paste, I said. I don't see those, but I could taste something like that, she said carefully. The flavor is in the mix, I said. And it doesn't really taste much like that, she said carefully. More like someone who never had bacon and cheese did their best, but wasn't very accomplished. I frowned. Well, it's better than just mashed potatoes. I'll take your word on it, said Izzy, looking disappointed. She was just so bruised up I felt terrible for her.
Check your storage,
said Justice. I reached into my storage and pulled out another pineapple. I wasn't sure where that one came from either. I pulled out my knife and started cutting, taking one bite for myself while Izzy looked wounded. She got the rest and messily devoured it. When she finished, she looked happy for a moment before resting her head on her knees. She looked so tired and small. I was used to her being a lot more Izzy than this. You okay? I said softly. She tilted her head and smiled. You worried about me, Imsk? That doesn't fit with the personality of a magical sword knight. People might think you are human after all. I looked around. No one had sat next to me. When I'd finished serving the food, I'd walked over to where Izzy was sitting, and the nearby men had moved. I doubt these guys think I'm very impressive, I said. Oh, false modesty, Imsk, said Izzy with a chortle. A legendary blackguard arrives who could easily kill all these men without breaking a sweat, and you are all, I guess I'll just have an epic sword fight and send him packing, no big deal. She snorted in a very unladylike fashion until she saw me glaring at her. That caused her to break down into a fit of giggles. I barely held my own, I said as she continued mocking me. Sure, said Izzy, finally stopping and becoming more serious. Everyone knows that a magical sword knight can't die. Justice got cold there. I'm pretty sure we can, I said. Yeah, if there was a dragon or something, said Izzy, looking to the skies. But I don't see one. Do you? You're mocking me again, I said. Harding, come over here and tell Umsk how cool he is, yelled Izzy. How scary was that blackguard? I started to protest, but Harding was already walking over. He'd cut the bottom half off of his spear. As he walked over, I noticed the unhappiness in the other soldier's eyes.
They wanted to leave the wounded, but Harding said you would refuse to do so,
said Justice. Would they? I asked.
Probably. Several of the wounded are in very bad shape and might not even make it back to the castle,
said Justice.
Soldiers don't like leaving soldiers behind, but being torn apart by monsters is a terrible way to go.
But we fed them, I said lamely.
That, and the fact that you are a knight is the only reason they are still here,
said Justice.
They figure if they run into something, you'll just wander over and kill it to protect them.
But they are following Harding, I offered.
Discipline has broken down. They are following you, Squire Yorick,
said Justice. I felt my pucker clench at that. I didn't want to be followed. I didn't deserve to be followed after what happened to Izzy while we were saving the town. Which we did. And Izzy lived, and she wasn't even that upset at nearly dying. This was just another monster hunt to her. And you got injured fighting monsters.
Your fight with the blackguard was amazing,
said Harding with a nod. I couldn't have forced him away without your help, I said. Harding snorted.
Of course, Sir Yorick.
He sounded like he thought I was humoring him. I mean that.
Sir Yorick, I can break stones with my strikes. I smashed the blackguard in the knee with all the force I could muster and just barely got it to move, after you positioned him for me. If the blackguard had been at all interested in killing me and my men, we'd have died the first time his eyes lit up.
All right, glowing eyes are scary, I said, acknowledging defeat. Izzy snorted. Yup, glowing eyes are terrifying. Thank you, I said, and she guffawed again. I looked at Harding helplessly. What am I missing here?
Yes, glowing eyes are terrifying. Obviously not yours, of course, but monsters, said Harding.
What? Izzy lost it. You seriously don't know? Justice, what don't I know? I thought, but it was too late. Izzy got to her feet shakily and stumbled over to me. She grabbed Justice, who was still pouting in the pot, and held him up.
Unhand me, vile woman,
said my sword, who refused to be handled by anyone but me. Hold your horses, replied Izzy, as she produced a rag and started polishing his surface. Justice refused to be handled by anyone but me and, literally, anyone who polished him. He was a slut when it came to being polished. She didn't polish him properly, only cleaning a small spot, but that spot was to a literal mirror shine before handing Justice back over to me. "Do a night thing," she said. "I'm Sir Yorick, and I bring justice," I offered, and a hush fell over the men. "Not that. I mean, do a burn," she said, slumping down to the log I'd been sitting on. I burned dexterity, catching her with my hand when I noticed my face reflected on Justice. My eyes flickered blue. I burned power, and my eyes flickered blue. I comboed striding, and they flickered ever more. Finally, I cast magical sword, and they went solid blue. "When you cast heal, do I turn blue?" I asked.
"No, that would be an obvious giveaway," said Justice. "But your eyes get so blue that it probably looks like that to you."
"Of course," I grumbled. "The blue-eyed knights racing to the rescue, seriously," said Izzy. "I thought everyone heard the blue-eyed knights." "We have a theme song?" I asked.
"We have an excellent PR department," said Justice.
Izzy cleared her throat and sang the first 3 words before everyone else followed in. "Magic Sword Knight came to town riding on his horsey. His eyes shone blue, that's where it's at, and smote all of the enemy. Oh, Magic Sword Knight, keep it up. Magic Sword, keep handy. Fight the monsters, save the men, and with the girls be dandy." "And dandy means?" I asked as they continued singing.
"Suitably dressed," said Justice. "It is an old song. There are plenty of female knights, and they too are expected to be well dressed."
"How long is this?" I asked by the 5th verse. "And every time they slice it off, their foes turned into chowder. It makes it sound like a thunderstorm, and the human cheers grow louder."
10 more verses, but they stop usually before now,"
said Justice. That was entirely too long. Imagine if Yankee Doodle had 15 verses. No one could finish it, I said.
"Some say it has 190 verses," said Justice. "It is an old song, from the Great War." They continued singing, and what bothered me was the admiration. The soldiers looked really rough when I'd brought them here, but now that they were fed and singing, they seemed happy. Like they were confident they'd make it back. And I was the source of that confidence, and deep down, I knew I could probably get them there. I stood up and walked several feet away as the song ended. Izzy leaned up against a tree, and I examined the forest. There were no monsters here, and we were safe for a few more minutes while the men finished tending to the wounded. That safety was fleeting. There were monsters around, just none right with us. We were going to have to march out of this forest and head back to the castle without a map. Izzy was practically dead on her feet, and Harding was having issues holding the men together. The only reason he could was that he had my ear. I was going to have to do it, I realized. "You look like you are preparing for war,"
said Justice. I lifted Justice and examined myself. I did look like I was contemplating murder. Relaxing, I tried to adopt a more friendly expression. I wasn't sure that would work, but anything was better than the murder face I had going right now. Maybe I was turning into Dad. That was horrifying and somehow satisfying right now. Dad always knew what to do next, until Hope at least. Hope confused him. He always believed that with enough hard work anything was possible, and so he'd worked harder than anyone to get Hope cured. It didn't work. Saving Hope required me to go on a quest with Justice, and right now all she had was a very long stay of execution. Of course, she'd be good for years, and they were working on her disease all the time. Now that she was magically healthy again, at least for now, Dad was back to his old self. He was working the farm constantly, and I'd been surprised to see how old he was looking. That's why he'd gotten me the new job after I'd quit my previous one. I didn't mind working, but I'd never found one that fit. That meant I never really put the effort into it that would turn the job into a career. I'd been decent at farming, though I'd never loved it like Dad or Junior did. I'd worked an assortment of paying jobs since I was 14, and then the meatpacking plant when I turned 18. None of them brought me as much satisfaction as my first day as a magical sword knight. The problem was that I was very good at some of those jobs, particularly at the meatpacking plant, while I felt like an imposter as a knight. I could butcher a cow like I'd been doing it since I was a kid, for obvious reasons. I was very good at it, and I felt like I understood what was being asked of me and how to accomplish my tasks. Further, I could see the results, and they were obvious if I'd done a good or a bad job. Being a knight had moments where the results were very obvious, but lots of the time, I was being asked nebulous tasks with strange outcomes. The main quests were simple: destroy monsters until the conjunction ends to help the people, but the related tasks were complicated, especially when I was discussing things with local rulers who should have known better than to listen to me. I was a kid. These soldiers were behind me, counting on me, and I felt like just walking away, leaving them here, letting them save themselves, but the truth is, they couldn't. I was going to have to help keep the monsters away. Can we do that? I asked Justice.
You can, if you work at it,
said my sword.
You are a knight. You can do a great number of things, if you try.
This seems like a pretty bad situation, I said.
It is like the village. It seems worse than it is,
said Justice.
You need to stop focusing on the negative. You are constantly telling yourself what you can't do. You need to focus on what you can.
He was right. Dad thought I just quit. I didn't. I got another job. I might not have been able to tell him about it, but it was important. I couldn't look those soldiers in the eye and say otherwise. I'd contributed to Izzy's injuries, and I should have done more, but she got into that situation of her own choosing. I wasn't a knight, but I wasn't a total failure either. I could manage this task, and maybe I'd keep trying after we got back. I could do this thing, and it was important. Izzy was important. The soldiers were important. And getting Harding back to Florence was important. One more so than the others.
Is she really that pretty?
Asked Justice. Only if you're into stacked blondes with amazing asses and a body that won't quit, I said.
Which I am not,
offered Justice. The men act like she polishes a sword like a goddess, I offered.
Seriously? I thought they were talking about sex. We need to get Harding back to her,
said Justice. I snorted loudly. Izzy glanced over at me as I returned. She nodded tiredly, and we looked over the clearing in the not-quite-bamboo forest together. For the first time since I'd gotten to this world, I felt normal. The clearing looked pretty much like any clearing in any forest on Earth, with the exception of the large blue bioluminescence coming from the patch of low fruit that everyone was avoiding. What are those? I asked. Izzy took a moment before replying. Nilweed. You don't know what nilweed is? I live on a very sheltered planet, I said. Must be super low magic if you don't have nilweed, she said. There's a big patch there, probably because of the conjunction. It eats mana, so magic works weird around it. Do the monsters not like it here? I asked. No one likes it here, said Izzy uncomfortably. Makes my skin itch.
You feel normal because you're used to being in a low mana environment, said Justice. The mana density here is only slightly higher than the house.
I whistled. On Earth, my home was a magical oasis that was a virtual font of power for the continent of North America. According to Justice, there were only a few points more magically potent on the whole planet. Here, that level of mana was considered to be so low that the locals avoided it. Izzy, an off-worlder, was actively shying away from the growing blue mass. Is there an actual danger? I asked.
Not to me. Nilweed consumes mana, but it cannot consume worked mana,
said Justice. I leaned back on the rock and got comfortable. Go on.
You're going to pay attention,
said Justice. To this, at least. I'm tired, and we are waiting on some stretchers, I stated.
But they are almost ready,
said Justice, realizing his window was closing.
Fine. Once mana is turned into a magical item, such as a weapon or stored in your tang, it cannot be affected by the nilweed.
Tang?
You know, your core, your center of being, your inner layer of mana,
said Justice. Oh, right, I knew that. Justice continued.
What the nilweed does is it eats the ambient mana, basically drawing the energy out of it.
To do what? I asked.
Same thing any plant does. Store energy in its roots. Particularly bad-tasting roots in this case,
said Justice.
It is very common, but only tends to glow if there is a lot of radiant mana.
I stood up and walked over to the patch, causing people to look at me. The leaves appeared to be glowing, and looked terribly familiar. I pulled one out. This is a turnip.
That is the name on Earth, where there is no mana for them to absorb, said Justice. Are you going to taste it?
No, turnips are nasty unless cooked properly, and I don't have time, I said.
That's because there is no mana,
said Justice. I pulled out my knife and cut off a slice, then ate it, causing Izzy's eyes to bulge. It was actually pretty good if you liked broccoli, though it was quite a bit more savory. I could sell these. I gathered many turnips and put them into Justice's storage. He was right. After they grew, they weren't magically interesting except for the blue glow. If they grew on Earth, I might be able to do something with them. Heirloom Brussels sprouts were released when I was a kid, and apparently Dad missed the boat there. The heirloom variety was much better tasting than the classical Brussels sprout, to the point that Mom had several dishes I quite enjoyed featuring them. If I could find an off-world heirloom turnip that had improved flavor, or even just a different one, there was some money there. Possibly. I didn't even know if the crop would grow on Earth, but the fact it was called a weed was telling. That indicated it was much easier to grow on worlds with mana than on Earth, where wild turnips were not super common. You could find them in regions, of course, but you weren't going to be finding fields of them. I left the nillweed and walked back over to the soldiers. Harding was getting the troops ready to move, and I had questions that I wanted answered.
The 5th Garrison,
asked Justice. The unmanned 5th Garrison seems odd, and the monsters mentioned the vault, I said. I expect loyal Harding won't want to discuss it based on our conversations with the nobility.
Then ask the soldiers, said Justice.
Why not Harding? I asked.
He knows what not to say. They don't,
said Justice.
Plus, he's busy. We'll probably have to ask him the same questions, but you'll learn more asking every level of an organization.
Okay, we need to get them out of here. What should I do? I asked.
They don't know what to do around you, said Justice. Put them at ease, but not too much ease.
I thought about that for a second. If I wanted to find out about this hidden garrison, I was going to have to break out Sir Yorick, as silly as he was. I didn't want to talk to them like I was Yorick because he was a kid younger than most of them, but they didn't need the full Sir Yorick experience. I could manage that.
Thank you for your help so far,
I stated boldly, then more quietly.
Your king requested me to determine what happened at the garrison. Can you assist me?
The soldier looked momentarily distraught, but shifted to an attention pose and spat out,
I don't know, sir.
What do you know? I asked.
The outer wall of the camp was breached. The cavalry and some other men were able to make a fighting retreat. My unit was cut off and captured painfully. None of the wounded survived, and most of the unit was wounded during the capture. Several officers were captured,
said the soldier uncomfortably.
What happened to them? We didn't see them after the battle, said another soldier. The Ayake could have made monsters capture humans, but they couldn't have stopped them from eating if they smelled blood, said Justice.
At least that didn't improve when they mentally attacked us, I said.
They did capture officers, though.
What might they know?
They knew about the other garrisons, said Justice.
I looked over at the soldiers. My internal conversations with Justice were quick, but not instantaneous. I'd been letting him stand there at attention for several seconds.
Good work, soldier. I fought against the Ayake before, and they are tough customers. Thank goodness you survived, said Harding with admiration. The Ayake in charge of the attack was really tough. I thought we were doomed.
I just nodded. How did you respond to that? It was my fault the Ayake's hive mind had absorbed the personality of a minor British actor. I just hoped John Wayne wasn't good in a fight, or this was going to get really tough.
The monster army is forming up behind us. As soon as we can, we need to continue towards the castle. I trust that won't be a problem?
I asked.
Of course, Sir Yorick,
said the men, chorusing in agreement. I walked over to Harding as he supervised the preparations.
How are the wounded?
I asked. Harding flinched. He had several burns that, while not serious, did need further tending. I didn't have significant stores of healing supplies because Justice could cast heal. I might have to change that in the future, but Justice's storage wasn't unlimited, and expanding it was expensive in terms of quest points. I still wanted to learn Fireball eventually.
The new wounds aren't terrible, and most of us will manage just fine, until we get to the castle at least. Fillmore and Taylor are in worse shape. We'll need to carry them, though I had litters made.
Those two had serious leg injuries, and the litters supporting them were made of the not-quite bamboo trees. It would have to do.
"Do we need to make one for Lady Azalea?"
asked Harding.
"Oh, Izzy? No, she will be fine." "Are you going to carry her again?"
asked Harding.
"Nah, him,"
I said, as Gringer loomed as if he'd materialized behind the poor man. Harding had the appropriate reaction. He screamed and jumped forward, very nearly into my arms. Gringer could loom with the best of them. Sneaking up on someone was next to impossible, though, unless he had someone to distract the victim.
"That was mean,"
said Justice. "That was funny," I replied. Izzy was laughing as she got back to her feet. Justice groaned.
"Fine."
"We'll need to hurry to keep ahead of the monsters," I said to Justice.
"That may not be possible,"
replied my sword.
"We were certainly enveloped while the men were being tended to. The number of paradeer in the surrounding area is quite high, and there is a group gathering north of here."
"Great," I muttered, running through my options. We should have kept going, but looking over to the litters. If we had, and anything happened, we would have been on the losing side of the engagement. I was about to ask for suggestions when I realized Harding was looking at me, expecting answers, and Izzy was asleep. Passed out would have been a better descriptor. She needed at least a good night's sleep to recover, and she wasn't going to get it. She stirred as I lifted her and put her on Gringer's back none too gently. "We're surrounded?" she asked softly. "Yup," I replied. "We could probably make it out," she said. "Better that than all of us dying." "You know I can't do that," I said. Izzy's shoulders slumped. She reached to her storage and pulled out one hand crossbow before patting Gringer on his side. "I know. I have my scout rockets, though. If there was any sort of path, I think we could manage it." The subtle emphasis on "we" spoke volumes. The hunter couldn't walk far enough to matter, so she was reliant on Gringer to move. I could move vastly faster than any normal human. The three of us could easily break away and escape, leaving the rest behind. The soldiers had constructed a variety of bad spears with bamboo, but those were going to be poor responses to paradeer. Dragging the wounded along was just going to slow them down, and while it would have been smarter to leave them, they wouldn't do so as long as a magical sword knight of unreproachable honor was there. It dawned on me that everything was going to be up to me. The monsters were prowling on the outskirts, refusing to come any closer due to the nillweed, but that wouldn't last. Whatever I decided was going to have dire ramifications in the next few minutes. "How long do you think we have?" I asked. Justice considered.
"The paradeer won't come in on their own, but the Ayake is going to be able to drive them here, and he's going to bring more than the paradeer with him."
"I need to get everyone to safety," I said. "How do I do that?"
"How should I know?"
replied Justice. "Because you are supposed to be my sword," I said.
"And you are supposed to be a knight in training. Think about it,"
said Justice. I frowned, looking at the map Justice generated. There were smaller patches of nillweed, and the paradeer were moving around in clumps of 20 or so. That would have been because of the Ayake's control. As I watched, they all swarmed towards something, then stopped as the first group reached it. They don't know where we are. They have a programmed response and are looking for targets. They are going to swarm the first thing that breaks out, and if that's the unit, they are going to get swamped, I said.
"So don't do that,"
said Justice. "If we could get the men into another nillweed blind spot, they might be able to make it out," I said. "Except the paradeer will swarm the first target they see."
"What's the other alternative?"
asked Justice. I thought about it for a long moment. Nothing good came to mind. The only idea I could come up with was crazy. I go out by myself and hack my way through the deer until they all come to me while everyone escapes on the other side.
"That was my thought,"
said Justice. "You want me to charge out recklessly, like an idiot?"
"Like a hero,"
said Justice. I looked north at where the main concentration of paradeer were. There's a fine line between heroism and stupidity.
"Fortunately, you are on the right side of the line,"
said Justice. Well, he was a very old magical sword, and if he thought that, it must be true. That is what a knight would do. It is what I should do. I could save everyone. I can do this. "Sir," asked Harding, "get the men ready to move. I'm going to get their attention," I said, causing the soldier to salute. He started barking orders, and his unit rapidly assembled.
"Good start,"
said Justice.
You are getting the hang of this.
I was not, but I was faking it much better. Izzy, can you use your scout rockets and go to the next patch of nillweed when the paradeer move away? I asked gently. She blinked at me twice, then pulled out her mana detector and a scout rocket. I had to hold her leg to keep her on the saddle, and Gringer glanced over at me. I patted my horse. He was going to have to be careful. The paradeer were operating on programmed instructions, so they weren't behaving naturally. All I needed to do was find something that would attract the lot of them. Izzy looked at her detector curiously. The whole forest has a high mana concentration, but there's a point northwest of here that shows an abnormally high energy reading, said Izzy, holding the device's screen to face me. It was a rock that was illuminated with magic. I didn't understand most of it, but the dark voids of the nillweed patches and the bright spot were easy enough to track. If I wasn't so banged up, I'd go investigate. That's got to be a lair or something.
More of the paradeer are there than any other direction, said Justice, who highlighted the deer as well as the high mana concentration spot on my map. Protecting their lair would override even strong IAK programming.
If I left this patch heading for the lair and the soldiers left on the opposite side, they could make it. With Izzy's rocket and Gringer backing, their odds shot up tremendously. I sketched out the plan in the dirt. Izzy, you got this? No, all I can really do is launch rockets, said the hunter sadly. Harding, can you manage? I asked.
I don't think so. I can't see us avoiding all the paradeer, and when we run into them, I'll have my hands full keeping the unit together,
said Harding. I didn't expect that, I said.
You have one other option, replied Justice.
I looked at the men, Izzy, and finally Gringer, who was carefully examining the map. Gringer, you got this? The massive stallion snorted, stomped once, and started heading to his assigned slot. Harding looked at him, and then me.
You want us to follow your horse?
Is that a problem? I asked, as Gringer addressed the rest of the soldiers, stopping at a man who was holding his spear at an improper angle. Gringer snorted and stomped his foot, causing the man to straighten up instantly, as did the rest of the line.
Strangely, no.
Then make sure Izzy stays on the saddle, I said, looking to the north.
I'm going to kill a monster lair.
Chapter 19. The Breakout. As far as plans went, having a group of soldiers sneak out of a monster-infested forest by following my massive warhorse was far from my best. My best was still sneaking out to meet up with Kem Delgado, for obvious reasons. This was more of an idea with aspirations. Of course, people would die if this idea didn't work. There had been some initial complaints about the leadership. Those lasted until Gringer had a good talking to with the complainers. I mean, it was basically my warhorse snorting and stomping, but the point got across. Gringer could handle himself in a fight, though I wasn't sure what would happen if Izzy was still riding him. I expected it would be bad. I didn't have time to worry about that, though. My part of the plan was critical and should be super easy. I just had to jog northwest. I wasn't trying to be quiet, and each step I took, I increased speed. As we broke out of the range of the nillweed, I ignited Justice, and we headed for the monster lair.
You got their attention,
said Justice. You think? I asked, as I parkoured between multiple stands of knot bamboo.
There are 50 of them chasing you,
said Justice.
I believe we might be surrounded.
I noticed! I yelled, sidestepping the first paradeer to launch at me. The horns were magical and could resist a strike by Justice to some extent. The legs were much less so. I got all four, and the stumpy paradeer snarled as it rolled around on the ground, then started squirming after me like a snake. Matt doesn't seem to be that upset about getting his legs cut off, I said.
Monsters don't feel pain like humans do, said Justice. They just want to eat and... Oh, seriously? Matt, because you cut off his legs. That's terrible.
I'm gonna call this one Nick, I said, as a second paradeer lunged. I spun Justice around, catching the deer on the flat of the blade and my gauntlet as it started pushing me back. Lightning rolled off of the creature's antlers as Justice's flames engulfed it. The fire was causing the creature's skin to peel back, but with my improved electrical resistance, I didn't even feel the electricity. Burning power, I twisted the head around until I heard a crack. I continued twisting until the head tore mostly free, leaving Nick nearly headless. "Sorry, I had to keep my word," I said.
"A knight's word is his bond,"
replied Justice. "Not sure that should apply to deer," I said, as another pair of deer charged. I tried to sidestep but got caught by the horns. We both went down and my chest got burned slightly as the lightning flowed to my gauntlets. I still had Justice in hand, so I thrust before the creature stood. The blade passed through the pair of deer's heart, and I was back on my feet with two more of the creatures after me. "There are too many of them, and I can't handle their lightning horns," I said, carving up another as one barreled into me from behind. I went to my knees as lightning tore through me. Then Justice went from being illuminated to full-on burning. I was about to ask why when the first pair of deer stepped back, and then so did the others.
"They are deer. They are afraid of fire,"
said Justice. I smiled evilly. This is a vast improvement. Striding forward, I swung my flaming sword around, and the pair of deer balked. They couldn't stand the flames and started to run away.
"They are starting towards the soldiers,"
said Justice. "Well, shit," I said, the flames dying, and I was again surrounded by dozens of glowing green eyes.
"I do see the lair,"
offered Justice, highlighting it on my map. "Charge through the bad guys at great personal risk for the chance of victory?" I asked.
"Of course,"
said Justice. "Think I could use a deer as a club?"
"I would be sad if you didn't try,"
replied my sword. I burned power the moment a pair of deer charged me. I grabbed the creature by the antlers, allowing the energy to flow into my gauntlets, and spun him around in a full 360. I smashed another deer and released the corpse, sending it flying into a mass of other pair of deers. Burning dexterity, I charged at a blurring pace, slashing with Justice as I moved. By the time I got out of the mass of pair of deer, a full half-dozen of them were dead, and I was nearing the heart of the lair. "What is this place?" I asked.
"Some sort of sacred grove. That is common for these natural-type monsters,"
said Justice.
"Strange, though. There is usually some sort of massive guardian in the clearing."
"Like large enough that its legs could be mistaken for trees?" I asked.
"Yes, really easily, considering that the local trees are all thin like bamboo,"
said Justice, as he searched the grove for our enemy. I tilted the blade up.
"Oh, wow. That one is huge."
One of the bamboo trees started pawing the ground, and I reconsidered my life options. So far, I'd made a lot of bad choices, but sometimes there are better days ahead if you have faith and a magical sword. As the massive prince of the forest charged me, I slashed, and the first 8 feet of the creature's right front hoof slid off his leg. The pair of deer stumbled. I stared at the horrific wound. Thank God, I was getting sick of these creatures being so magically charged that my regular attacks weren't working.
Said Justice.
I glared daggers at the stump of a leg, which was already regenerating. Within a second, the entire hoof was back, and the creature pawed the ground, lowering his horns. "Those are much more electrical than the other pair of deer," I said uncomfortably.
"Yeah, I don't know if your lightning resistance is going to work,"
said Justice. The massive pair of deer charged with its horns so low to the ground, they tore divots in the earth as he approached. "Okay, I'm thinking of emergency plan Big Dagger."
"That is a stupid plan,"
said Justice as I flipped him over, carefully catching him by the flat, and then threw my magical sword like it was a massively oversized dagger. Justice slammed into the skull of the deer, burying himself all the way to the hilt. Even that wasn't enough. The massive pair of deer stood shakily, still preparing to charge. Then there was a geyser of flame from around Justice, and the massive lair boss collapsed. It slammed into the ground with enough force that I could feel it a dozen feet away. "That's how you kill a monster," I said, as I tore Justice from the monster's head.
"I hate to be this guy,"
said Justice, as the pair of deer rose back to its feet. "So, that's more like Deadpool than Wolverine," I muttered, looking over at the hoof I'd cut off before. It was dead, and looked like it had been left to rot years ago.
"Magical regeneration. Even cutting off the head isn't going to stop it,"
said Justice, as I stepped back. The massive pair of deer's lightning horns began to glow as it prepared to charge again. I searched around for something to save myself, and then turned and started slashing. I'd carved a path through the bamboo before the pair of deer smashed into my back, sending me flying. I landed in a pile of my own carved-up bamboo. Fortunately, I was in metal armor, so all the jagged bits of wood didn't do much more than give my armor a few new dents. The massive paradeer was less fortunate. He'd ran right into the mass of sharpened bamboo after he slammed into me. What happened to him next was unfortunate, because he tripped on the fallen trunks, and there wasn't any place something his size could fall without getting impaled.
"We got him," I said. "Remember, both genders of paradeer have antlers," said Justice. "You need a detailed anatomical examination to determine gender."
"Fine, we got it," I said.
"I'm counting at least 16 penetrations," said Justice.
"That must hurt," I said, walking around the poor creature. "How long to pull itself free?"
"Himself,"
said Justice. "Really?" I said. Then, "Oh,
"It would normally regenerate,"
replied Justice. "I'm not sure I'd want it to," I said uncomfortably, checking my codpiece. I ran to the center of the clearing, and it didn't take me long to find the mass of leathery eggs that made up the core of the lair. They were each nearly the size of an adult paradeer, so I didn't hesitate to shove Justice into the mass and have him ignite. The massive paradeer screamed and stopped moving. Was his regeneration tied to his lair? I asked.
"Probably. During a conjunction, layers gain interesting properties. Normal paradeer do not have lightning antlers, for example,"
said Justice. I turned to see the half-dozen paradeer stalking aggressively into the clearing with their perfectly normal antlers. That's good to know. Then a crossbow bolt hit me in the chest. I staggered back, as all I could see was the veins. Those were the feathers. "Get it out," said Justice, and I gripped the bolt and pulled. More than just blood came out, and for a moment, everything went dark before snapping abruptly into focus. 3 more bolts followed and bounced off of my magical armor spell, even as the damaged armor part of my armor sealed itself. "Hobgoblins," said Justice as I dashed through the bamboo. Another crossbow bolt whizzed by me, and then another. We cleared the distance only to spot another humanoid creature aiming at me. A massive goblin. I raised my forearm and felt the arrow shatter against the magical bracer, even as I closed with the shooter. Instead of running, the massive goblin drew a short sword. He tried to parry, but I slashed powerfully with Justice, beating his sword away and driving the tip of my blade 6 inches into his shoulder. The wound was instantly fatal. "That was one of those big hobgoblins," I said as we continued running.
"What are they doing here? They weren't protecting that lair," said Justice. "And check out their weapons."
Justice brought up the image of the crossbow, and I swore. That was damn near a modern crossbow made with some nearly magical components. My Franken armor wasn't going to be able to withstand a bolt from a weapon like that, except for my helmet or bracers. My helmet was thicker by 2 whole millimeters, which was scant comfort, and the bracers were magical. I really needed to upgrade my armor. "What's the reload time on those crossbows?" I asked as we kept moving.
"Long. They use a winding assembly, at least 30 seconds per shot,"
said Justice. I instinctively burned dexterity, twisting my body around as another bolt slammed into my breastplate. Instead of hitting it dead on, it caught at nearly a 45-degree angle. The bolt scarred the steel but didn't do any actual damage. A hobgoblin frowned, tossing aside his crossbow as 2 of his friends charged me. He followed.
"They all have magical short blades,"
said Justice, as I assumed an offensive stance, sword held out high like a kendo master. Well, a kendo journeyman, at least. I'd gotten better with my menwaza, as Justice called them. The first hobgoblin got into cutting range, and I stepped forward, moving Justice as little as possible to bring him down squarely on the armored hobgoblin's helmet while burning dexterity and power. The poor creature held up his short sword to parry, and I beat right through it, slamming Justice with enough force that the helmet actually shattered. I was pivoting toward the second hobgoblin when he also burned dexterity, moving into my flank and slashing with his magical short sword. A conventional short sword couldn't really damage steel armor, but burning dexterity vastly increased the speed of the strike, and it was magical, designed to carve through steel. Still, I had more options, and by casting magical armor, his attack and the follow-up were both deflected even as I swung Justice around and carved the vicious hob in 2. The remaining hob leapt at me, always a poor strategy against a magical sword knight. I cleaved him in twain, sidestepping most of the gore that followed. "These are skill users?" I asked. Burning dexterity, I sidestepped another crossbow bolt.
"Yes, they are protecting something," said Justice.
"The lair was very close to an anti-magical field. I assumed that was more nilweed, but I don't see any nearby," I said consideringly. I flipped Justice over and drove him into the dirt while casting Amplify.
"There is a cavern below us," said Justice, "and the entrance is concealed over there, with 3 more hobgoblins."
"Well, it seems they really want to keep us away," I said, orienting myself.
"It would be a shame if you didn't make them work for it,"
replied my sword, as we closed the distance to the entrance. Chapter 20. Dungeons and Squidlings. It was a 20-foot drop from the entrance above to the floor of the cavern, and without using combing, that wasn't a fall I could manage without damage. Justice cast Heal and began glowing brightly. "Thought I had it," I grumbled, stretching my ankles.
"You didn't flump at the right moment,"
said Justice.
"I said we should have used a rope."
"But the rope is right here," I said, looking at the recently cut thing.
"That hob was a jerk,"
said Justice. I kicked him lightly. "You hear that? You were a jerk." He didn't respond. I suspected it was something to do with me throwing him down the hole and him landing on his head. At least I thought he landed on his head. It was jammed into his torso now.
"He could be a transformer,"
said Justice.
"You know, like that truck you used to play with."
"I'd expect to hear sound effects then," I said, and waited. Trying to appear calm and unconcerned while someone snuck up on you was tricky, especially if you weren't sure anyone was there. After a 10 count where nothing attacked, I finally decided it was clear. Which way? That was going to be a bit difficult. We were underground, in a chamber that looked like it might have been a road at some point. I say that because there were a half-dozen larger buildings in various states of decay, mostly buried in the walls. Still, it had a cave vibe going for it, and I could hear an occasional plink of water falling from great height into a pool.
"Scans are inconclusive. Lots of passages to lots of buildings,"
said Justice. There were no creatures for him to detect, apparently. He could look for soft organics in this sort of environment, but I couldn't rely on him actually finding any unless we had a line of sight. "There are tracks," I said, looking around.
"Yes, but there are tracks to most of the buildings. That only excludes the most destroyed ones that no one visited,"
said Justice. "More than that," I said, pointing at a wavy line. "Those are tentacle tracks, and they are only going to one building." We walked toward that building carefully. This whole place gave me the shivers. Ever since the underground journey on Exogen, I'd never been fully comfortable underground. At least, not unless it was well lit and I could see everything. The cavern was dim and so massive, it was impossible to see every dark corner. We passed several smaller ruins as we walked down the underground road farther into the depths. "What the hell is this place?" I asked.
"Unsure. That is of definite human construction, though,"
said Justice as I examined the ruin. It looked vaguely like a temple or something less significant. On Earth, most of the remaining ruins you'd see from a bygone age were the important stuff that scientists decided were worth keeping. Everything else had been torn down long ago. Any other time I'd have spent at least a few minutes exploring the structures, if only to ensure no monsters were hiding inside. I couldn't do that, leaving the possibility something would sneak up behind me because I had to hurry. I was chasing a squid with delusions of grandeur, or at least I hoped he had delusions. "Treasure?" I asked.
"Another pineapple."
"Of course. What else?" I asked.
"We have a crossbow from the hobgoblins, some magical short swords that would be an upgrade for Izzy, possibly. She already has a magical weapon,"
said Justice. "No armor or rings?" I asked.
"Most monsters don't have those. I did find some boots on the forest, Prince,"
said Justice, and I felt my footwear change. "Boots of sure-footedness. When expending mana, these boots will allow you to retain your footing." "Like the bracers?" I asked, walking around in the leather boots. They clashed terribly with my steel armor. "I don't like this degree of exposure."
"They might be handy for general purpose,"
offered Justice. "I knew I should have just bought open-bottom sabatons," I grumbled. Sabatons were the boots of your armor. Some were constructed so you could wear boots under them. The most common kind allowed you to wear shoes. The ones I had were solid-bottomed, and I liked having my feet armored. That should have been a problem, because steel armor tended to lack traction, but I'd resolved the problem by buying hiking outsoles and gluing them onto the bottom of the metal. That wouldn't have worked in the old days because they didn't have the kind of glue you'd need to pull that off. Modern Earth did, plus I'd added some bolts to give the outsole something to lock into. "Is the magic over the whole boot?" I asked.
"No,"
said Justice. "Interesting," I said, examining the boot.
"You are going to do this now?"
asked Justice, and then groaned. I cast Magical Strike and cut off the boot part of the boot, leaving only the outsoles or treads. Then I pulled out my 14mm socket wrench from my storage and rapidly removed the nuts from the bolts on the bottom of my sabotons. Those took a bit of cranking because I'd been liberal with the application of my favorite thread locker. That stuff works great, I said, using force to peel off the mundane outsole. The welded-on bolts were still there, and I was glad that I'd made the inside of my sabotons like modern boots. I used my leather punch on the magical outsoles, while patting the bottom slightly, and then shoved those on my sabotons with caulking to keep them permanently in place. After quickly reattaching the nuts, with a liberal application of red thread locker, I was done. It helped that I could just transport the shoes directly onto my feet.
I'm amazed everything was the right height,
said Justice. Patting, my friend. I might adjust them later, but this appears to be entirely adequate, I replied. Now, for the test. You didn't spend mana when you powered an item, but you did have to push the mana through it. With my bracer and gloves, I'd been practicing to make that second nature, though I wasn't sure how that was going to work with boots. I took a few steps, and was disappointed.
Footing has a specific meaning, said Justice. Find something loose.
That wasn't hard, and I walked on some loose stones. I shook my head. Not much change. Do you think I damaged it?
Doubtful. Slice high,
said Justice, and I drew and sliced high without question. I felt that, I said. When you attacked on loose ground, there was always some give that robbed your strikes of a bit of power, a bit of unevenness that you had to correct for. I felt like I was attacking while standing on concrete.
Burn dexterity and execute sidesteps,
said Justice. I did so, and was able to flawlessly hop between my left and right foot while dodging around, while on loose rocks. That's nice. While a knight didn't like to admit it, I had fallen down on more than one occasion while attempting a dodge. These boots were going to be enormously useful.
You'll also find that you can stand on very uneven surfaces easily, said Justice.
Any upgrades? I asked, as we continued hopping around like an idiot.
Magical armor upgraded,
said Justice, banishing and resummoning my armor. Magical armor, trained, 2, 1%. Grants bonus 400% armor for 4 seconds. Armor is considered magical during that time frame. Repairs armor, 30% total repair. Will repair 1% of durability damage. Sustained version available. Sustained like I'm committed to swords? I asked. I kept that power up constantly.
Not quite. A sustained spell activates for a longer period of time at a lesser effect,
said Justice, bringing up another menu. Sustained magical armor, trained, 2, 1%. Grants bonus 200% armor for 120 seconds. Armor is considered magical during that time frame. That doesn't have armor repair, but that might be worthwhile considering what I keep running up against, I said. The magical armor spell's basic form granted near invulnerability, but only for a few seconds. Timing the spell was tricky, and I had to be paying attention to use it. Having a weaker but more consistent effect would be useful in a number of situations.
Any attack that isn't designed specifically to penetrate your spell,
said Justice. Those exist? I asked, casting the new version of magical armor.
Yes, your version of magical armor is lower ranked, so a particularly well-made enchanted bolt would have a chance to bypass the spell,
said Justice. Let me guess, that was the other option, I groaned. I thought we'd discussed this, and I get to choose my power-ups.
You said you were done after this quest, so I didn't expect it to matter,
said Justice. Point, I said, less confidently than before.
But the durability damage repair is also useful, said Justice. If you find some armor scrap, casting that spell would eventually restore it.
At 1% per casting? I asked.
All of the scrap you have is already 90 to 95% intact, said Justice. It still isn't going to replace something missing large pieces.
I found a few choice bits of damaged armor that I hadn't been able to do much with. Some of it was even magical in nature. That might be useful in the future. Do we have any armor scraps that would be useful? I asked.
Not at the moment. The only worthwhile armor we have in inventory is the orc armor suit you found back on Exogen,
said Justice.
Further developments in the spell would be able to correct for that.
That armor was made for someone who was at least 1.5 feet taller than me, with shoulders bigger than my chest. I'd worn it once, magically, and when it appeared around me, I'd been in the breastplate, and my feet didn't reach the bottom of the boots. It was the only suit of magical armor I had, though, but I didn't want to just tear it apart, and actual magical armor smiths were kind of expensive and rare. I'd done some upgrades to my Franken armor, but it was still nowhere near where I wanted it to be in terms of keeping my organs protected. If I could just shrink the orc armor down, that could be very useful indeed. I'd have to find some more bits to practice on. My new ranks and power meant I could carry around even more weight, so while I was heavily armored, the armor's impact on me was less than it had been. I still had to deal with real-life physics to some extent, and being too heavy made me less capable of moving rapidly, but that was less of a concern. Last time we were in ruins like this, we found the Franken suit. Maybe we'll find some new bits. Daddy needs a thicker breastplate, I said. Or a shield.
Shields are for knights who aren't confident in their blade work,
said Justice, who preferred me to use a two-handed grip. I wasn't so sure, but I wasn't a magical sword either. We reached the bottom of the passage, and I was greeted by a large and impressive door. It was the kind of reinforced stonework that would have been able to stop a small army, for a while at least. It was also wide open, with some pretty obvious recent damage to the hinges. I slid Justice just far enough in that the edge of his blade had a line of sight into the room. Fortunately, with the scan spell, Justice didn't need light, so I got an updated minimap of the room beyond, and the 4 armored warriors inside. They're huge. That's going to be trouble, I muttered, studying the floor plan. We can cut across the outside here and engage one, then circle in around the other 3 and hopefully get all of them, unless they are advanced skill users. Or, said Justice. Walking cautiously into the room, I examined one of the stone statues carefully, then tapped it lightly with my sword. Why are there statues here?
This was a fancy place at some time. People like statues,
said Justice. It's just, I was ready to do an epic knightly battle, I replied.
Hush, or I'll start to think you want to do this,
said Justice. Fine, I grumbled. The oversized statues were ornate and clearly human with ridiculous armor on, and all of it was entirely made of stone.
They were the size of those Primus space marines you were salivating over. Did you honestly think I would just send you charging in to face those?
Said Justice. Yes, that's your favorite thing to do, I grumbled.
And it isn't yours?
Asked Justice.
In any case, they are just statues.
The statues were 12 feet tall. I'd have smashed them, but that would have been loud and a waste. Their armor looked amazing, though. The suits had those sort of oversized shoulder pauldrons that would have made no sense in real life but looked so cool. Instead, I tried to find more evidence of recent foot traffic. Fortunately, the large open room hadn't been used in centuries, and there was a fair amount of debris strewn around, except for the path leading farther into the complex. There were tentacle prints, and also a variety of other footprints from races I didn't recognize, but could guess. I think we have at least 2 hobgoblins, or large goblins, and several gnolls, I said, peeking down a hallway. What do you think this place is?
Judging by the mural on the wall, probably some sort of meeting place where journeymen of various magical professions met,
said Justice.
They are called Arcaniums.
That sounded awesome. I could just imagine the magical space that various wizards would come together to create vast and powerful spells. There would be magical servants and mystical equipment galore in here. Just down the hallway, I spotted several short walls with tables behind them, arranged in a tightly concentrated pattern, allowing for the maximum number of people to sit close to each other, while still having a tiny modicum of privacy. Basically, cubicles. This is an office, I said. The hallway had several small conference rooms and larger offices for the more important people. The only major difference between this and an office on Earth was the preponderance of magical runes carved everywhere.
More advanced arcane societies tend to have an underclass of magical adepts who do the drudge work of magic for higher-level casters,
said Justice.
In your parlance, it would function nearly identically to an office.
Well, they weren't that developed then. We have work from home now, I grumbled as we continued farther in. I even wanted to get a white-collar job. My former job was a meat cutter at the meatpacking plant. That's like a butcher, but I got to use the beast and something that wasn't a chainsaw, but would have done great in a horror movie. Of course, butchers who worked on whole cows used larger electrical meat saws, but that's besides the point. Give me a chainsaw and a cow, I'd give you some choice cuts, right out of a horror movie. The fact that the only difference between me and the average horror movie killer was the target only gave me tiny nightmares. Shaking that off, I looked around and wasn't that sure this place was like an office. If it was, this was the worst kind of office job I'd seen, with everything packed together way too tightly, and it was pretty clear that the people here were being taken care of only as much as was required. The only things I couldn't place were the two large circles carved into the walls. One was clearly damaged, the other was entirely inert. I tried the trick to put mana into it, but the energy flowed back into my fingers painfully. What were they working on? I wondered.
Late-stage magical capitalism, said Justice. Some really strange magical device designed to do some otherworldly thing, like turn lead into gold.
Through alchemy?
Of course not. The atomic number of gold is 79, and lead is 83. You need to remove 4 protons, and that's nuclear fission. Alchemy doesn't work like that at all, said Justice. It's like you don't even pay attention to anything I tell you.
That's the thing alchemists on Earth have attempted for centuries, I said.
And they failed, miserably, because it is impossible. Alchemy doesn't work like that,
said Justice, gearing up.
To process gold alchemically, you need to have a solution of lead and osmium. And how is an alchemist going to get osmium? Do you have any idea how rare that mineral is? Osmium is much more expensive than gold, and that's using modern industrial processes. In medieval Europe, they weren't going to be able to find any of it.
You done? I said.
Alchemy is a waste of resources,
said Justice. What did alchemy do to hurt you? I said, lifting up a stone slate that was cut entirely too much like a tablet for my liking. I tried to put some mana into it, but it didn't take.
Most are trained to work only on a specific kind of mana from a specific individual, said Justice. Learning to use one properly is a skill entirely unto itself.
I walked over to a wall, placing my hand on the surface. I tried again, willing my mana into the item. The solid piece of rock suddenly went from gray to a clear blue, then white. Television, I muttered. The screen came up with several odd sigils but contained no useful information. I think it's damaged.
Getting left in a cave for many centuries will do that, said Justice. Also, if we find any potions down here, do not drink them. They have a shelf life.
I thought most potions were made using honey as a base. That stuff lasts forever, I said, tapping the television with Justice and banishing it into storage. Several flat metal wires were pressed into the wall beneath where the stone slab television was located. They looked almost like old-school cartridge connections.
Potions are, but you have to put a bunch of other ingredients in, and they lack such longevity, said Justice, as we continued deeper into the building. As far as nightly adventures were going, fighting a squid in an office was not going to be one for the history books. It was getting progressively darker, and I didn't even bother to drag out a flashlight in this environment. Justice began to glow dimly as we progressed. Have you managed to advance scan anymore? I asked, glancing down at the minimap. In a manufactured structure, the map was even worse than normal. I could sort of see a few rooms nearby, but I couldn't just tap the building and get a full read like a natural cave. No, and progress is slow. This is not a native spell for magical longsword. It is more suited to a thin blade, said Justice. I just nodded. Explanations for how magic worked were never satisfactory. When Justice realized I wasn't going to ask him to elaborate, he sulked. Fine, why doesn't it work? I thought as I crept past several open doors. There was a stairwell down, and it had seen traffic recently. I started down. The thin blades have less surface area, so the magical gold that is infused into the core of their blades is able to see better. That, combined with scan, gives them a much higher resolution, said Justice. That wasn't terrible, I said, stopping at the bottom of the stairs. Yes, I have decided to use modern Earth analogies to get my point across because someone keeps whining that magic doesn't make sense, said Justice. There. Across the dark hallway was a single room with a shaft of light leaking out. I stepped away from the staircase to head over when the light abruptly cut off, leaving me in darkness. There are 5 creatures that just left the chamber, hobgoblins and gnolls, said Justice. They can see in the dark. That's not fair, I said, checking my minimap. Justice could see in the dark, but his vision wasn't great for soft targets. How light-sensitive are they? I asked. Very, said Justice. Now! I yelled, drawing a steel dagger from storage as Justice flared brightly. I spotted the Ayake and burned power to fling the weapon at the creature before I dashed down a hallway. One of the gnolls growled, and I felt a crossbow bolt zip past me. Good call. He was expecting you to go up the stairs,
said Justice. Did we get the Ayake? I asked.
He is not pursuing us,
said Justice. Finally, some good news. I picked a random empty room. This new room was like one of the clean rooms at the packing plant in general terms. It looked out of place being in an office, but I could tell one thing. Work was done here. This wasn't where the sales guys or the paper pushers met. Whatever this Arcanium was building, they were doing it in a room like this one. There were a number of interesting magical doodads laying around, so I grabbed a few, including 2 large metal plates I had some hopes for later, even if they were a bit damaged.
Do you recognize any of these symbols?
Asked Justice. Sadly, I did. Most are basic magical symbology, the equivalent of number 1 or 2, but for magic. I don't know what any of them mean, though. I'd read 2 very long magical books. You picked up some things.
I have them recorded. I will go through them later and figure out what they mean,
said Justice. He was good like that, if slow. That wasn't going to help us at the moment, and I didn't have much time. It's a portal device, I said.
How do you know?
I pointed him at the wall, where 2 planets were drawn, and someone had sketched a human standing next to a wagon going between them. I couldn't think of a single reason that I liked why monsters would be looking for one of those. They came here from a monster world, right?
That is the working theory,
said Justice uncomfortably.
They can only portal over when a natural portal appears, like during a conjunction.
And they are looking for a portal gun, I said, pointing at the picture.
It is not a portal gun. The art clearly depicts a fat, curved wand with a trigger. Okay, it's a portal gun.
Then there was no time for talking as both gnolls rushed into the room. They didn't even slow as they entered, both dashing straight at me with death in their eyes. I slashed at the first one, who was armed with a 3-bladed dagger. Justice slammed into the parrying dagger and the gnoll twisted, binding my weapon while his partner ran to my side. The gnoll tried to rip Justice out of my grip, and he must have been burning power because I should have been flipped over. Thank you, Boots, I muttered. I burned dexterity and sidestepped an attack while grabbing Justice with my free hand on his tip. That was the sharpest, most lethal point of my sword when he felt like it. I was wearing magical gauntlets and was careful not to grip the sharp parts.
I would never hurt you, Squire,
said Justice. I know, I said, burning power, and started swinging the gnoll around like a helicopter. He made it 3 rotations before he lost his grip and went flying, slamming into the mural of planets. The other gnoll saw his opportunity and leapt onto my back, stabbing at my neck with his thin dagger. I grabbed his head like a bowling ball, using his eye as a thumbhole. The gnoll screamed, losing his grip on my back, and I pulled him down bodily, smashing him through a desk. The desk shattered into jagged flinders, and several tiles fell from the ceiling from the force of the impact. That didn't kill him. Justice, plunging through his chest, on the other hand, was far more successful.
Enough!
I recoiled from the word as one of the larger Ayake stepped into the room, flanked by 2 hobgoblins. They blocked the door back to the hallway, and the hobs both leveled crossbows at me. Who are you? I asked.
Jacob McTentacles,
said the Ayake. I thought you were dead, I grumbled.
Not hardly.
Find what you were looking for? I asked. We stood across from one another, each daring the other person to act. The problem with psychic types was that they wore their emotions on their sleeve. Tentacle, so to speak. It might have been an issue with how they interacted, but the answer was obvious.
No,
said McTentacles as he loomed in the doorway.
I was kind of hoping it would be in this lab.
I didn't find it, I said. Maybe what you're looking for ain't here. Mom would be disappointed in me for that. That was farm talk. She didn't raise no child that couldn't speak proper.
Your mother must be so disappointed,
said McTentacles. He was worse than Justice.
Hey,
said Justice. So, you are looking for a portal gun, I said. Want to tell me why, or should I guess?
I'm all statusists.
Did that mean ears? I hated squids. He smirked, so I explained. You are looking for a portal gun so you can leave your world outside of conjunctions. You haven't found it, and you're pretty sure it isn't here.
Close, but no,
said the Ayake.
Which means I can kill you here and not worry about the damage to the facility.
Good. I hate all this putzing around, I said, brandishing Justice. Let's settle this. I've got to kill Tentacle Jim.
Love that enthusiasm. It will make killing you all the more enjoyable, said the squid. I'd hate to let the Blackguard have your guts. Killing you will make this pointless exercise to the lab worthwhile.
What an idiot. Of course the item isn't here. They would store it in the sales office. That's who'd need to show it off. There was a momentary pause as the Ayake looked to the first floor where we'd walked by several large locked offices. I stopped thinking and charged, slashing with justice. The Ayake managed to just get his shield up in time to save one of his larger arms, and we both crashed to the ground.
You tricked me,
hissed McTentacles as I tried to decapitate him. You think too much, I replied, spotting the hobgoblins taking aim. I was up and moving an instant later as I felt one crossbow bolt bang harmlessly off of my armor. The other drove into my thigh.
You should have cast magical armor,
yelled Justice. I did cast magical armor, I grunted as the bolt worked its way out and the hole sealed up. Justice sealed me up a moment later. I leapt halfway up the stairs and then to the first floor, where I jumped to the left and used my gripping gloves to stop myself dead.
The office is over there,
said Justice. I know, I replied, waiting for 2, then 3 heartbeats as one of the hobs leapt up the stairs after me. I slashed out with magical strike when he crossed the threshold, and Justice cleaved through flesh and steel. The second hob was right behind him, reloading his crossbow. He tossed it and had a thin sword out before I could close the distance. I slashed and he parried, so I burned dexterity and power and slashed again. He did the same.
Elite bodyguard,
said Justice as we exchanged a dozen strikes in a few heartbeats. I'd gotten better since Exogen, but he was nearly as good as the Blackguard. The hob was fast, strong, and had a good tactical sense.
He won't have Gokaru's endurance,
said Justice as we traded blows again, and I nearly got past his blade. His techniques were decidedly different than the Blackguard, as if they had different trainers. Still, I recognized certain patterns that were intrinsic to all sword fighting, and his actions were not offensively minded. He's stalling me, I yelled, and started hammering his sword with Justice, trying to knock it away for a deadly blow. Instead, I got Spartan kicked through a cubicle wall and into a mass of decayed paper.
Nothing's broken,
said Justice. Just my pride. I stood back up and gestured, come at me, towards the monster. Thankfully, that was universal. He charged and I threw a chair at him. He sidestepped, looking amused until he heard the grunt. The Ayake wasn't watching for chairs and tumbled back down the stairs in a mass of arms and legs, because I'd smashed him flat with a chair. The Ayake groaned again. Meanwhile, the hob leapt on top of a nearby desk and thrust his glistening sword at me. I didn't realize that before, but the blade appeared to be a single piece of crystal. Those were the sort of things you realized when someone slashed an inch from your face.
Upon now?
Always, I grunted. I slashed with Justice and he parried, trying to put me off balance. I was lower than him, and he was able to use his height to great effect. I was forced to use my last point of mana on magical armor as the sword drove into my pauldron. Despite the magical spell, the blade penetrated the metal slightly, digging deeply into the top of my shoulder. Fortunately, it wasn't serious, and Justice cast heal. This armor is worthless, I yelled from my battle cry as the sword popped out of my shoulder. I swung my arm low, knocking both of the hob's feet out from under him, and prepared to thrust Justice, but the warrior was quick. The instant he landed on his back, he compressed like a spring and launched himself up in a power-assisted kip-up. It got him clear for my next problem. The Ayake gestured at me with his 3 remaining tentacles. A wave of pain ran over me like I'd stuck my dick in an electric socket and was trying to get the rest in with a fork. I was positive skin was melting off of me, or that I had cancer. I knew that my mom hates me, and Dad thought I was a disappointment. A bigger disappointment.
Use magical armor to break this spell,
said Justice. Haven't recharged yet. Besides, if I do, he's just going to cast the spell again, I said. Justice paused.
Shit.
I can handle it. Where's the hob? I grunted.
He's steering clear. This is a cone effect with a line of sight. He needs to see you for the spell to work, and it will cut off abruptly when they are in position, said Justice.
He was right. They were circling, and there wasn't much I could do to stop them. I couldn't get close or aim. I just hurt. If they attack me at the same time, this is going to get tricky, I said.
I have a thing that can break up their coordination, but I don't like how it works, said Justice.
Do it, I groaned. Justice sang at the top of his lungs.
When a sword needs a polishing!
Bum, bum, bum? I asked.
Can't keep shiny with nothing else,
continued Justice. The hob looked confused. Justice was yelling at the top of his lungs on the same mental channel as the Ayake, and that was blocking his instructions to the Hob. That stopped the coordinated attack, but it still left the Ayake out of reach. Although, there was furniture. I kicked a desk at the Ayake. The massive stone tabletop spun twice through the air before it just stopped.
"You think you can threaten me with a table?"
said McTentacles, as he projected it at me far more quickly than I'd thrown it at him. Not that it mattered. As soon as he lost sight of me, the pain ceased, and I leapt straight at him. The table wasn't up to the task of stopping me, and I slashed upward with Justice, carving the non-magical stone in twain. The Ayake hadn't had time to reorient his spell yet, so when I slammed into him sword first, it didn't go well for the bastard. I landed on top of him with Justice fully impaled into his chest. "No hard feelings," I said. Suddenly, my body twitched, and I slammed into the ceiling with enough force that several of my bones broke. I held there as the Ayake slowly crawled back to his feet. Tentacles.
"The hell there ain't,"
he wheezed as he continued squashing me. Then I felt my point of external mana click, and I cast magical armor. One of the properties of that spell was that it broke continuous magical effects, like a cone of force being used by a squid monster on you. One moment, I was suspended in the air, and the next, I was on the ground with Justice buried in the stone floor beneath McTentacles. He looked at me in shock, then fell in halves. I stood there motionless for a moment, then turned to the Hob. The monster smirked as he approached my obviously broken body. I unsteadily rose to my feet, swaying slightly as the scope of the damage overcame me, and I prepared for the inevitable as the Hob charged. Then everything flashed blue. The next moment, I kicked the Hob hard enough to propel him through the office wall. "I do love me some magical healing," I said as I walked into the office. There was a small glass case with a magical doohickey located inside, and a map above it. Also a hobgoblin with the top half on one side and the stepsister half on the other pinned in the wall. I decapitated him.
"That must be it,"
said Justice. I pulled out the portal gun and examined it. The sentries had not been kind to the device, and somehow water had claimed it. I pulled the trigger, and it fell out. "I didn't think magical devices broke," I said, the grip cracking in my hand. I wasn't even squeezing that hard. "This feels like it is made of dense cardboard."
"That is just a housing. Open it up,"
said Justice. I opened the device, pulling off a small panel to expose the interior. It contained a small brass disc that looked something like a key fob with a large magical symbol emblazoned on it. The portal gun housing was just some magical wiring designed to push down on the various studs around the brass disc. I fed mana into it, and the device lit up briefly. "It's a nightlight."
"Ha ha,"
said Justice. I looked up at the map. There were several locations marked there, and they all had unfamiliar letters for names, but the longer I looked, I realized that the map matched the one at the castle, and it was one of the locations, as well as here and one other far to the west. "Interesting," I said. We stepped out of the room, the portal device safe in storage, and hurried towards the exit until I heard noises. "There are more Hob out there. Many more," I said uncomfortably.
"They are positioned to stop us if we try to leave,"
said Justice.
"And I can sense more coming down from the surface already."
That was bad. Justice was bad at sensing individuals through walls, but he could sense groups just fine.
"Yorick!"
yelled a deep voice.
"I thought you fled like a coward, you incompetent dandy of a knight."
"Hey, I'm reasonably competent," I yelled back.
"Great job on the nightly banter," said Justice. "Henry was much better at it than you are."
"Yeah, I just about got my ass kicked fighting his weaker cousin. I'm not up for round 2 with Gokaru without a better reason than we are both here," I said. "Did we see another way out?"
"No, my scans of the building weren't conclusive, but I'm pretty confident we are stuck in this cave, with no other way out except for an awesome battle,"
said Justice. "Except you can portal us out?" I asked.
"Lots of interference here. I can fight, or I can cast portal,"
said Justice. "Well, I think discretion is the better part of valor," I began.
"In about 20 minutes,"
Justice finished.
"and they are going to attack us in maybe 2.
I flexed my stiff shoulders and put weight on both of my injured legs, and it hit me. If we fight now, I'm going to die. I'm not in any condition to fight a horde of monsters and a blackguard.
"We saw your friends fleeing. After I'm done with you, I'll go after them,"
said Gokaru.
Maybe keep the monster hunter girl. She seemed tasty.
Please say he's going to eat her, I said.
Would it make...
began Justice. Damn it, I said, looking down at my sword. Even tossing Justice away wasn't going to stop them from killing me, and then they'd kill Izzy. Even worse, Harding wouldn't get back to Florence. No, I was going to have to make a last stand. Then I realized something else. I was disturbingly fine with that sort of move me if you dare attitude. I might die, but I would die for a purpose.
We can take a bunch of them with us,
said Justice, as I peered into the cave using him as a mirror. I could count at least 20 Hobbs. I was kind of hoping my life would amount to a bit more than dying stupidly. That was John Boy's job, I said consideringly. I was willing to do a last stand, but here was a piss-poor spot for one. Got any tricks?
None I can think of,
said Justice.
Fight them here, and then back down further into the building.
Unfortunate, I said, pulling the device back out. I flipped it over and the arcane symbol for mountain was on one side. The other side had smaller runes. I suppose we should destroy this.
Probably,
said Justice.
If only to keep it from the enemy.
I held on to the item and wondered how Dad would think about this. I was about to die stupidly on an alien planet for a cause he didn't even know about. Dad hated being wasteful. I'd have to get as many of them as I could on the way out. Funny, I don't recognize this rune, I said, tracing my finger over one of the smaller runes on the device.
That's because it's not a magical rune. It is written in their old script. It means open,
said Justice. It was a button, so I pushed it, and a small metal prong shot out of the device. This is a key, I said, looking around. Did we see any doors?
Nothing that had a keyhole,
said Justice. Down the stairs, I spotted an undamaged ring on the wall, with rows of symbols on the outer edges. Is that a portal? I said. Justice considered it while I ran over. I dumped mana into the device and held it in front of the symbols. The closest symbol lit up.
I believe it might be.
How does it work? I asked, holding the key over several different symbols. They all lit up, but faded when the key moved away. One or two would hold a charge for a few moments if I followed one symbol with another, but I didn't have time to puzzle it out.
The letters on the map were arcane symbology,
said Justice, highlighting several runes. There must be dozens of symbols on each one of these rings, I said, trying to figure out which character was which, but the arcane symbols were all so similar that it would have taken me an hour to figure it out.
The symbols for both locations appear only once, and on different rings. The one for the castle is intact,
said Justice, highlighting the letters in my vision.
Those ones, in that order, and hurry, the Hobbs are moving.
How do you know that?
They were written on the wall in the lab. Hurry,
said Justice. Having a perfect memory was incredibly useful. I touched all 7 letters that made up the name of the castle, and the solid wall shimmered. One moment I was looking at stone, the next I was looking at a warped view of a dark cavern with melted marble visible in the distorted glow. Well, crap, the gate is ruined on that side, I said.
Not all of it,
said Justice.
Jump there.
I spotted the patch he'd highlighted the moment 6 Hobbs broke into the room and started shooting their crossbows. I dove through the portal, my guts twisting even more than they had before, and I landed hard. Justice cast heal, and I felt my bones cracking back into place. The pain was enough to cause me to pass out. Chapter 21. In the Cave of Horrors. I awoke with a start, spotting a warped hobgoblin inches from my face. I jerked to my feet, stumbling slightly over the next body, and then falling flat onto several more. What the hell?
Gokaru sent all 20 of them through before the portal shut down,
said Justice.
He also tried to blast you with magic, to no effect. The portal was too badly damaged.
What happened to them? I said. The ones I was laying on looked melted.
The portal was damaged on this side. I found a spot where the passage was only slightly warped, and you hit it nearly perfectly, and only suffered catastrophic damage,
said Justice.
They chose poorly when they attempted to follow you.
If you've ever seen a funhouse mirror, now imagine that being done to an actual person, and what that would do to their organs while it was happening. One of the Hobbs actually burst because his body shrunk down to less than 2 feet in height, and all that mass had to go somewhere. I'm going to be sick, I said.
Then you shouldn't look at the Hob whose head is on backwards,
said Justice. That doesn't sound too bad, I began, then realized he meant just the face and the skin. It looked like the I have no voice but I must scream painting, but the canvas was more psychologically scarring. After emptying my stomach, I cast magical armor. The loud cracks from the metal was a sound no one needed to hear. Then my pain lessened somewhat. After all, I wasn't nearly as flat as my armor had become. How did I live?
I cast heal so many times,
said Justice. Why weren't you affected? I asked.
I am a magical sword,
said Justice, the answer to all questions. 42 could suck it. I rotated my shoulder. That crossbow bolt penetrated my magical armor spell.
You have a spell. They have bolts designed to penetrate that effect,
replied Justice.
But your nightly spell should be very hard to unravel. You'll notice that it was still partially stopped.
He was somewhat right. That bolt had penetrated my pauldron, driving in only an inch or so, meaning much of the energy of the shot had been lost. Still, that was a problem. They are coming equipped for hunting nights? I said.
Yes, not many are quite so brave, or foolish,
said Justice.
When we finish this job, I'm sending a report straight to Knight's Rock. The Corps will not look fondly on these monsters.
I can't keep fighting off those mental attacks, I said finally.
I have a solution,
said Justice cautiously. I inhaled deeply. How many do I have? How many will it cost?
You are back up to 5 quest points, said Justice. You earn several rewards for the cavern.
That's halfway to Fireball. How many will this cost?
Several,
said Justice. I want to learn Fireball, I stated. 10 quest points let me shoot a ball of fire from my hand, like Goku or Ryu. Gokaru, what a lazy name. Of course, it was Gokaru, not Gokaryu. The different pronunciations would have been confusing, I thought, stretching out the word. I was just glad I didn't have to narrate this.
It is Go, like Go, Ka, like Ka, and Ryu, like the video game character,
said Justice. Where'd the Y go? I said.
It is Japanese,
said Justice. I thought it was Hobgoblin, I replied.
That's more just old goblin, while modern goblins speak in a more guttural vernacular, replied Justice.
Mac doesn't, I said.
That's because Mac is a freak, said Justice. But man, can he polish a sword.
He had a point. Mac loved to polish himself a sword. All right, how many quest points is this going to take? I asked.
It will cost 5 quest points,
said Justice, taking a claw dagger to my heart and pulling the organ out before slicing it into sandwich meat. All 5? I groaned. Couldn't we come up with a cheaper option?
No, said Justice. Do you want some protection from mental attacks or not?
I considered that for a long moment before finally groaning. Fine. I hate this. All I want to do is yell, Hadouken, and blow something up.
Cheer up, chum,
said Justice, as I felt the quest points vanish into the nether. Attributes expanded. You can now burn stamina to reinforce your characteristics. This is less effective than burning stamina to power skills. You have unlocked willpower, allowing you to spend stamina to fortify your mind against mental strikes. Given that I couldn't really burn stamina for willpower before, it took me a few seconds before I was able to figure it out. I felt the stamina burning, except nothing was happening.
You aren't being mentally attacked. Trust me, when it comes up, that's going to be super useful,
said Justice. That's good for later, then. Right now we should figure out where in the dark, depressing hell we are, I said sullenly. We were in a cave, a healthy-sized one at that, but it possessed no obvious exits, which is not great if you are in that cave. We haven't been found yet. I thought we were in the tunnel under the castle.
Close. We are in an adjacent chamber. I think the castle is accessible through that wall,
said Justice. That was solid, if melted, marble. It looked thick and unyielding. I thumped it once and it felt like I expected it to, immovable. Fortunately, I had a key with me. Casting Magical Strike, I drove Justice into the stone and burned power for an assisted push. Justice carved into the stone slowly, like pushing a knife into a particularly tough block of cheese rather than stone. This went on until I managed to shove most of Justice in, and then the rest of him slid in all the way to the hilt. I pulled my sword from the stone and looked at the tiny hole. Well, that isn't going to work anytime soon, I said, glancing at Justice. That was nearly 3 feet of solid rock before we reached the tunnel.
By my calculations, you need to make at least 90 more cuts of that size to walk through,
said Justice. I was thinking about crawling, I offered, wondering how many cuts that would remove from the total. Slashing was out. I couldn't get more than slivers off of that much reasonably flat rock. Shame we can't melt it.
I have leveled up my fire gem. I could try,
offered Justice. When did you do that? I asked.
In the forest, when we were burning everything,
replied my sword.
I think we have to do a Qui-Gon here.
Prequel trilogy for the win, I chuckled, returning Justice to the hole. How many movies did you and Grandpa watch?
That was his favorite activity during downtime. We'd sit and watch all sorts of movies, from science fiction to westerns,
said Justice. That explains how you know that bit actor John Wayne, I said. Justice started to warm up.
This will take a minute. You watched movies with Henry all the time. Do you remember watching The Searchers with your grandfather?
Of course, I replied.
Did you know John Wayne was in that movie?
Replied Justice. As an extra? I said, trying to remember the movie.
Do you remember the plot?
Said Justice. Yeah, a young boy goes into a Comanche territory to rescue his sister, I replied. It was a bit silly, to be honest. A young boy facing all those Comanche by himself, and the final shot was just of an empty door.
Was there a large cowboy there helping him?
Asked Justice. Not that I recall, I said.
You realize that was John Wayne's best role, according to your grandfather,
said Justice. I considered that. Wait, did he play Moses Harper, the half-crazy guy? I take everything back. That John Wayne could act. Justice sighed.
I'm going to get hot now. You can be quiet,
said Justice, as I sat there in amazement of the British character actor Duke John Wayne. The 50s were a different time. Now that Justice was concentrating, his hilt was warming up to an uncomfortable level, though I dared not let go. The magic of the fire gem shielded us from the heat, and while I was uncomfortably warm, the stone wall was starting to glow. When chunks of it started falling down, I realized I had a bit of a problem. I had nowhere to put my feet as the liquid rock was starting to flow. Qui-Gon didn't have that problem. The molten metal vanished for him. I ended up awkwardly standing back holding Justice with 2 fingers as he continued heating up. I considered dropping him, but he would have sunk into the molten stone, and I figured that would have been worse. How much longer? I said, as I got up on my tippy toes and held Justice using 1 finger thanks to my gloves of gripping and boots of sure-footedness.
Most of the stone is falling on the other side,
said Justice. I don't care about the other side, I said, moving to 1 toe. If I don't get 5 minutes to myself at some point, I'm going to go on a killing spree.
You worry too much,
said Justice, as the remaining rock sloshed away, revealing a glowing doorway and 20 soldiers. I look like an idiot, I muttered to Justice, unable to think of any way to get out of this.
You could pull out Sir Yorick, replied my sword. Very few question the odd behaviors of a knight.
I was posing on 1 foot like a statue, sword extended as far as possible, while using my other leg for counterbalance. I held there for a moment as the grim-faced guards all stared at me. I burned power and dexterity and leapt through the doorway, landing in front of the lead soldier.
Fair guard, excellent. What is the situation at the castle?
Stated Sir Yorick, utterly nonplussed. The guards all looked at each other, and then relaxed.
A mixture, sir. Lady Azalea brought back a unit of soldiers from Fort Rothgar and said you would be following. Then we heard a bunch of noises and thought hobgoblins were invading the castle, said Fairguard.
They have been dealt with, said Sir Yorick confidently. One of the guards tossed a torch into the room and spotted several of the hobs. He promptly vomited. The guard beside him pulled him back before looking into the room.
Oh, gods.
Fairguard blanched.
What did you do?
They have been dealt with, I said more flatly. Frankly, I am not a big fan of hobgoblins. Several of the soldiers looked at each other before Fairguard cleared his throat.
But we're good, right?
Of course, Fairguard, said Sir Yorick confidently. We should probably clean those up before they start to smell, though. There is a fairly large cavern located down there. It might be of some use to the people in the courtyard. I will go talk to the king. Fairguard looked like he was going to say something else, but changed his mind when more of his soldiers started protesting their new task. He started swearing and sent his men about cleaning while I snuck up the stairs into Izzy's tower. The tunnel came out there into an empty hallway. Taking the opportunity, I circled around the tunnel inside the walls until I got to the tower where my room was. I was eager to sit for a moment and relax after the long evening. Cleanse could take away the edge of exhaustion, but I could still feel it deep down. I found my way to my room easily enough, thank goodness. I was exhausted mentally, and even 5 minutes of quiet contemplation would have been great.
That seems like a waste of time,
said Justice. I need to be alone in a space that is mine for 5 minutes, I replied curtly. That annoyingly tight closet is the only private space I know of in this whole damn castle. I ran into the first people I'd seen on this floor when I reached my tower. There were a dozen youths fletching arrows at a breakneck pace. A single young woman was watching over the group, and she was cute. Almost as cute as Florence. I would have tried my game if I wasn't so tired, and she didn't look so focused. That stopped when I took a step toward my door. Stop! That room is occupied, said the woman. That is my room, I stated. That is Sir Yorick's room, she replied curtly. I know, I said, glaring at the woman. Nice try, short stuff. Sir Yorick is out in the field killing monsters, she stated. And for the first time, I regretted the cleanse spell. My armor was spotless, like it had come out of a museum of particularly poorly crafted armor. It was still good armor. The parts were all individually well put together. It was just as a whole, my armor didn't look knightly.
Most of the stories have him standing head and shoulders above other men,
said Justice. Height is overrated, I grumbled, staring at the woman. She was not cute. She was also not patient. If you could get back to the top of the tower and protect us from all the monsters surrounding the walls, we would appreciate it.
You would appreciate it, stated Sir Yorick. I thought I just traveled through hostile territory, slaying Sauron, goblins, hobgoblins, and gnolls to preserve this kingdom. I didn't realize I had to test my mettle against... Who are you? She didn't back down. Alice. Well, Alice, let me explain what is about to happen. I just saw a hobgoblin who got inverted due to a badly executed magical teleport. I'm going to go into my room and consider the nature of the universe for about 5 minutes, and then I'm going to come out and beat the hell out of all the monsters surrounding the castle, I said. You're Sir Yorick? She said with a near snicker. Aren't you a bit short? Please don't kill her. She's stupid, said Justice. I am not going to kill her. Bending her over my knee and spanking some sense into her is on the table, though, I thought. I was at least 5'10" right now. That was a good height. Justice buzzed in my hand, his equivalent of a snort. Just then, the prince ran down the stairs. Sir Yorick, thank the gods you are here. The castle is surrounded, and there was an invasion in the old tunnel. Thankfully, the hobgoblins there are dead. They were horribly mutilated, really wrecked. Like someone just mechanically butchered all of them in a manner that not even the gods could approve of. I was there when it happened, I said coolly, and Alice flinched. She looked at the prince, whom she recognized, and at me. Finally, she looked down at the very ornate magical sword hilt tucked neatly into my scabbard. We need you on the towers. The monsters could attack at any time, said the prince. Are they attacking now? I stated. The prince shook his head, so I continued. I just want a few minutes of peace. I threw open the door and spotted the naked ass of a man going to town. His companion was quite attractive, I supposed. I couldn't really see much of her, but she was wearing a familiar dress, even if it was tossed over her back. Oh, you are right. There is room, said Justice. I'm so sorry, said Alice, looking mortified. Florence looked back over at her, and I realized that Alice must be her sister. That meant that the naked ass was. Harding turned to look at me frantically. This is the only private place, and you owe me one. Damn you, bro-code. All right, let's go to the tower, I said, turning and slamming the door. The prince stared at me. You're going to let him do that in your room? That closet is not my room, I stated darkly. Your people assigned it to me, and I did not complain because I am here to save your kingdom from the monsters. I'm sorry, began the prince. I don't care. I owe him one, and a knight's honor shall not be questioned, I said, turning to the stairs. Is Sir Yorick back? I'm angry enough, I stated, feeling only slightly ridiculous. Maybe the prince will get me an actual room this time. You said that part out loud,
said Justice. I know, I said, glancing over at the prince as we climbed to the top of the tower. Besides, no one was screaming. How bad could it be?
Chapter 22. A Banner.
After a point, everything becomes so terrifying that screaming isn't even possible. At least I suspected that was the case. I certainly didn't feel like screaming. I was a heroic knight. We didn't scream. Out loud.
Yes, there are a lot of them. We'll be fine,
said Justice. Because you can teleport us out of here? I asked. Justice paused for several seconds, then said,
Yes, actually.
The first time the castle was surrounded, it wasn't really a siege so much as an effort by the monsters to keep the people in place. There was no way the Ayake could have thought that initial force was enough to take the castle. Now they could swarm it twice over. Thousands of monsters surrounded the castle. Outside of the no man's land that marked the bow range of the castle's archers, there were multiple camps of monsters. Gnolls and hobgoblins were the more basic ones, and it went progressively downhill from there. Okay, I've played enough video games to recognize most of the goblinoids and the frog ones. What about the one with shells? I asked. They look a bit crabby.
Those are crustaceos, crab people, said Justice. They form the bulk of the monster army's heavy infantry.
Claws and shells. Got you, I said. There were several more tentacled cats, another fugly, and some very feral-looking orcs. What's wrong with those?
Those are monsters who are also orcs,
said Justice. So that's what you were talking about between normal orcs and the ones on Exogen? I asked. Exogen orcs were massive, each one standing head and shoulders above a human. These orcs were shorter, more goblinoid than anything else, but also clearly orcs, if that made sense.
I doubt many of those orcs could even say their own name,
said Justice. And they all look sort of like goblins?
That's the effect too much mana has on humanoid creatures, mutations that trend towards the appearance of a goblin,
said Justice.
You'll notice that they are shorter, with pointy ears.
Good to know, I said, looking at the other towers. The king, or at least his banner, was out, as was Princess Fiona. I also saw Lord Fatips's banner, which was displayed over the adjacent tower. What do you think? I said, and started to concentrate on the Amplify spell.
Don't cast that. They don't know where you are, and it is unlikely that any of the monsters can pick you out on sight, especially at the top of a tower,
said Justice.
I'm running passive scans right now, and it looks like they are getting ready to attack.
I didn't see any evidence of an immediate strike. The various humanoid monsters were mostly behind barricades, or very far away. Too far for me to shoot even if I wanted to. How are you seeing that? I asked.
Backscatter off of the various wooden fieldworks, said Justice. The images I'm gathering aren't pretty, but I'm seeing enough activity that they must be planning to attack soon.
When will they start? I asked.
See those trebuchets?
Said Justice, and I spotted them in the distance. They look like thunder made out of wood and bronze. Castle busters. The kind of weapons that could pound a fortress into flinders. Yeah?
There's a wizard over there,
said Justice. When I didn't respond, he continued.
That's worse than the siege engines.
And we have a few ballista, I said, indicating the various weapons on the walls. The most impressive was still the heavy ballista on the central keep, but it had a limited firing arc.
That's not the castle's only defense against siege engines,
said Justice, and I looked down to see part of the courtyard filled with conventional knights and their horses. Let's go warn Fatips then, I said, and started briskly walking down the wall. The towers were all connected by walls that were the same height as the battlements. Even the keep wasn't taller than the outlying towers, allowing every tower to support each other. That worked because we were fighting monsters, not people. A taller castle would have given the center a bit more strength to repel human attackers, but against monsters who generally lacked ranged capabilities, the configuration allowed for maximum shots on target. Where is everyone? I asked, looking over the courtyard as I sought out a means down that didn't involve jumping 30 feet.
They moved into the caves below. The knight found them, said a soldier as I passed.
Good to know. He sounds amazing, I replied.
I hear he's a short fella, said the soldier.
Yeah, and he wears a suit of armor made up of a dozen different foes that he killed in duels, I said, brushing past the annoying man.
3 steps and he realized who he was talking to,
said Justice. What is wrong with these people? I'm perfectly tall enough, I grumbled. I was used to never being the tallest person in a room, but everyone here was a giant. Even most of the women were taller than me, and I usually at least had that. Most of the time.
Skill users, in general, are taller than other humans, said Justice. You are dealing with mostly skill users on the walls.
That was going to be good, but not good enough. Skill users were vastly more capable than non-skill users, to be certain, as those were basically just normal humans. Skill users were not some magical cure-all to the whole castle being surrounded. We needed a plan. I approached Lord Fatips, and at least he recognized me.
Sir Yorick, thank the gods you've returned. Were the tales of you appearing under the castle true?
He asked. Yes, I found a magical portal that brought me here, though it was badly damaged. I barely survived, and none of the hobgoblins pursuing me were as fortunate, I said.
Could we use that portal to send the civilians away?
Said Lord Fatips. He meant escape, but caught himself. No, the portal is damaged, I replied. Lord Fatips looked at me curiously, and then I noticed the silence. Everyone nearby was watching us carefully. He was their commander, and I was a magical hero, and we were talking about escaping. Lord Fatips cleared his throat.
But you killed the hobgoblins who were invading through the broken portal.
Sir Yorick exhaled. It was a perilous battle where I fought and slayed one of the fierce squid men before doing battle with his elite henchmen. Though gravely wounded, I was able to abscond with critical magical items the foe was planning on using to further his war effort, and I returned here so that I may assist with breaking the siege. A ragged cheer broke out from the tower. That's my story, and I was sticking to it. How bad is morale? I thought to Justice. He heard differently than I did, and could really gather a tremendous amount of information quickly if I let him.
Bad. They were encircled this morning, and the enemy reinforcements just kept coming,
said Justice.
The siege engines are new, wheeled in from the east several hours ago. Morale has gone downhill since then.
They are desperate and counting on Sir Yorick to save them, I said. I didn't like Sir Yorick at the best of times. He was arrogant and brash. Then again, he was what everyone expected a magical sword knight to act like. It would have been like watching a movie starring The Rock if he just talked normally instead of saying a bunch of witty one-liners. You might do a great job in the action sequences, but it wouldn't be the same without the action hero dialogue.
Great news,
said Sir Fatips as he started pushing me toward the next tower. What are we doing? I asked.
You are going to repeat your speech about your exploits at all of the other towers so the men stop shitting themselves,
said the Lord.
It did wonders for me.
Really? I asked.
That's my story, at least,
said Lord Fatips as we reached the tower, and he went straight to the tower stairs.
I will be gathering up everyone for a sortie towards those siege engines soon. I pray you accompany us.
He vanished, and I was left to find Harding standing at the ready. They assigned you here? This was always my tower, said Harding. I was on assignment when the monster army attacked, and you single-handedly broke out my unit and sent us back here while you diverted the entire army away from us. My unit fought back-to-back with the monster hunter, and we managed to get into the gate just before the enemy besieged the castle. He said that entire speech as loudly as he could. Of course, saving people is what knights do, replied Sir Yorick as the rest of the soldiers returned to their duties. I continued. How did you get here so quickly? You were standing there stoically reviewing the enemy army for several minutes, said Harding. But I mean, I was very pent up, replied Harding. Plus, have you seen my fiancé? I had. Everything he did was fully understandable. His tower wasn't nearly as terrified as the previous one. I realized it was because they looked up to Harding. He had his act together, unlike me. Bet your father is proud of you, I mumbled. Damn straight. He wanted me to get a well-paying job and marry the hottie next door, said Harding. Now all he wants is a few grandkids, and I'm doing my best as often as possible. I blinked.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to,
said Justice. He's a very open man, I grumbled, and marched dutifully to the next tower.
Why are you so bothered by this? We have been battling non-stop. You haven't had time,
said Justice. It's the principle of the thing, I said as I was dragged over to the princess. I repeated my speech, adding even more embellishments which got a weaker cheer from this group. The princess smiled at me in a motherly fashion. "You tried your best," Fiona said in a tone I recognized. It was patronizing. She'd obviously already heard this particular tale, which meant that... "How's Lady Azalea?" I asked. "Oh, you care," said Izzy from her spot leaning up against several crates of supplies. She was the only person sitting, and she smiled wearily at me. "Looks like you held it together," I said. "Yep, lots of magic, spit, and tape do wonders for the soul," she said, looking me over and standing up. "You look fine, of course." "Yeah, that's from being in an OP class," I replied. "I killed several hobgoblins and an Ayake." "Of course you did," she said softly, then smiled at me. "I helped. I rode in on Gringer and saved the night from a horde of monsters." "You did?" I said, causing the nearby soldiers to look at her more favorably. I noticed the princess had far more women in her unit than the other towers. Izzy relaxed slightly. "Harding might downplay it, but I could barely keep mounted by the time we got to the castle." "But you made it," I replied, looking down into the courtyard. Now that it was empty, the horses were being assembled, and Gringer was standing there looking at me with one eye. "We are going out to get the siege engines," I said. "Yeah, and it needs to happen pretty soon. They're probably just waiting for you to get down there. In all the stories, knights lead the charge into horrible masses of monsters," said Izzy, giving me a thumbs up. "I'm sure that'll be fine." "Isn't that super dangerous?" I asked. "Probably, but it is in all the stories," said Izzy.
"We do have a great PR department,"
replied Justice. "I disagree," I said, refocusing on the field of monsters. I found the sortie's objective easily enough, except the route to get there looked disastrous. The monsters had spears at every point they could muster, if not walls or ditches. Still, they hadn't been there that long, and that was a lot of perimeter to cover. I could spot points where you could break through if you were trying hard enough, though not as well as I'd like from here. Lord Fawtip's tower was better positioned to see out.
"Which is why it was his tower,"
said Justice. "You are going to have to run through every single one of the enemy heavy hitters to get there, Msk. And of course, lots of them love the taste of horses as much as they love the taste of people," said Izzy. "It's suicide." Just how dangerous this was about to be washed over me, and then something terrifying happened. I smiled.
"That's awesome." "I know, right?"
said Justice. "You're crazy," said Izzy, shaking her head. "I'm a magical sword knight," I said. This was the part of being a knight I lived for. The charge into a battle. Somehow just doing that was enough to make me forget about all the problems.
"You are an adrenaline junkie,"
said Justice. "Possibly," I replied. Dad would hate that, but I didn't care if Dad didn't approve. This is why I couldn't be a farmer. That was boring. Farming was good, important, significant, and boring. I had never really wanted to be a farmer. I just never had the opportunity before. This is what I was meant to do.
"And now the fun part. Try to explain your reasons to your father,"
said Justice. Way to kill the mood, I said. But he was right. Dad wouldn't understand.
"He might. Henry and him talked on occasion. He knew more than he let on,"
said Justice. "Nothing to do for it right now," I said, looking over at Izzy. "You want to come?" "No, it isn't safe," said Izzy, in a surprisingly sane fashion. Entirely too sane. I was worried about her. "You sure?" I asked. She shook her head, pulling out several things that looked like hand grenades. "Just pull the pin and twist it."
"Alchemical toys are no comparison to a proper magical sword,"
said Justice, refusing to allow the bombs into his storage. Izzy looked affronted. "If you don't want them," she said unhappily. "Thanks," I said, gripping the bombs tightly. "Here." I handed her the hobgoblin crossbow. She frowned at it, then reconsidered. "This is marginally better than mine," she said, "which cost 150 gold pieces, and you're just giving it to me?" "You're my companion," I said. She looked at me for a moment. "Yes." I stepped back and quickly ran down the tower stairs into the courtyard as Gringer trotted over to me. I placed my palm on his side and steadied the beast. "You want to go kill some monsters?" Gringer looked at me oddly, pressing his nose into my hand as a means of asking a question. I sighed. Yeah, I know. I was gloomy. I figured myself out. Let's be knights again." Gringer nodded emphatically. He was such a good horse.
"I think you were supposed to go to the other towers,"
said Justice. "But their knights are about to charge into a massive horde of enemies. Do I have to?"
"Oh, I can't say no to that," said Justice. "There are monsters to kill. I'm sure watching us slay monsters will have the same effect, or something like that."
Lord Fawtips was less confident when we walked over to him.
"I was hoping that you'd give that rousing speech to all of the towers."
"Justice needs to be done," replied Sir Yorick, as I stopped Gringer in front of the line of knights. Actual knights, not magical sword knights. I wondered what men-at-arms would look like in a skill-based world, and the results were mostly like normal knights. They were on heavy war horses with heavy barding to protect themselves. The knights were wearing even heavier armor than the heavy infantry up top because they were getting carried around instead of walking. Weapon-wise, there were a vast assortment of swords, maces, flails, and other weapons. Playing video games, I'd expected units of troops to have identical weapons. Everyone here was supposed to have a long-bladed sword, and most did, but some weapons in use were magical in nature, and you didn't tell someone to use a plain steel sword when they had a lightning-enchanted mace. I concentrated and summoned Gringer's barding. The thick series of steel plates snapped around him, shielding my mount from damage.
"His armor is almost worse than yours,"
said Justice. "We're going to have to go somewhere and buy better barding eventually," I said grudgingly. Gringer was wearing his armor from Exogen, which had a lower mana density than here. That meant, in practical terms, that more powerful enchantments didn't work nearly as well there, so they compensated by using more metal. Gringer was armored like a tank compared to the relatively light magical barding of the local knights. Of course, Gringer was also capable of using skills unlike any other horse here, so despite him carrying well in excess of 100 pounds of armor, plus me, tack, and barding, he was unburdened. However, only I was aware of that. To everyone else, it looked like I was on the most heavily laden horse imaginable. I saw the looks from the men who hadn't yet lowered their visors. I smirked and slammed mine shut. Lord Fawtips nodded as he rode up next to me on his charger. His armor was the same green steel Gothic plate armor as before, but he'd added a tall cape. It looked awesome, and at first glance, and I felt a pang of jealousy.
"It is very light plate. There are several enchantments on that armor to buff its protective capabilities, and it will work well, but that armor is ultimately no better than what you are currently wearing,"
said Justice. "Looks better," I said.
"Well, you have me, and I tie your whole outfit together,"
said Justice. "How is that?"
"Because no one makes fun of the guy with the magical sword,"
said Justice. Gringer pawed the ground, and we were all ushered in front of the gatehouse. The drawbridge was up, so I couldn't see anything outside. The other knights formed up behind me, and Lord Fawtips.
"Are you ready, Sir Knight?"
asked Fawtips, and for the first time, I heard a slight catch in his voice. This was the last realistic moment to call this whole thing off, and not go rushing headlong into the horde of monsters. But who would want to do that? "I was born ready," I replied.
"Good,"
said Lord Fawtips, turning part way around in his saddle to face his men. He inhaled and bellowed out orders.
"We are advancing upriver to the enemy siege works. They will be destroyed. We will break free and head towards the town until we shake pursuit. Then we will return to the castle. Follow my banner, and you will receive glory and get home safe."
"Banner?" I asked.
"That thing you thought was a cape,"
said Justice. It was a cape, though it rolled off of his shoulders like a wave, and was very nearly taller than his helmet, which also had a distinctive plume on top. Those two combined gave him a very unique look that any of our soldiers could pick out at ease. "Why green?" I asked.
"Monsters tend to have trouble differentiating between different colors of green,"
said Justice.
"To them, he looks just like every other soldier."
"That's got to be an advantage," I said. To me, Lord Fawtips was easy to spot. Handy if you wanted to be a banner for your men. There were a few more knights who were similarly adorned in darker shades of green that would look the same to the monsters, but not to us, so they'd have trouble picking out the unit commander. Orders given, preparations made, all that was left to do was wait as archers rose up around the castle wall. The courtyard was nearly empty now, with all the civilians moved underground to the caverns for safety, making the whole place appear abandoned. If I wasn't standing next to 50 armed men, you'd almost think the war was over.
"No!"
bellowed Lord Fawtips, and I prepared to move as the drawbridge clicked down once. Then again, then again.
I've always found the start to these great battles to be anticlimactic,
said Justice, as the archers started unleashing arrows on unseen targets. They fired non-stop as the bridge slowly clicked down as 4 men worked the 2 massive spindles that ran the system of pulleys that controlled it. Got the siege engines on the map? I asked.
Yup, plotted a course. Gringer says it should be child's play,
said Justice. Gringer can talk? I asked. He'd seen things.
Not to you, but I can talk to him. He's a horse, so he's not a great conversationalist, but we get along just fine,
said Justice. Gringer snorted.
He is a bit annoyed at being called my mount's mount,
said Justice. I snorted. I thought we retired that one, I said.
Nope, mount. Let's go kill some gnolls,
said Justice, as the drawbridge slammed down and Lord Fawtips kicked his horse into high speed. Every other horse surged forward with him, running towards ranks of gnolls who were forming up with spears to cover the road. They were pelted with arrows at that range, and they started collapsing in increasing numbers as the ascended archers arrowed the assholes.
They won't be able to hold that position. It was intentionally built to give the cavalry a good path out of the castle. They've dug some of it up and laid traps, though,
said Justice. Lord Fawtips already knew that, and we shifted to head up the river, staying in the medium range of the castle. Even so, some monsters were rushing our way and getting feathered for their temerity, but most of the monster horde stayed in formation.
He's going to look for a breakpoint, where he thinks the knights can punch through the enemy formation,
said Justice. We were surrounded by monsters, but the edge of the enemy force wasn't entirely consistent. There were clearly points where the enemy was thinner for whatever reason.
I see 2 possibilities up ahead, one he should take, and one he will take.
What's the difference? I asked.
He doesn't have a scan spell,
said Justice.
Get in front,
yelled Lord Fawtips.
Charge through that line.
Shit, said Justice, as I lined up and pulled slightly ahead of the formation.
There's a whole camp of gnolls beyond that hill.
Can we make it? I asked.
Sure,
said Justice.
We can.
That was Izzy's problem all over again. We could, they couldn't. The human issue was that I didn't want that many deaths on my conscience. The knightly one was that I doubted I could destroy both siege engines and kill the wizard by myself. Is there a better spot? I asked.
Not that the whole unit can manage, but if you hit the left side and stay left, most of them should make it,
said Justice. Most, I said.
This is war. People are going to die. They are dying to save the civilians in the castle,
said Justice. I reminded myself that while this was Izzy all over again, I was in a different place now. There were monsters killing people, and if I didn't act, more people would die. The soldiers with me understood that. It wasn't that they were here with me despite the risk of their own deaths, but because their own deaths could save so many more people. I was responsible for this action, and I was going to get people killed. What I could do was make sure we breached with as few casualties as possible. The ground trembled as 51 war horses clad in steel formed up to smash into the gnolls. Several of the creatures on the flanks threw down their weapons and ran upon our approach. I could see their weapons quivering to the hoof falls. The gnolls had long wooden spears, and they lifted them in preparation of skewering me and everyone behind me. They weren't going to breach Gringer's chest armor, though, and I pressed forward with Justice at the ready. Then the gnoll, directly in front of me, jerked and clutched at an impossible crossbow bolt to his chest. Only Izzy could have made that shot, and she picked the perfect target. The other gnolls nearby crowded in, trying to recover the sudden gap in the spear wall when he exploded. Score one for alchemy, I thought, as Gringer tore through the gap in the line. I slashed as I passed, and felt Justice cleave through several gnolls in the momentary clash. Lord Fawtips was right behind me, following through the breach I made and taking his own slash at the gnolls. The rest of the knights were in a wedge formation behind him, and they completed the violation of the gnoll formation. With the left destroyed, there weren't enough spears to stop the heavily armored knights, and each knight was running into the edge of the hole the previous knight expanded.
Only 3 went down, said Justice. Good work. Follow this path.
Suddenly, I was in a gnoll camp running down a well-worn path. Most of the gnolls were not expecting us to be there, and the results were horrifying. If I ran past a gnoll, I'd decapitate it. They were in so much shock that few, if any, were prepared for the amount of violence we brought with us. It helped that we weren't running through the center of the camp, and the outskirts were far less populated. My armor clanged repeatedly as the center of the camp began to gather their wits and started peppering us with shortbows and the occasional crossbow. One knight went down, a crossbow bolt to the chest. Another horse screamed as it jammed a leg into a hole. The crack of bone was so loud I felt it in my soul. Then we were through again. Behind us, the gnoll camp was burning, and there were dozens of dead gnolls. "We're through," I said, turning Gringer towards the siege engines. There were already dozens of monsters there, most hobgoblins, preparing to repel us. While our path was in question, our destination was not. Those siege engines were nearly complete.
"2 trebuchet, a main, and a backup, I'd wager,"
said Justice. "Why not more?" I asked, as I took off a gnoll's head as we raced past. I'd played Age of Empires. More was always better.
"They are a bitch to assemble in the field, and 2 will do the job easily enough if you give them enough time,"
said Justice. That didn't make much sense. Those walls looked really thick.
"They also use magical ammunition."
"Oh," I said, disliking magical weapons immensely, when I wasn't the only one using them. Life was easier like that. We continued forward, with Gringer in the lead. The horses behind us were starting to tire, but still had a good amount of stamina left. The knights were all in formation and following Lord Fotips, who was in turn following me. The actual leading of a cavalry charge was even cooler than I thought it would be. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end, and that end was hobgoblins. "The hell are those?" I managed, as we neared the enemy. They were wielding barbed pikes with solid steel shafts, the kind that would punch right through the barding of a horse if you ran into it.
"The goblin word for them means horse killers,"
said Justice. "Do we have anything that will allow us to get through them?" I asked.
"I have a pineapple,"
said Justice. "Well, time for the explosives," I said, pulling out the first grenade, yanking out the pin, and tossing it straight at the mass of hobgoblins. The bomb smashed into one's forehead and did nothing.
"I believe she said pull and twist,"
said Justice. I looked at the second grenade as we rapidly approached. Damn. Burning dexterity, I pulled out the pin, then found the tab and started spinning it for all I was worth. The actual grenade worked like an old tin of cigarettes, where you had to remove the top to expose the inside. It didn't take long. Flinging the second smoking thing with a power-assisted toss, I aimed right for the center of the mass of the formation again. The second grenade clipped a spear on the way to the end and tumbled forward just a few paces before Gringer reached the line of spears. Then it exploded. I was wrong. I thought of grenades because they were that size. This was a magical bomb, and the blast wave was enough to knock Gringer back several paces. It converted most of the nearby hobgoblins into paste. I bounced twice before rolling to my feet. Gringer, for his part, didn't seem bothered too much and started looking for me. I picked myself out of the dirt and watched as the rest of the cavalry charge headed straight for the first objective. They had several more of Izzy's bombs, but those she'd prepared with a much simpler fuse made of burning cloth.
"Molotov cocktails,"
said Justice.
"Good. Those will start fires. The monsters will be hard-pressed to stop them."
That wasn't my problem, though. I drew Justice and waited as 3 younger squids ran straight for me. Chapter 23. The 3-Body Problem. "Well, what do we have here?" said another squid in the slow cowboy accent that I was growing to hate. "I don't know, Clint. I think he may have exploded himself," said the second. "I reckon we need to kill him, Steve," said the third. "Or just pin him down right here," said Clint. "Who are you 3? I said, gathering my wits. "Clint Tentacles," said the first. "Those are my friends, Steve Tentacute and Larry Tentaker."
"Oh, by the makers, no! Republicans!"
said Justice with haughty derision. "Wait, I thought you said we shouldn't concern ourselves with earthly politics," I said. "You said all we should worry about is fighting monsters."
"Vile, dirty, evil Republicans, the worst of the worst,"
said Justice, making spitting noises. "How would politicians from Earth even get here?" I asked.
"Politicians? What are you on about? Republic Pictures. They made the worst of the worst John Wayne movies,"
said Justice.
"He was under contract, and all of them were dreck, except for The Quiet Man."
"What?"
"See if any of them are named Sean,"
asked Justice. "We ain't," said Clint.
"Damn!"
yelled Justice. "We're gonna kill you now," said Steve. "Please try," I said. I stood firm, Justice held in front of me in a two-handed grip. The three squids moved to surround me, each drawing short weapons into their thin tentacles. These ones sported some sort of armor that looked to be made of crab shell. The knights were hammering at the first trebuchet, which was already aflame as hobgoblins raced to stop them, holding pikes and maces. Gringer tore through their ranks like a battle tank attacking baby chicks, crushing them underfoot or biting and tossing Hobbs through the air as the knights backed him up. It was a well-coordinated killing machine. My battle was to be fought alone. Clint pointed at my head with all four of his tentacles, and I burnt willpower as the mental strike probed me. That wasn't the attack, though, or at least it wasn't the entire attack. The moment he did so, Steve and Larry both charged. I slashed wide, and Larry barely pulled back in time, but that left Steve, and he slammed four maces into my shoulder and helmet in a rapid staccato. I cut at him. Unfortunately, he was already out of reach and joined Clint at flailing his tentacles at me. I felt them pressing on my mind as Steve stepped away and Larry came in for another attack. "I hate these names so much," I said.
"Focus. We cannot lose to Republic Pictures' John Wayne's," said Justice. "Your grandfather would never forgive you."
Larry thrust with all four of his thin knives, trying to keep at tentacle length as I used dexterity to rush in. I broke through, slamming Justice into the spot that served him as a shoulder with a power-assisted swing. One of the daggers found a weak spot, and I got a flash of pain as several inches of knife penetrated my armor. My blow was strong enough to drive Larry to his tenton-knees. His pauldron cracked from the impact, and I slammed a second strike down on his helmet, dropping the squid to the ground. I was preparing to deliver the finishing blow when Clint came in swinging two full-sized maces that he was wielding with two tentacles each.
"He's resistant to my mental attacks, brothers,"
he yelled.
"More so than last time,"
yelled Larry.
"They are using their hive mind to replay earlier battles,"
said Justice. Both squids began a series of strikes on me, and I was driven back. They were far more skilled than the usual squids and were relentlessly pounding on me.
"He's getting back up,"
said Justice, as I deflected one of the maces and slashed at Clint's chest. The squid's armor held, though chunks of it flew away.
"Old person,"
muttered a voice, and my body seized up.
"The wizard,"
said Justice, as an orc stepped out from beside the second trebuchet. He was the smallest orc I'd ever seen, only the size of a very large human. He was hunched over so sharply that I wondered if he could stand normally.
"You fool! The humans have already destroyed one of our trebuchets and are moving towards the second,"
said the wizard as he waddled closer. I burned power and flexed against the binding. The wizard's eyes shot open.
"Kill him! I won't be able to contain him for long."
Clint stepped over and sneered. "Nothing personal." I cast magic armor and the spell broke just as I drove Justice into his neck. "It feels personal." The wizard's eyes narrowed as he began casting another spell. I summoned up a heavy throwing knife and flung it at the vortex of magic in front of the wizard. It exploded in a shower of arcane and metal fragments.
"Throwing daggers from Amazon,"
groaned Justice. "Throwing daggers from Earth," I replied. Every bit of Earth had some sort of anti-magical property, and that didn't meld well with spellcasting if you threw it right into the middle of the thing. The squids were still in play, though. Larry charged with two pairs of light maces, while Steve began attacking with his daggers. My issue with the tentacles was that they were so much longer than arms. My usual defenses were proving less effective. My helmet rang as another blow from a mace got through, matching the hit on my arm and thigh. I managed to take off one of Steve's tentacles, but only at the cost of a stiletto into my calf.
"Defense is not working,"
said Justice as he cast heal. I closed on Steve, even as he continued stabbing. We both burned dexterity, and I could hear the popping of the air as we attempted to gut the other. I stumbled out the other side. Steve did not. "Where's the wizard?" I said, orienting on Larry. He was twirling around his maces, but his early bravado was gone.
"We have other problems,"
said Justice, as I saw the knights breaking for the second trebuchet. The first one was burning, but the monsters had formed up around the second in a spear wall that even knights wouldn't be able to penetrate. I whistled for Gringer and charged Larry. He burned dexterity and was barely able to keep up with me. I lopped off one tentacle, then another. Now exposed, the squid tried to backpedal when three magical darts slammed into my chest, knocking me backward. Before Larry could take action, I was back on my feet.
Kill him before his horse gets back, yelled the wizard as an orb of fire formed up at the tip of his staff. Seriously? I growled, enviously.
That is a mite bit harder than advertised,
replied Larry as he tried blasting me with another psychic scream. I burned stamina and fought off the effect even as the fireball tore at me. I couldn't dodge. It was an area of effect explosive spell in an area rife with magic. This was going to hurt. Suddenly, Justice glowed blue, and I held him between me and the fireball as it detonated. The world vanished in fire as waves of flames hit Justice and parted. I stood unharmed in a small circle surrounded by scorched earth. Larry said it best.
Well, fuck me.
I charged the remaining squid, beating aside his mace, then slashing off the top of his head. That wasn't all, though. The formation of hobgoblins protecting the second trebuchet that had been textbook perfect started to fragment with some of the hobs charging at the knights piecemeal.
There are no squids locally. The monsters here will lose cohesion and operate on their more base instincts,
said Justice. There were pros and cons to that. Given their base instincts were to eat humans, there were definitely problems, but it was better than the alternative. More magical darts flashed towards me, and I burned swords, bringing Justice in line with each one. The magical darts could dent steel, but did nothing to Justice. Unfortunately, even burning swords, I couldn't block all of them, and several smashed into my armor.
That was a clever trick, but I chose the wrong spell,
said the orc wizard as I halted before him. Any closer, and I didn't have the reaction speed to block the darts. I needed him focused on me, and he needed to get me away from him. A circle appeared on the ground in front of the wizard as he continued to chant, blasting at me with magical darts.
That is a summoning circle,
said Justice. Just a few more seconds, I said, as the knights smashed into the fragmented hobgoblin formation. The spears broke under the weight of the armored knights' charge. They were going to make it, though I noticed there were far fewer knights than when the battle started. Still, without the siege engines, the castle was safe, I thought, finally looking over at it for the first time since we attacked. All the towers were firing down onto the onrushing horde of monsters.
They must have attacked as soon as we left the castle grounds,
said Justice. Why would they wait? They had siege engines, I thought, and then realized the problem. They were waiting to see if I was there. When they knew where I was, they attacked.
You figured it out,
said the orc wizard.
Tentacle Jim expected you to reach the castle somehow, and so he planned accordingly. You are committed away from the castle, and half the army's only purpose here is to keep you away while Tentacle Jim kills everyone inside the walls.
We have to get back to the castle, I said. We'd been outmaneuvered. While the hobgoblins had been forming up to defend the siege engines, the entire Knoll camp wormed themselves between me and the castle. I could run away, but I wasn't going to be able to reinforce anyone before the battle was over.
It seems you knights aren't perfect after all,
said the wizard as his spell completed and a griffin appeared. You forgot about my horse, I said.
I think you'll find that the gnolls have sufficient strength to keep you from the castle,
said the wizard crossly. You might want to think more immediately, I replied. The wizard turned his head only to see my massive warhorse's hoof for like a tenth of a second.
Gross,
said Justice. Bad Gringer, do not eat the wizard.
It can't be any less healthy than the other creatures he's eaten,
said Justice as Gringer looked pitifully at me. Oh, all right, I stated, and Gringer grabbed the orc by the feet and started slurping him up like spaghetti.
I was not aware a horse could open his mouth that far,
said Justice. Lord Fawtips marched over while we watched and said it bluntly.
We seem to be cut off.
I noticed. Turns out they were just planning on storming the walls, I said, horrified. Gringer was past the knees now.
Well, what are you planning on doing about that?
Asked the Lord of the Kingdom's armies helplessly. I looked at him, about to respond hotly, when I realized the situation was completely tits up. There was no conventional way to win this. How much can a griffin carry? I asked, looking at the summoned creature.
Not a fully armored man,
said Lord Fawtips. I can work with that, I replied. Chapter 24. Bad idea.
This is a bad idea, said Justice as we sailed over the battlefield on the back of the Griffin, soaring over the monster army. I kick-directed the Griffin toward the castle, even as the summoned creature started smoking. Shush, it was great! Why is it smoking? I yelled.
The summoning needs a constant supply of mana from the caster, you know, that orc Gringer just ate,
said Justice. We don't talk about that, I said, as assorted feathers started falling off. How much longer?
Hard to say, could be a minute,
said Justice. Or? I asked, as I started sinking down into the creature's back.
Less than a minute,
replied Justice, as the uncontrolled, half-insane, mana-starved summon pulled up to die in the sky like his ancestors wanted. That left me kicking and pushing at his wings, trying to keep the creature somewhat lower to the battlefield, which was getting kind of small.
So that's 500 feet, said Justice. I hope you have a plan. Falling into the river at this height will be like hitting concrete.
Like we could reach the river, I laughed, drawing my sword and plunging it into the creature's side. The Griffin finally spun over, roughly aiming at the castle. See, we got this. Then the Griffin dissolved into smoke and feathers, which also dissolved into smoke.
I told you this wasn't a good idea,
said Justice, as I began falling. 500 feet was a great amount of distance to fall, but it didn't take very much time to do that. Only a few seconds, which didn't seem fair because I didn't bring a parachute. I wanted to bring a parachute, but someone told me that it was silly to bring one because of all his experience in the field, and my grandfather never needing one. Grandpa was afraid of heights, or at least jumping from airplanes. Or griffins. I had the next best thing, though, and summoned it the moment the Griffin vanished. The amount of strength and coordination it required to parachute using an inflatable whitewater raft was inhuman, even if I was burning dexterity and power to manage it. Indiana Jones made this look easy! I screamed.
That was a movie! This is real life!
Screamed my talking magical sword as I plunged down into the army of monsters battling on the castle walls. Fortunately, I could exhaust some of my stamina for even more powerful effects, which I did. 3 times in a row, I exhausted a point of stamina to move my dexterity up to supercomputer levels, allowing me to balance under a wobbly whitewater raft. About 10 feet over the castle wall, Justice recalled the raft while I summoned my armor and hit the ground at around 30 miles an hour, maybe a bit more. I wasn't sure, and neither was the knoll I landed on. Or his friends. Their opinions didn't matter, though, on the account of them getting crushed by an armored guy dropping on their backs at 30 miles an hour. I sloshed to my feet, slashing forward gamely with Justice as he cast heal to repair both of my broken legs. And ribs. And arm, I think. I got 2 knolls in the first slash, then 3 more as the heal took, and my body felt right again. Then I was in the thick of it, with knolls on both sides suddenly realizing there was a human in their midst. One terrible human. I was on the castle wall between 2 of the towers. Both had been captured by monsters who were steadily working their way over to the other 3 towers. The fighting on the walls was insane, with human defenders gravely holding while wave after wave of gnolls struck at them. On balance, the monsters had this. There were too many, and they were too coordinated. At some point, they were going to overwhelm the humans. It was just a matter of time. Izzy was firing her hand crossbows and throwing the occasional bomb, nearly holding her entire tower by herself, at least from the wall. The soldiers behind her were trying to keep the monsters from climbing onto the tower, and every few moments she'd have to spin around to engage the monsters behind her, which let the monsters on the wall get closer. It was only a matter of time before they overwhelmed her. I spotted the prince's banner on Fatip's tower, along with Fairguard and his troops. They'd been pushed off the mercenary tower, which was now totally overwhelmed. Several gnolls were pounding on the door to get into the tower below. That was bad, because if the princess's tower fell, the monsters would have a straight shot to the civilians. Harding was actually holding his tower, providing what support he could to the other 2 while waiting for the inevitable.
We should do something about that,
said Justice as I checked my reserves. I had 2 points of stamina left. This was going to be fun. Any suggestions? I said, spinning around and carving through several of the gnolls.
The Ayake is moving on Izzy's tower, slowly. The other side is advancing steadily and will not hold long, said Justice. You need to recover your stamina before such a battle.
So head for the mercenary tower, I said uncomfortably. I'd exhausted most of my stamina getting here, but the fight to the other tower would give me time to recover it. I started my way to the mercenary tower. Even without burning my skills, I was fearsome, vastly more capable than any of the common gnolls attacking this stretch of the wall, and I carved through them like a hot knife through butter. Movies got it wrong a lot of the time. A regular sword against plate armor didn't really hurt very much, and certainly wasn't going to injure me. The real way I'd perish from this rabble was if they could dogpile me, and they were not having any luck at that. The other thing movies got wrong was parrying. Have you ever seen someone pull out a dagger and block a longsword? That isn't really possible. The amount of energy in the longsword is such that even if you were to get the dagger in place, the strike would beat the dagger away. However, I had a magic sword and the power skill, so when I struck, I hit like a post driver, and not one of the handheld ones. A gnoll moved to block me with his short sword, and I smashed Justice into him, knocking his blade aside and removing his arm before I stepped forward and slashed level to the ground. One gnoll held up a shield, which I cleaved in half, killing him and his companion. I continued walking briskly, occasionally pivoting to my rear to slash at whatever gnoll got stupid enough to close, and there was always one of those. I removed 3 ladders by the expedient use of swords to strike at one of the sides of the ladder. I could usually split it down nearly half the length, which caused it to break as lines of gnolls continued trying to climb it. Inside of 30 seconds, I'd made it to the tower and left dozens of dead gnolls behind me. "This is too easy," I said.
"That's because the elite forces are at the front line,"
said Justice, and I spotted the first Crustaceo. They were little 6-legged crabby people with a strong claw and a weak claw. The strong claw held a large mace, and the weak claw was holding some sort of shield. I burned power, slashing down with Justice, but the Crustaceo burned power as well, blocking my strike with his magical mace. He turned to the side, nearly knocking me off balance, and continued his power-assisted swing to bring the mace straight at my face. Burning dexterity, I avoided the strike, then thrust Justice through his shell. I had a huge advantage in these rock-paper-scissors contests between skill users, in that I had more than one. If you were powerful, I'd use dexterity to avoid you. If you were fast, I could use power to overwhelm you. It was OP, but I didn't care at the moment. I continued with my dexterity burn and killed 6 more crabs in rapid succession before reaching their ladder. It was a monstrous thing, heavily reinforced with a claw attaching it to the tower that would have been next to impossible to remove. "Hey, that's cute," I said, looking at the solid metal crab claw.
"Your mother would like it,"
said Justice. I cast Magical Strike and cut through the stone bastion they were attached to. A Crustaceo near the top stared up at me as the wooden ladder detached from its top half, and he plunged down with several of his friends. I grabbed the claws before continuing. The other 2 ladders were an afterthought, and with that, my tower was empty of monsters.
"Think you can manage that again?"
said Fairguard as his unit reclaimed his tower.
"On my honor,"
I said, turning around and heading back down the wall towards the other conquered tower. The walkway was only wide enough for 2 men shoulder to shoulder, or 3 gnolls. That was enough width for me to easily clear, and with the reinforcements stopped, even the gnoll's bloodlust was abating. As Justice burned, I advanced. A gnoll charged at me, and I decapitated him and the gnoll behind him, but the remaining monsters started backing away. First they were moving slowly, then as I picked up the pace, they broke. "What's happening here?" I said, as I dashed for the tower. A single hobgoblin was there trying to keep the gnolls in check, and failing.
"Their command and control have weakened,"
said Justice.
"The Ayake needs line of sight to use his powers."
I looked over at the princess's tower, where the monsters were tossing down her banner. I didn't see Izzy, but the princess and her guards had fled before the Ayake reached it. They were holding with Harding.
"They were protecting the tower Harding was defending,"
said Justice. I liked mine better, I said, searching the area. Tentacle Jim was nowhere to be seen. Now that I'd recovered my stamina, I was more eager for a battle with him. Fudge, where did that squid go? That was a rhetorical question, but something Justice could look into. I crossed the threshold onto the tower proper and burned power and dexterity as the hobgoblin prepared for battle. He was a skill user and competent, though nothing compared to the elite guards I'd fought. I bound his weapon on the downstroke, then yanked it free as I decapitated the monster in a spray of blood. Some of the remaining gnolls came at me, but I was still burning stamina, and they didn't survive more than a few heartbeats. Then the handful of survivors started jumping off the tower as Fairguard and his soldiers ran up behind me. I didn't wait, and headed for Izzy's tower, taking out every ladder I passed. As their ability to gather reinforcements weakened, The monsters started becoming desperate. Most tried to fling themselves at me. Some jumped to their deaths in various directions. The princess's elite guard even rallied and started pressing to reclaim their tower.
The door had been broken open,
said Justice as we arrived. Where's Izzy? I yelled at the princess. She was breathing heavily in her gore-splattered armor, holding up a wicked-looking spear. She flipped up the visor to her helmet. She chased after the Ayake into the tower. We need to stop him. This tower leads to the tunnel with the civilians in it. Are they protected? I asked. The king and the prince were moved down there after the first tower fell, she said quickly. And my child, please, Sir Yorick, save them.
Everyone stops being snide when they need a magical sword knight to save the day,
said Justice. Of course, I shall save all of them. It's what I do, I said. And it was me, not Sir Yorick. That was going to be a problem later. Chapter 25. The Tunnel of Madness. At least the monsters didn't understand basic military tactics. The circular stairs were designed to be protected by the people inside the tower, figuring that the enemy would be going to the first floor. In other words, had the hobgoblins attempted to defend the stairs, I'd have been in a mess the whole way through. That's the opposite of real-world castles, I said as I hurried down.
Real world is debatable. You mean Earth. Most castles are built primarily to protect against monsters,
said Justice. Because most fights were against monsters, I grumbled. Earth got off lucky with our lack of magic. We were never attacked by hordes of monsters, just other people. And while I'd like to say mankind's greatest foe was itself, that was actually incorrect. It was monsters. Lots and lots of monsters. Like, I'd gone to church like a good boy for decades and knew I had to worry about that mean old devil tempting me. He was much less scary in the abstract than a fugly, or a blackguard, or an Ayake, or an orc, or any of the goblinoid types. Those things didn't just want to kill you, they wanted to eat you. Of course, that left me with another lingering question. Are gods real? I asked.
Not anymore,
replied Justice. I just let that one sit. That was not a conversation I wanted to get into. Justice constantly said things that were deeply disturbing.
Then you shouldn't ask the question,
said Justice. Touché. The bottom of the staircase was where it got messy. There were 2 dead humans and 3 dead hobgoblins in the small room that led into the ruins. It got worse when I stepped into the hallway.
At least they gave a good accounting of themselves,
said Justice as we passed by more dead humans. Now that they were past the initial choke point, there were more dead humans than hobgoblins. As I reached the main passage into the ruins, I spotted 3 hobgoblins in the hallway at the spot where I'd melted through the wall. I burned dexterity, closing the gap before they were ready for me, and dropped all 3 with quick slashes of Justice before looking into the chamber. I was ready for horror, but most of the humans looked to be in decent shape. A good number of them had spears, which was probably why they had been left alone. I scanned the room, but didn't see Izzy. The handmaiden from the throne room stepped forward. Sir Yorick? Yes? I am Diane. My mother is Princess Fiona. I was sent down here with the civilians to aid them and defend them as need be, she said. Before, she'd been in court dress. Now she was in armor, holding a spear and caked with blood. She looked like her mother. I nodded. She is coming down with reinforcements. The wall has been secured. People nearby wept at that news. Things were bad when they had been sent down here, and then monsters followed their retreat. They must have assumed the battle had been lost. Where is Lady Azalea? I asked. With the prince and king, she said. They found an additional passage over there. I hadn't spent a great deal of time analyzing this room, and the back corner had been damaged since the start of the battle. Someone had used explosives. The king said that might be the passage and sent for Lady Azalea to open it up just before Lord Fawtips went out on his sortie, said Diane. I'd seen Izzy resting near the doorway. Odd, said Justice. Izzy wasn't collapsing from her injuries? I said, judging the distance from the stairwell. I could manage it, but for her, it would have been a challenge. She was just tired from running up and down these stairs.
Strange that she didn't mention it,
said Justice. Any idea what's down here? I asked.
Lots of stone chips and uneven walls,
said Justice.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I concentrated. Gringer was circling around, hopefully with Lord Fawtips and the remaining knights. They were stalled out on the approach to the gatehouse, which presumably meant he was fighting. I wish we had a better idea of what was going on up top, I said, drawing Justice and letting him light the passage.
Wand in one hand, squire,
said Justice, and we ventured forth bravely. To my surprise, Diane and several of the survivors followed me. This wasn't the sort of situation I'd expect normal people to venture into. The passage was a melted nightmare. At some rare points, there was actual human stonework that looked right out of some Roman temple. The rest wasn't just melted. It was somehow twisted beyond comprehension. Heat didn't do this, I said.
I do not believe so. I think there might have been portal leakage,
said Justice. What?
Normally, when I open a portal, there is just enough energy to open the network, and the remaining power is drawn back into the network safely. This allowed you to use portals to transport elsewhere without undue risk, said Justice. In some situations, the portal network is damaged and energy leaks. That causes a distortion, like you see here.
Great. Can you do anything about that? I asked.
I don't need to. This happened a long time ago, and it is impossible for the portal to leak that long without failing,
said Justice. That you know.
No, the Corps have seen this before. If you have a leaking portal that is not contained, the energy will eventually hit something important, and that thing will explode, said Justice. Since this part of the world is still here, it must have stopped.
Part of the world?
It is a large explosion,
said Justice. We have one of these under my house, I said.
And it doesn't leak. That's one of the reasons we have Mac,
said Justice. I gotta give him a raise, I said.
You don't pay him.
All the more reason, I said, passing by 3 statues. The first was of a perfectly normal, if exaggerated, male human with just a slight amount of distortion on the fingers of his left hand. The next statue was of a woman who was both too short and too wide to look natural, but aside from that, was perfect, like the sculptor decided he wanted a short, wide woman. The third statue looked like it had been spilled and then pushed back together by an upset 5-year-old. Nothing quite matched up, and what little did wasn't in the right spots. Both arms came out of the same shoulder, and neither leg was the right length. Or he could just be really well endowed, I offered.
I'm pretty sure that was another statue of a woman,
said Justice. Then she's packing. I continued venturing boldly forth, walking steadily and with purpose. There were a few reasons for that. Mainly, I had enough defensive magic and skills that any attack on me was very unlikely to be successful. Second off, Diane was cute, even if she was kind of dirty from her time down here, and she'd probably read the nightly PR book. There was a good shot I could work that to my advantage, and I was willing to try. I needed to get out of this desert.
3 days is not a journey worthy of Moses,
said Justice. You sound like my mother.
She'd want you to find a good local girl,
said Justice. We have portals, I muttered. As we reached the end of the passage, Justice noticed something and started to dim. I held up my fist like a soldier to signify everyone to stop, and then advanced slowly. Since I couldn't dare remove my armor, I had to creep and hope they didn't notice me. We are about as quiet as a tractor going down the highway, I muttered.
But that is very loud.
Oh, said Justice as we entered the final room. For being an underground chamber, it was larger than anything I would have expected. Murals ran down both walls, though one of the walls was so distorted that it had folded over on itself while melting.
The far wall has a ring on it like at the Arcanium,
said Justice, and I spotted it instantly. There were actually several, but that was the one that was the most intact. The king was standing in front of it with a handful of men-at-arms and the prince. Izzy was with them, standing at the forefront of the humans. Surprised the king can still move, I muttered, though he did have some motivation.
Probably a potion,
said Justice, examining Izzy.
I'm surprised the monster hunter didn't run.
I bit back a response. That was a bit out of sorts for Izzy, who was currently standing with a block of fighters right next to the monsters. As she was a ranged fighter, that was poor planning. Tentacle Jim and a dozen elite hobgoblins were eyeing the humans carefully. They were blocking the king's men from the portal. Both sides looked like they were about to go at any moment. and she would be a primary target.
"There it is,"
yelled Izzy.
"You wanted the portal, now use it and go."
Tentacle Jim nodded at the only other non-hobgoblin in his retinue, another orc warcaster. The orc walked over to the ring and started incanting, causing the symbols to light up briefly as he began trying sequences.
I'm unsure if my wizard will be able to manage it,
said Tentacle Jim.
Hard times for a monster trying to figure out these ancient runes. You sure you don't have anything that could save you, King?
Several of the hobgoblins moved forward as if signaled, which they most certainly were. Izzy was trying to aim at everyone with both of her hand crossbows. The prince was standing to his father's left, and the remaining handful of guards looked pitifully outmatched.
It's now or never,
said Justice. I stood up and started walking to the rear of the human formation. They parted, and I stood next to the king. They have me. Tentacle Jim stared at me for a long moment as his forces realigned. He recognized the same problem I did. I could survive this. I alone could survive this.
First the girl, then the prince, and the king,
said Tentacle Jim. And you, I said.
I have a hive mind. How do you think that is going to work?
Said Tentacle Jim. Because you don't have a lair here, I said. Each time I kill one of you, the whole thing gets weaker. You are high enough up the food chain that after I finish gutting you, the rest of your hive mind is vulnerable. The Ayake stared hard at me.
You aren't bluffing. How did you know that? I'm interested in that myself,
said Justice. Your psychic attacks are based on the whole hive. There are some limits with the younger ones, but when you kept blasting me, I started to recognize the voices. There aren't that many, and there are never more of them, I said.
Well, shoot. The reputation of you knights is well deserved,
said Tentacle Jim.
Won't help your friends, though.
Let me talk to them, I said. Justice, do the thing.
Do I have to?
Said Justice, then groaned.
I like sharp blades, and I cannot lie. You other longswords may deny, but when a rapier walks in with an itty-bitty hilt, your tang begins to wilt.
Sir Mix-a-Lot, I'm so sorry, I prayed. Justice sang loud and long, so much so that the mind reader couldn't pick out our thoughts over the medley. Izzy turned off her communicator, and several of the lower willpower guards started shaking their heads. That should buy us a few minutes, I said. Izzy stepped close.
He's looking for some sort of key that the king has. It lets him access the portals.
My father doesn't have one of those,
said the prince. I examined the king. He was wearing his armor with much of his kingly raiment over it. I suspected the distinct outfit was to let other people know their king was still here. He wore purple and had a crown welded to his helmet. The only major change was his medallion was missing the central part, the arcane symbol, which was the same size as the portal key I possessed. What happened to your medallion? I asked. The king gave me a sharp look.
Not quickly. My medallion was what the Ayake were looking for. It contained a portal key that would take them to where the greatest relics of the ancient empire are stored. I destroyed it, as my father made me swear should such a situation ever occur.
The 5th garrison? I said. The king nodded.
It is not truly a garrison, but a prison for the ancient relics. The monsters have never been interested in it before.
They are now, I said. There is a blackguard at Rothgar. He is very interested in the relics of this world.
That is dire news,
said the king, as the group got quiet.
Their kind has not been seen since the Great War. Only a magical sword knight can oppose them.
I have already, I said, and all eyes turned to me. There was a desperate hope there.
If a blackguard wants what is in the garrison, we cannot let him have it, said the prince.
Do you know what they have in there? I asked.
No. Relics from that war are simply taken to the fortress where they are stored. In truth, no relics have been sent there during my reign. Lord Fotips and I were young knights when the last shipment was sent during the reign of my father,
said the king.
Those were not even magical. but the prescriptions to send them remain.
So at least 30 years, I thought, as Justice continued singing. What about the supplies? I asked.
I was told to always send them, so I have. The portal opens up on the top of a mountain. We push out the carts and leave, as my father commanded me to. When we return, the carts are gone.
And you destroyed the key, said the prince with pride. Izzy almost looked disappointed, probably because of how valuable that key was.
Yes, I destroyed the family treasure. We are safe. There is a hidden defense that cannot be overcome without a key,
said the king. How rare were those? I asked.
Extremely,
said the king, eyeing me carefully.
Why do you ask?
I pulled out my portal key. I found one, but I don't need it anymore.
That is not the correct key, but it could be used with the correct preparations,
said the king, eyeing the warcaster. Burning power, I squeezed with enough force to bend steel. The small, apparently fragile piece of metal cared not for my efforts. I burned a second point of power and continued crushing, with no greater effect, but I felt my gauntlets beginning to dimple.
It is a relic. Do you want me to blow it up?
Said Izzy eagerly. Too eagerly. She might want the remains or something. I stepped away just to be safe. No, I have a better way, I said, flipping Justice over so he was tipped down. I picked out a flat section of the floor and dropped the key to destroy it the moment it landed. I drove Justice into the stone floor in a magical strike. But the key wasn't there. I spotted it flying toward the monsters.
I'm so sorry,
Izzy whispered as she leveled her hand crossbow at my armor and fired 6 times. 3 of the bolts deflected off of my magical armor spell harmlessly. 2 more were enchanted sufficiently that they penetrated the spell, but not the steel underneath. The final bolt buried itself in my intestines, then popped. Staring at her, I could see the horror of what she did in her eyes, and noticed something moving in her hair, but I didn't really have time to concentrate on that much. She targeted the king next, and the prince jumped in front of Diane. I spit out a mouthful of blood, which outside of anime was really unhealthy, then collapsed to the floor. Spitting up blood meant your lungs or stomach were bleeding into your lungs or stomach, and that just wasn't where blood went. In terms of the worst wounds I'd ever suffered, this one was the worst, bar none.
Get up.
I died. That was it. That was the kind of injury that just killed someone. Mom and Dad weren't ever going to figure out what happened to me. I died on some unknown alien world fighting for what? Nothing. I died for nothing.
Get up.
Dad was going to be the most embarrassed over it. He always told me to do what you were going to do well, and I'd failed at that. I'd done a bad job as a knight and let people down. He would be ashamed, because I could do better than this.
Get up!
I had to do better than this. My eyes shot open to a hobgoblin pointing a heavy crossbow directly at my forehead, which is not a place to get shot by one of those. I slashed with justice, taking apart the crossbow and the hob in one stroke before getting back to my feet.
He has a healing potion. Drink it.
I grabbed the potion off his bandolier and flung off my helmet to drink. Parts of my guts and muscles were where they were supposed to be again. 2 more hobgoblins rushed me, and all I could see was them and red. Both fell. I think one managed to stick me, but I was so badly damaged, it hardly mattered.
You do not know how to die,
said Tentacle Jim as he walked towards me, leaving the body of the king behind him. 4 glowing weapons almost floated next to him, but he wasn't levitating them. I was just nearly blind. That was going to make defending hard. I fell into my standard sword fighting pose and tried not to fall over.
Back, left, thrust.
I took a step back, pivoting to the left and thrust forward. I felt Justice impact on something.
Advance, advance, strike up,
yelled Justice. It was like training, doing the moves without thinking, without feeling my guts oozing around, without thought. And Justice smashed into something again. Tentacle Jim was bleeding badly from several wounds that I hadn't seen on him before. He looked annoyed, which was kind of funny. I nearly fell over, and he came at me with all of his weapons.
Dodge! Up, up, down, down!
I jumped 2, then ducked the other 2.
Slash left, right, right!
Justice tore into the armor of the Ayake. He bellowed, and I felt something wriggling fall to my feet.
Block! Attack! Select your target and start attacking!
I felt a heal and a cleanse hit on top of each other. Neither could do much, but it cleared my mind. Parrying a sword, I struck at Tentacle Jim's armored core, then spotted his beak-like mouth and thrust with all my might. Tentacle Jim barely blocked the strike, Justice's tip shattering his armor. Then I felt a tentacle wrap around my arm, and I was flung to the ground. I smashed down with bone-jarring force and struggled to stand. The Ayake looked down at me, purple blood streaming from 2 missing tentacles as he deliberately pulled out a healing potion and drank it. The bleeding stopped.
Well, Pilgrim, it looks like this dance is over,
said Tentacle Jim as I finally got to my feet. I ain't done yet, I thought, because talking was too much.
Well, Knight, you still haven't learned to respect an elder monster. It is time you learned why you should respect your betters.
I don't have to beat you, I said as I swayed.
Why is that?
Asked Tentacle Jim, as a foot of steel erupted from his chest. The squid's tentacles wrapped around it, and his eye cast back where the prince stood, holding his father's sword.
Because you forgot to check your 6, cowboy,
said Justice. That was for my father, said the prince. I stood silently as the prince searched the body and stood up holding a healing potion. You need to drink this.
Other people, I mouthed, are in better shape than you. Drink the potion?
Asked Justice. I reached for the vial but physically couldn't. My hands were shaking too much. The prince bit off the cork and poured the vial down my throat. My legs burned for several seconds, and then the real pain struck. The potion was not for humans, and in normal circumstances, drinking it would have been incredibly stupid. However, I was so badly damaged that the broad healing the potion provided was enough that at least some of my burst intestines restored themselves, and I was able to breathe without bubbles coming up. Then Justice cast Cleanse, and most of that pain subsided. I could see properly again, not just the small dots from before, and everything hurt. There was a hole in my armor where someone had shoved a pick, it looked like. I'd taken a wound to the back as well that I had no recollection of at all. Your father? Dead. He got his shield in position from Azalea's treachery, but only because she focused on you first. The bolts injured him, but not nearly as seriously as yourself. The Ayake fought him personally, said the prince.
Where is she?
The wizard and her ran to the portal. They opened it and fled, said Charles.
Why did Tentacle Jim stay? I said.
He said killing me and father was worth it. It would disrupt everything, said the young prince, looking forlorn. He was wrong, though. Killing my father was enough.
That is not the only problem, said Justice.
Great, I said. I looked up to see Princess Fiona, Diane, and a third man walking towards us. He looked determined, but I was unsure if I could stand up.
Any idea who that is? Lord Dathand, said Justice. He's Princess Fiona's husband, and the reason you are still alive. He charged the room right after you were shot with enough soldiers to overwhelm the Hobbs. They were leaving you for last on orders of the Ayake, until they realized the battle turned, and you got back up.
Can I take him? I wondered.
Probably not in your current condition,
said Justice.
Which might be a problem.
I scanned the room. There were only a few humans alive, and none of them were wearing the king's heraldry. To many, honor only mattered if there were witnesses. And I didn't like the look passing between the princess and her husband.
This is going to be bad,
said Justice. Even I understood that subtext. Any ideas?
Let me think,
said Justice, as the 2 adults made up their minds, and I could see the tension on Dathan's face. I could recognize someone coming to grips with a hard choice they didn't like. Diane rushed forward and stood in front of the prince. You were so brave. I'm going to tell everyone how brave you were. That might be premature, began Fiona, as I struggled to figure out what to do. She pulled Diane off to the side and they began arguing quietly. Lord Dathand was counting and figuring out how many of his guys he needed for whatever he was planning, and the numbers were decidedly not in my employer's favor.
Princess Bride?
Seriously? I thought. then realized as I sat there that it was probably the best I was going to manage. I didn't think I was dying right now, but that didn't mean I was going to live without help. Thankfully, I had justice. That left me watching Lord Deathhand as he made up his mind. He looked at me with my glowing sword across my knees. We both knew what was about to happen. So did Fiona and Diane. The only one not aware was the prince, who was mourning his father.
You don't appear to be in any shape to stop me, unless you are planning on challenging me to a fight to the death?
Deathhand asked. Clearing my throat, I said, Have you ever heard of a fight to the pain?
I'm not familiar with that one.
I inhaled, then stopped. I'm too tired for this. Arms, legs, eyes, nose.
Are my ears supposed to be left intact so I can hear people screaming about my horrible body?
Said Deathhand. Yes, I said, causing Deathhand to reconsider. And I will leave after you've finished, and you'll have to deal with the problem.
But you can't stand,
said Deathhand. Possibly, or maybe I'm just resting to recover my stamina. Either is possible. Do you want to make that wager? I asked. No, said the princess.
No?
Asked Deathhand. They teleported to the 5th garrison. We'll need someone to lead the charge, and he's the only magical sword knight we have, she said with finality.
I could lead the charge,
said Lord Deathhand, looking annoyed. Daddy, do you see the soldier there without a codpiece? The squid man made him cut off his own, she began. Young lady, yelled her mother, waving Diane down as she wildly gesticulated the story. But Diane didn't quit, and eventually her mom gave up. What followed were 5 minutes of total silence while Diane spun a tragic tale that was beyond description. And then he choked on it, finished Diane. It wasn't the blood loss that killed him. It was the fact that he didn't chew. We all sat in total silence for a good 10 seconds before Justice finally piped up.
She talks with her hands a lot.
I could have done without the scissors gesture, or the spurting, I said, scarred, as was every man here. Possibly every man who had ever existed since the dawn of time. Lord Deathhand stood there quietly, then shook his head.
Nope. The magical sword knight can do it. Hail King Charles!
Chapter 26. New Day, New King. Several hours later, I was resting in a nicely appointed room in the castle. It was Izzy's old room. Her stuff was piled unceremoniously in the corner. They'd moved it while I was attending the coronation. It still smelled like her, and I tried not to think about what she'd done. My guts still hurt. Not sure how they accepted him so quickly, I said, picking another topic.
He killed the monster that killed his father, with the magical sword knight. A bit of your glory rubbed off on him,
said Justice.
Also, it helps that the princess is now behind him pushing hard.
That was a bit more understandable. Diane got doe-eyed when she looked over at Charles. Hope it ends better for her than on Earth. She didn't need to do that. Her husband's army broke the siege, I said. When we'd come up from the basement, I discovered that Lord Deathhand brought more than just a few retainers with him. He brought his entire army, as well as what remained of the northern garrison. Those forces, combined with the hasty attack on the wall, left the monsters exposed, and the ensuing battle was a rout. The problem the Ayake-led army had was that they were both obviously in charge and clear targets. After several more died, the entire monster army broke into fragments. While it would take years to track down all of those monsters, they were no longer threatening the castle. That just left my personal injuries. I looked at my midsection and most of the bruises were cleared up. There was still a scar on my abdomen where the bolt penetrated my armor. I thought my scars cleared up.
Non-magical ones will heal right away. Magical ones like that will stay until you get back to Earth,
said Justice. I fingered the angry welt of skin. Before I was a knight, I had scars like any country boy, but after Justice cast heal on me the first time, they all cleared up. Now I was used to them being gone, and that angry welt looked terrible. That should have killed me, I said uncomfortably.
The magical bolt misfired. Instead of detonating at full force, which would have jellified you, it only exploded with enough force to catastrophically injure you,
said Justice. Her bolts always explode, I said.
Not this time. It was probably your spell interfering,
said Justice. Or she was mind-controlled and didn't want to actually kill me, I replied. Justice considered that.
Possibly, but it is just as possible the monsters offered her a small fortune for that device. Intelligent monsters collect gold instinctually, but they often have little to no purpose for the material, so it has been traded off in the past.
I can't believe she'd do that.
Guild hunters are humans that are laced with monster parts. It is impossible to know fully what they are capable of. More than a few have gone off the rails over the years due to having just a bit too much monster in them,
said Justice. She said she was careful.
They all say that. She has a Medusa eye in her forehead. That is a mana-affecting upgrade. She made herself more susceptible to corruption, and the Ayake got to her. It is an unfortunate problem with the fly-by-night guilds,
said Justice. I'd disagree, but she shot me. Exhaling noisily, I sat up. How many heals was that?
We are up to 15,
said Justice.
Both heal and cleanse are doing next to nothing right now.
I have 2 quest points. Anything I could spend those on?
No, but you did manage to level up.
You are a level 7 magical sword squire. Mana, 3. Stamina, 6. +1, committed. Skills, dexterity, rank 6. Power, rank 6. Conditioning, rank 6. Swords, rank 3. Passive skills, smithing, rank 5. Salvaging, rank 3. Magical skills, capacity, rank 2. Battery, rank 2.
That took forever, I said. I faintly remembered some sort of feeling when I gained levels before, but like my skill increases now, they just didn't have the same oomph. My stamina did go up, so I could use more skills, but I recovered points fast enough now that it was rare I went through my 5. And no sword arts until rank 5?
No, offensive sword arts,
said Justice. Wait, that's different, I replied.
Yes, and because you will not shut up about it, I will show you something now that will be very useful in your fight with the Black Guard,
said Justice. I can shut up about things, I said, getting more comfortable in the bed. My stomach still hurt. It was a deep pain, and I wasn't sure how safe it was. I'd been kicked by a cow, fallen off a tractor, and once slipped in a grain silo and was nearly crushed. None of it felt nearly that bad. I was solidly under the impression that the only thing holding me together was a bit of mana and some prayer.
Swords, initiate rank 3. Your strikes will be 30% more powerful. You can parry 30% faster, and against 30% stronger strikes. You can burn a point of stamina to double these effects for 15 seconds. You have committed a point of stamina granting you these effects constantly at rank 1.
Finally, I moaned. I considered waving Justice around to see how the constant 10% increase I had at the first rank worked, then decided laying here was the only worthwhile option. I was too sore to fool around. Did that unlock any special attacks?
You cannot learn offensive sword arts prior to rank 5 in swords, so it generally is a bad idea to fight against beings who have such arts. Against foes lacking such techniques, defenses against sword arts are unnecessary,
said Justice. But I fought 2 orcs with sword arts before.
And you didn't need any abilities beyond what you already possessed, replied Justice. But a blackguard is a whole different level, so for that, you'll need something to defend against knightly tier sword arts.
Galahad's parry. This parry will block any attack, channeling the energy of their strike back at them.
How do I do a blade art? I asked, getting back to my feet as a better option presented itself. Yeah, I was sore, but not too sore to work on a special move.
Intent and will,
said Justice.
Just hold up your sword like a magical sword knight and focus on defending yourself.
That was pretty self-explanatory. I was used to doing that by now. I adopted my standard fighting pose, shifting to a parry while burning swords. Justice perfectly aligned to defend against my imaginary attacker. I could do that already, I said, moving deliberately between several different defensive kata. By now, I knew all the basic magical sword knight kata, and more than a few of the advanced ones. They were good practice, and burning swords always got me in the right form while doing them.
Now, burn mana,
said Justice. I don't burn mana, I cast with it, I said. The feeling with casting a spell was entirely different than burning an ability. It was such an unusual ask that I'd never even considered doing that before. I started attempting the burn, but the actual mechanics of it were strange, and a dark, horrible feeling washed over me. Am I going to have to spoodle something?
And flump. That's one of the reasons I've had you practicing,
said Justice. Sadly, now that I knew what needed to be done, I had a frame of reference. All I had to do was a simultaneous mana and stamina burn. The issue came with the mana. So I get burning swords. Am I trying to burn mana to power swords? I asked.
Nope. You'll have to focus on defense, the parry itself, while burning,
said Justice. Your position? I asked.
No, you need to burn right as you are defending, the moment the other sword hits,
said Justice. I imagined a blade striking Justice as I timed the burn, which thankfully was reasonably synchronous, and Justice's fuller started to glow. The effect only lasted for a second, but it was enough to show me what I needed. That's going to be tricky to pull off unless I can see a pattern, I said.
By the time your sword skill gets to rank 5, it is much easier,
said Justice.
Which is why it is traditionally taught later. In this situation, you'll need it soon.
That was a hard ask, but so was pretty much everything else. The wind-up to get the sword art active was going to get me killed. Given the time scale that I operated in, even a half second was far too long. I was going to have to be able to read my opponent like a book. Problems for later. Do we know how to get to the 5th garrison? I asked, summoning back my armor. The magical armor spell fixed the damage, but there were spots now where I could tell Izzy shot me. That had something to do with the mana interacting with my armor.
Yes, though I don't know how you are going to reach it,
said Justice, bringing up the map.
It is high up in a mountain range to the west.
I'll worry about that, I said, heading to the main hall. If I focused on moving and not the pain, it got easier. Sir Yorick, said King Charles when he saw me. He was looking at a large map with an injured Lord Fatips. Lord Dathand was there, alongside the princess. Diane was sitting nearby, looking sternly at them both, probably for the plan to kill Charles. Your Majesty, I said. Charles glanced over at Diane before walking over to me. I am very sorry about what happened under the castle. I knew Lady Azalea was of less than pristine morals, but I did not expect her to actively betray us to the monsters. I wanted to say I didn't believe that. I wanted to say that Izzy was under the control of the monsters and not operating under her own free will. Except I couldn't verify anything, and she shot me. She is my companion. I will deal with it, I said finally. Charles nodded, accepting that.
We need to travel to the 5th garrison,
said Dathand. Any idea what the monsters will want when they get there? I asked. Every relic from before the cataclysm, said Fiona. Charles's kingdom has been the repository of all the relics due to the unique nature of the hidden fortress. It is in the mountains west of here, but due to a trick of magic, there is no way to reach it. Explain.
There is a magical barrier that surrounds the fortress. It can be penetrated using a portal key, but no other way has been successful, said Dathand. Before you ask, no, I don't have the coordinates of the fortress, so we cannot portal back to Earth and then portal there, said Justice. Further, I am unsure we'd be able to battle through the fortress by ourselves.
You are just a ray of sunshine. Supplies are sent there. There must be a route I can take, I said.
You need to use a portal key to activate the portal, which was located inside the defenses,
said Lord Fatips.
I sent over a unit of soldiers to secure the portal.
Excellent. We can just use that, I said.
And had them destroyed when monsters attempted to access the site,
said Lord Fatips.
They will have to use a different portal to reach the garrison. Not a bad idea, said Justice. I'm pretty sure I could eventually hack one of those portals, but without the portal on the other side, or the key, I'd have to have physical access to both gateways to link them.
What about the portal under the castle? I asked. The Ayake damaged it further after they used it, said the princess, annoyed. We might be able to repair it eventually. Most of the portals reside in that mountain range, and any portals that still function will have a linked gate west of here, said Fiona. Well, that does it. That mountain range is hundreds of miles from here, said King Charles, counting on his fingers. That's a week of travel by horseback. Verily I shall travel with all haste, I said flatly. Lord Fatips looked at me consideringly. And no one knows how to get to the entrance of the valley without using a portal,
said Fiona, looking desperately at her husband, who shrugged. There was a momentary impasse until Lord Fatips spoke.
My king, your father and I once returned from the garrison by horseback. The journey was dangerous while I was your age, and I cannot imagine that it has become safer over the years.
It couldn't have. Every relic deposited in the 5th garrison has made the nearby valley more treacherous, said Fiona. The path would be suicide.
But there is a path, I said.
Yes, and with my king's permission, I will show you the secret way,
said Lord Fatips. Chapter 27. The Long Dark Path. Lord Fatips was vastly overselling the difficulty of finding this place, I growled. We'd been running into low-key mana mutations for the past hour, and there was an arcane shine to the whole damn region.
You think go west would have been sufficient,
said Justice. Especially considering the water in the local area is pinkish, I said, watching a stream where three-eyed fish were flopping back in as we rode past.
The mana density has been consistently ticking up. That will cause hostile mutations in most local flora and fauna,
said Justice. You don't say. Did that tree just move? I asked, examining it. I was only mostly sure that the tree's branches moved, like some sort of angry snake.
Good catch, Squire, thought Justice, but they only move when you blink.
That's worse, I said. We finally reached the entrance to the valley Lord Fatips told us about, with 2 adjacent towers that at some point had served to block access. They were overgrown with black roots that pulled both structures down. One looked like it had a mouth. Gringer's ears flattened, and he stopped. So far, Gringer had made up distance vastly more quickly than should have been possible on a horse. By burning stamina, he could maintain a speed that a normal horse would have died attempting.
You are a knight. You need to be purposeful and brave,
said Justice. My purpose is not dying, and I'll bravely try my best to do that, I replied.
And here I was so very happy you were back on board with being a knight,
said Justice. That was before we got here, I said, looking at the magical toxic wasteland full of pain and anguish, and I promptly reconsidered my choices. But not for very long. This was moronic, and going through that valley was stupid. No one with any common sense at all would advance any farther than this. What I needed was a hero to give a rousing speech to encourage everyone forward, and I knew just the guy. Fear not, stalwart companions. I shall venture down this dark, scary, terrifying, horrible road that no sane person would traverse, to fight the great enemy who threatens this world and single-handedly defeat them, stated the mighty Sir Yorick.
You know that's you, right?
Said Justice. The stupidly brave part of me, I said, kneeing Gringer forward. My horse stayed put. I kneed him again, and his head shook. The third time he looked back at me like I was crazy.
He thinks you are crazy,
said Justice. I got that, I replied flatly. Do I have to get down and walk? Gringer considered that. God damn it, I growled, and encouraged my mighty, invincible warhorse to move forward. You weren't supposed to beat a dead horse, but Gringer wasn't dead yet. Unfortunately, he was wearing steel armor and was massive, so I was effectively a 3-year-old punching a boxer. There are probably monsters you can fight in there, Gringer snorted. There are probably monsters you can eat in there. My mighty stallion considered that tempting thought, then stepped forward. He looked at the tree for a second to ensure it stopped moving, then continued trotting down the path.
Do not fear, we will be fine. You have Justice with you,
said Justice, as a pine cone fell to the ground and exploded. Somehow that does not fill me with confidence, I said, as we continued down the path. The hairs on the back of my neck stayed in their full upright position for this takeoff, and Gringer already decided he'd made the wrong choice. We, and by that I mean Gringer, stopped again half a mile later when we reached the path down to the valley proper, where it got worse.
I see where we need to go. That small village in the distance,
said Justice. I looked, but the arcane haze over the valley was enough to defeat my eyeballs. Through the valley?
Yes,
replied Justice. Below us was a shallow, infected wound cut into the skin of the planet where dark insects the size of houses fluttered around. A tongue shot out from a fetid pool of rainbow-colored ooze and harpooned a bug, dragging it down into the depths. "Wait, the stream we passed comes from here," I said, gesturing down at the lake.
"That much mana will make water flow uphill,"
said Justice.
"Oh,
that's horrifying." Gringer turned around and started to walk back. After a few moments, Justice chimed in.
"You should probably make him stop."
"But it is such a good idea," I said.
"Well, yes, leaving has its merits,"
said Justice, as I saw the ambling pile of muck crawling up the path after us. Stopping to eat Gringer's many gifts of road fudge, the entire upper part of the creature opened up, and a massive fanged maw with 6 tongues scooped up each pellet as the creature savored them. "What the hell is that?" I asked, as Gringer stopped dead as the creature noticed us.
"Shambling horror,"
said Justice. "Can we take one of those?" I asked.
"Unless it screams to summon up more," said Justice. "Then it will get messy."
"Define messy," I asked.
"They love animal meat."
I patted Gringer comfortingly. "I won't let anything happen to him."
"You are also an animal."
"Oh," I said, uncomfortably. It screamed. "Run!" I yelled, and turned Gringer onto the trail into the valley. Being a knight was all well and good, but I wasn't that brave. The shambling horror's skin peeled back, exposing a half-dozen mutated limbs that it used to shamble after us. Unfortunately, it was fully capable of shambling as fast as a galloping horse. I did not mean unfortunately as in it could catch us. I mean that, unfortunately, that drove Gringer to shift into 7th gear. My horse burned power, and we stopped going fast and started going crazy. Gringer took the entire path in about 3 massive bounds before he hit the somewhat flat ground and really built up speed. I was pretty sure we ran past several monsters who just didn't have time to react as Gringer the Unflappable flapped along terrified. "Was that a tree?" I managed, as I used my gloves of gripping and power to retain my grip on the horse.
"Yes, that was the second one,"
said Justice. "This might actually work. If we can get to the other side of the valley without any major issues, I think everything is going to be okay," I said, when my mighty horse suddenly kicked on the brakes. We slid for a good 50 yards before coming to a stop next to the rainbow-colored marsh that I now realized took up the majority of the center of the valley. It wasn't full of water, but rather some sloppy mixture of vibrantly colored pudding that smelled as strange as it looked. "We should get back to the forest," I said.
"Do not fear. That frog beast we saw earlier won't bother to eat a single human. It would take a few thousand pounds of meat for him to—" started Justice, as Gringer slowly turned his head to face the sword. "We should probably move."
I scanned the mass of rainbow sherbet sludge. There are rocks showing through the surface, so it must be shallower at that point. We should be able to ford the marsh.
"Also, I can see the eyes of those frog creatures,"
said Justice. Gringer moved farther back into the mutant forest for cover. Several mouth-shaped leaves snapped at us, but as we were both encased in metal, there wasn't much they could do about it. I cast magical armor once, just to be safe, when I noticed a faint hissing on my armor. The snapmouth spite was moderately acidic. "I take it these things evolved to eat other magical critters?" I asked, plucking the most vicious Venus flytrap I'd ever seen off my armor.
"Yes, magical creatures enter into an arms race against each other quite rapidly. That is one of the reasons even I have trouble penetrating their hides,"
said Justice. This place was like a chemical waste dump out of a nightmare. I saw something that looked like a mutant rabbit hopping around with 50 smaller rabbits. A dog-like creature approached, and a half-dozen mini-rabbits jumped at it, latched on, and exploded. "I can't imagine an entire world like this," I said.
"There is an upper limit on how concentrated mana can become,"
said Justice after a moment.
"If it gets much stronger than this, not even monsters can survive."
"But monsters are responsible for the concentration of mana?" I asked.
"Yes, it is part of the mana cycle. More mana means more monsters, which in turn brings about more mana, and the cycle repeats. At some point in the cycle you get a monster world, where there is so much mana that only monsters can exist."
"But too much mana means not even monsters can exist," I said.
Yes, and when that happens, they all die, which causes a planet-wide extinction event.
Like the dinosaurs, I said.
Exactly,
Replied Justice as we pushed through some non-biting leaves and emerged at the edge of the fort I'd spotted. Wait, exactly? Justice vibrated slightly like he tended to do when he was considering something.
Yes, the dinosaurs were monsters. They eventually hit a point where there was too much magic, and there was an event.
An asteroid hit the planet. There's a crater.
Your scientists have explained that there was a crater, and it must have been caused by an asteroid because that is the only thing that makes sense to science,
said Justice.
Because a magical event which caused a transmutation that converted a chunk of the planet into what you call iridium isn't possible otherwise.
But there was evidence of a planet-wide fireball.
When you convert many tons of rock into iridium, that tends to happen,
said Justice. There's a crater!
There would be,
said Justice matter-of-factly. Is iridium a magical metal? We use iridium for pen tips and spark plugs, I think.
And magical swords use it for the edge of our blades. If you were to magically charge a fountain pen, they won't work too well,
said Justice smugly. But science...
Science explains things with evidence. Earth is a dead world to magic, and has been for quite some time, so long in fact that you developed science as a replacement. Since most Earthlings have never encountered magic, it has no place in their models of the universe, which has caused you guys to come up with some rather interesting conclusions.
I stared down at Justice's hilt, considering what he'd said. Magic didn't make any sense to me, but it did exist, and if I tried to operate here without it, I'd have been in trouble. This was too deep to consider right now, but I did have one more question. Are we still in the same universe as Earth?
Of course. I don't know this world's sky very well, but if I observed it unsheathed for a night, I could find Earth if it is visible from here. Most portal locations are inside your galaxy, if that is what you are curious about,
said Justice. I thought we might be traveling to a different universe or something, I said.
Of course not. There is only one universe. That multiverse stuff is right out of silly fantasy books, not real life,
said Justice, my magical talking sword. I bit back a reply. Now was not the time for it. I resolved to ask fewer questions.
That is probably a good idea. At least, don't ask all your questions at once,
said Justice. Gringer, the delicious meat snack, paced uncomfortably. He was fine attacking things smaller than him, but larger creatures obviously gave him the heebie-jeebies. I checked the minimap, and Justice had conveniently located no fewer than 3 large creatures near us, and a herd of smaller ones, though, for whatever reason, none of them had found us yet. And that didn't count whatever was swimming in the sludge, which Justice's scan couldn't conclusively detect. We could try running across the ford, maximum speed, I suggested, just as one of the larger monsters, something that looked like a diseased elk, ran into a herd of oversized rabbits. The rabbits bolted over the ford with the diseased elk in tow. Smaller frog-like creatures rose to the surface of the sludge and shot out their tongues, which slammed through the sides of the rabbit-like creatures, dragging them screaming into the water, which then roiled like firecrackers were going off. The diseased elk fared worse. A much larger frog creature emerged to harpoon its tongue through the animal's side and drag it under. It didn't scream?
That's what happens when you instantly kill something,
said Justice. Gringer backed off a pace. My adventures are not going to be ended by me getting impaled to death by a mutant frog, I said. How do they even see?
Well, according to my records, they have a highly detailed mana sense. They used that to detect living mana in animals,
said Justice. Wait, they only eat animals? I asked.
Yes, they are ultimately mutant frogs. They might eat a vegetable with their meal if they must, but it is not a typical target for them,
said Justice. I rubbed the sticky sap from the snapjaw and shrugged. It would have to do. We rode back to the angry tree, and I hopped down. You stay here, I told Gringer unnecessarily. My horse was content to hide in this carnival of terrors. I moved closer to the plant, and the leaves all began orienting on me. I counted to 4 and burned dexterity and swords as they launched themselves at me. Justice was right in the center of each bite, letting the snapjaw clamp around the incredibly sharp metal for an instant before it was split in 2, and I was moving to the next jaw. They fell apart in rapid succession, and I was partially coated in sap. There were too many. Several clamped onto my armor, and I realized they were attacking from the same area. They were all connected to a concealed vine, which I then severed, causing a more controlled stream of sap to spurt out all over me. It wasn't enough. There was only a light coating in sap after all that, and I didn't trust such a meager amount. So I looked up at the pruned angry tree. The naked tree was just as mutated as the leaves, with an obvious mouth that roared as I started toward it. I'd removed the snapjaws, which were just developed leaves, but ultimately that was something the tree had dealt with before. I needed a closer shave. "Do trees have vital organs?" I said.
Of course, they have leaves, stems, and roots,
said Justice. "A vital organ I can stab to get the tree to cover me in sap," I said.
Oh, no, they don't. You'd have to cut it down.
"If that's the case," I said, holding Justice like an axe, "then call me a lumberjack."
Yes, let's jack this tree off.
"Seriously?" I said.
I realized it as soon as I said it,
said Justice. I charged forward, Justice at the ready, and the tree began swinging down massive branches at me. When they had been covered in snapjaws, the limbs appeared almost normal. Denuded, they were unholy abominations of claws and thorns. Slashing up, I took off one claw and then a chunk of bark. The tree was so mana-saturated that the bark was nearly impervious to normal attacks. If Justice hadn't been a magical sword, I wouldn't have been able to scratch it. Having the sword skill grant me a constant 10% bonus was handy. My blade alignment was better than ever, and I didn't have to burn swords to make a lot of cuts I would have needed to before. In reality, the 10% bonus made me vastly more effective, though I'd still have to burn for any really challenging attacks. The tree was more annoyed than hurt at this point. Losing its leaves was an inconvenience, not a death sentence, and the large mouth on the trunk showed me why. If it couldn't get a snack, it was going to open up the can and have a meal. As the first branch swung down, I dodged and slashed. I swung Justice like an axe, chopping deeply into the magically resistant bark. The tree groaned and pulled back before swinging another branch down. Rolling to the side, I cut at that branch, but since I wasn't properly standing, I barely scratched the bark.
"Footwork!"
yelled Justice, and I got myself positioned. The first branch swung down again, and I was on my feet, burning power and swords, aiming for my previous mark. With swords, I could line up perfectly, and I chopped even farther into the plant's limb. It groaned, and this time as it pulled back the limb, I heard a crack. Unfortunately, I was distracted and didn't see the other branch. It slammed down on my shoulder like a pile driver. I burned power to avoid being crushed.
"You should have dodged,"
said Justice, as I was yanked straight out of the dirt by the tree's branch. I could feel the claw-like branches digging into my armor, and the heavy steel buckled underneath them. I waited until I could feel the steel pressing into my flesh before I cast magical armor, causing the armor to pop out in a rainbow display of magical might. The tree's grip loosened, and with a mighty shake, I broke free, dropping 8 feet to the ground directly in front of the tree's horrible maw. I jokered the tree's mouth in one powerful slash, carving a massive smile there. The thinner wood around the creature's mouth was easier to cut than the much thicker bark elsewhere. As fragments of wood went flying, 3 vine tongues shot out, wrapping around my arms and waist, pulling me forward. "Not quite fast enough," I muttered, swinging Justice down and cleaving off all 3 tongues in one slash. The tree screamed like wood twisting in a tornado. I stepped closer and struck several times at the edge of the bark-filled maw, hacking out more and more chunks of wood.
"That's probably enough,"
said Justice, and I nodded, clicking twice in the age-old call. Gringer stepped up behind the tree and kicked with his power-infused legs. The first kick tore off bark and caused the tree to shudder all the way up its trunk. The second time Gringer kicked, something in the tree broke. "Timber!" I yelled. I stepped to the side as the massive tree crashed forward, landing with enough force that every bird around suddenly went airborne. Gringer snorted, content with his work as he stood next to the stump. "Now the problem is, how do we get the sap?" I said, the moment before the stump and trunk both spewed forth a torrent of sticky purple sap, coating me and Gringer from top to bottom.
"How fortunate. Problem solved,"
said Justice. Gringer started to shake his head, then stopped and looked over at me miserably. I guessed. The sap had completely covered my visor, leaving everything purple. "Goody,"
Chapter 28. Over the river and through the woods. Crossing the Rainbow Sherbet Lagoon was easy after all that work. The aberrant frogs were uninterested in plants, and we were both coated in so much fresh plant sap that their detailed mana senses failed to pick either of us up. Mostly. One spent way too long looking at Gringer while we briskly trotted across. I was nearly to the point of ordering my horse to gallop away, which would have given up the ghost, when a housefly that looked like Jeff Goldblum had melted himself in a microwave flew over.
"That's the fly,"
said Justice. "Yeah," I said as we got back onto solid ground. "Good movie. Grandpa really liked it for some reason."
"It was familiar,"
said Justice as we continued riding, and Gringer got more and more annoyed. When we hit the tree line, Justice cast Cleanse, and all of the sap vanished instantly, causing Gringer to nicker in relief, which also altered one of the giant frogs to explode out of the sherbet. "I hate this place," I muttered. Gringer adjusted his speed to super gallop, and we plowed through the forest on a very underutilized road. The first frog landed well behind us, ribbited once, and launched itself back into the air. It sailed overhead, aiming for the long stretch of road directly before us, where it landed with a mighty plop, and vanished from sight. Gringer stopped abruptly, skidding to a halt well before where the frog had apparently landed. Apparently was the key word here, because I didn't see any evidence of the frog on the road, only piles of bones carelessly tossed at the sides of the road. Massive piles of bones. "You don't think," I said, as a slurry of mutant frog bones shot out of the road and sprayed all over the nearby piles, adding a new layer to the mess.
"A mimic road,"
said Justice.
"That's new."
"Did I mention that I hate this place?" I muttered, hopping off of Gringer and striking the dirt with Justice. He cast Scan, and we had a strange little map of the nearby area where there were a number of voids that represented other large mimics that were made up to look like the ground.
"That one is pretending to be more trees. That one is a hill. That one has a stream flowing over it and is eating all the three-eyed fish that swim down,"
said Justice. "And I take it there aren't many actual monsters on this side," I said, leading Gringer by the reins. He snorted, pulling them away from my hand, so I switched over to just walking with my faithful steed following behind me.
"No, it appears the large ones have been cleared out. There are some smaller ones, but they also appear unhappy about the mimic situation,"
said Justice. "Great, at least we know how to avoid them," I said. Eventually, we arrived at the small, nondescript town that rested at the edge of the valley. The most prominent features were the lack of monsters and a short rocky path leading up to a Washington Monument-sized stone pillar on the hill above.
"Obelisk,"
said Justice. Fine, there was an obelisk in front of the pinkish barrier at the hill on the edge of the valley. Presumably the fortress was on the other side. It was a faintly shimmering effect that looked vaguely familiar. "That looks like a portal from the Arcanium."
"Yes,"
replied Justice.
"They are using portal energy to power it. That would explain why they have so many gateways everywhere."
"Clearly," I replied, not clear at all. "Can we bypass it?"
"I'm sure I can come up with something,"
said Justice. Gringer snorted angrily. "Wow, language," I said.
"You can hear that?"
said Justice. "Everyone could," I replied. We continued walking until we reached the center of the ruined village. I struck the ground with Justice again, and determined that the ground was safe at least. The buildings here were ancient, and every part of them that wasn't made of stone had long since rotted away, but a few of them were marginally intact. "Something passed through here recently," I said, taking in all the tracks. "Another one of the massive herds of creatures must exist on this side." The tracks came from farther back in the valley, and were clearly moving through the town, though the cobblestone streets were still largely intact, making tracking the massive creatures difficult. Whatever passed through here had done some additional damage along the way. At least one structure looked like it toppled recently. The few intact buildings were two-story affairs with arches on the lower level. The structures were boxy and rather plain on the outside, not showing the kind of advanced construction someone would expect in this area rife with magical activity.
"That is because they are not active,"
said Justice as we walked by the largest remaining structure. His gems flickered slightly, and the walls of the building suddenly grew bright and colorful. One of the arches flickered and began to glow like a portal.
Is this where the supplies were left? I asked. The portal was pointed nearly directly at the stairs leading to the obelisk.
I don't think so. I believe there's another gateway inside that barrier,
said Justice.
The monsters may have used this portal to get here.
I don't think so. Those tracks are coming from further out in the valley. If that was the monster army, they walked right past this building on the way in. I spent a few more seconds examining the old building. With all the lights, it looked vastly more modern to my eyes. But at the most basic level, it was a simple building. It reminded me of something out of my 6th grade history classes. They look like something out of ancient history.
Sumerian,
corrected Justice. My smile faded as I continued to examine the buildings. Did you mean they look like they were Sumerian?
No,
said Justice.
The civilization you would have called Mesopotamia was early Sumeria, and they had magic, as did most early human cultures.
I don't really know much about them, but weren't those like thousands of years ago? I said.
This style was popular about 1300 BCE,
said Justice. With all the magic, I said, looking at the glowing building.
Yes, that was about the time of the collapse of magic on Earth,
said Justice.
I wasn't there, so I don't know the specific dates, but your species had dispersed through portals before then.
I knew Earth had magic, but I didn't realize it was quite this advanced.
Your current science calls it the Bronze Age collapse, because there is no evidence to support what actually happened,
said Justice.
The magic just stopped on Earth.
And Earth was safe from the monsters because they removed all the magic from the equation, I said.
Basically, there are still drips and drabs on Earth, but most of it just vanishes. Some sorceresses still exist on Earth, desperately trying to figure it out,
said Justice. Did Grandpa ever try to figure it out? I asked.
Not that I recall, but I forget several years of our time together. There is also a pretty wide gap between the last time I saw Henry and when I started remembering things again. We could have found something troubling, but I wouldn't know.
Wait. Technology doesn't work around magic. If they find out how to restore mana, our civilization would collapse, I said. I couldn't get a television to work at low mana density. Nothing significant would work at what most worlds considered normal magical density. Certain things would, like inflatable rafts, but nothing that required electricity. No televisions, no computers, no book readers. Hospitals would shut down, stock trading would stop. So would virtually any sort of commerce. Our farm would stop without electricity. The old tractor would possibly still work, but the big tractor was a computer-driven monster that let one operator do what used to take dozens. There would have been no way to use the old tractor to harvest our crops. There just wasn't enough time. Magic returning to Earth would destroy civilization. Billions would die, and I couldn't think of any possible way to make it work. Mana and technology were incompatible on a basic level.
I wouldn't worry about it. There have been magic users on Earth trying to figure out that mystery since the magic stopped. None were ever successful,
said Justice. Do you think it is related to what is in the 5th garrison? I asked.
I don't know, but whatever they are looking for is beyond this barrier,
said Justice as we examined the glowing pink field. The amount of mana it radiated allowed me to completely restore my mana in moments.
And I'm not sure how we are going to bypass it.
There is a magical control panel on that obelisk, I said.
I will attempt to hack it, Sneakers style,
said Justice.
I should be able to break the encryption in a day or two.
I doubt we have that much time, I said.
Do you have any other ideas?
Several. We could try for the classics, I said, grabbing my invulnerable magical sword and driving it into the barrier. Justice slid off, unaffected. I cast Magical Strike, burned power, and tried again. This time I got the tip to stay at the same spot and pushed forward with every bit of strength I could muster.
Classics are overrated,
said Justice. Like the John Wayne guy, I offered.
He is a famous actor,
grumbled my sword.
Famous for many movies. I'll make you watch them when we get back. Right now, we need to figure out a way to get through this magical barrier before Gringer tries kicking it open.
Gringer looked at the barrier consideringly. Not the greatest idea, big guy. If being a knight won't work, I said, reaching into my pouch and pulling out a handful of seeds. Let's try farming. Chapter 29. The 5th Garrison.
Well, I wouldn't have believed that if I didn't see it myself,
said Justice, as we trotted past the barrier that protected the 5th Garrison. The barrier flickered momentarily before snapping back into full functionality. When in doubt, plant everything you got and hope for the best, I said, repeating my mother's favorite line. It was Dad's least favorite line, but she was a gardener with a green thumb, and he was a farmer with 480 acres. They had different outlooks on those sorts of things. Following Mom's advice, I'd planted all the magic-eating turnip seeds I'd taken earlier by the magical barrier just to see what would happen. They grew explosively, often burning to a crisp when they popped. This required some fast action on my part because I needed enough seeds to grow a small field. In short, I didn't know how many mana-devouring weeds were necessary to break a magical force shield, but I knew how many I could plant. Everything I could do in an hour with the most rapidly growing turnips I'd seen in my life was just enough to weaken the barrier sufficiently so that I could push Justice through it. I followed the tear in, watching as the barrier sealed up behind us despite all the effort. Of course, I had more seeds now than when I started, so I wasn't too concerned about getting out. A good farmer never ran out of seed.
This is why even powerful magic should be backed up by stone and steel,
said Justice as we continued deeper into the area. The mountainous terrain around us was worked flat in spots, creating trails heading to the fortress, which stood on the edge of a mountain overlooking a hole that was much too deep to be natural. Yeah, a bottomless pit, I said, as we continued trotting down the trail. The path was better than before, though rockier, and Gringer's ears were searching for noises. In quick fashion, we were past the rough patch and into relative safety. We got to the top of the trail, and I immediately ducked down off the path as the massive monster army assaulted the 5th Garrison.
Forget about the monsters?
Asked Justice. Only a bit, I said, peeking over and wincing. The army here was larger than the army around the king's castle. They had a full camp constructed in preparation for conducting their siege. The only saving grace was that there weren't many large trees, so they could not easily construct massive siege engines. Unfortunately, they were working around that by bringing in mangled wood from a nearby ruined village. Goblins dragged the wood to several workspaces where they were making a desperate effort to get some usable wood for their bizarre siege engines. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the garrison was still holding. As I examined the field with Izzy's eyepiece, I figured out why. The 5th Garrison is a floating fortress, I said. I didn't see a single soldier guarding the place, though seeing as it was suspended high in the air, the monsters had no way of reaching it without flight. Strangely, I didn't see any flying monsters. Do you think they teleported here? I said, spotting a building untouched by their looting that looked like it contained a portal. That camp is full to the brim with monsters, but every one of them is injured. I was watching the various formations of hobgoblins, who appeared almost professional behind formations of smaller monsters like gnolls or goblins, who were positioned to receive the brunt of any attack.
They didn't come through that portal, said Justice. They clearly marched here.
Yeah, but a lot of those monsters are very badly injured, and some haven't been touched, I said.
I believe they came through multiple portals on the outside of the barrier and then marched here, said Justice. If I had access to a portal key and several gateways, I could easily manage that. Clearly, one gateway was more badly damaged than the others.
They were badly injured, and the town we passed through was clear, I said. At the time I thought it was a herd of monsters. I'd been somewhat correct. It was just this horde. But why would you drag your own forces through a damaged portal?
The injured monsters are mostly conjunction monsters who would have perished when the mana ran out. By bringing them here, they can serve a useful purpose, said Justice.
Cannon fodder. I searched for Gokaru and found the hobgoblin in black walking around, dragging a sorry crab creature behind him. Izzy's eyepiece flashed up some numbers. How accurate are combat rankings? I asked.
The Monster Hunters Guild takes pride in them, but they aren't extremely accurate on skill using humanoid monsters, last time I checked, said Justice.
That's good. Out of curiosity, what would mine be?
You are level 6 knight, so the base would be about 6,000, and you have multiple skills. I'd say you'd probably be around 8,500, give or take, said Justice.
How significant is a 500-point gap? I asked.
Why, Yorick?
Asked Justice.
What is his combat ranking?
It's 8,832, I said.
Oh, that is pretty close to yours, said Justice. It probably isn't very significant.
Yes, but that crab with him is 4,500 by itself, I said. Justice vibrated slightly, and with increasing intensity said,
So combined it's over 9,000?
I expect better than that from you, I said.
I don't see why you would,
said Justice, and Gringer nickered. After a few more minutes of examining the monster army, I had a good feel for the situation. So those were the two most powerful monsters, but there was a third one hiding with a group of weaker monsters near an enormous pile of ice, I said.
Probably the Warcaster, said Justice. And don't get dependent on that scope. Many powerful monsters use abilities to suppress their combat rankings.
You're saying it's like Scan, I said, nearly tossing the scope.
Actually, yeah, said Justice. Did you see Izzy?
I didn't reply. The safe bet was that she was killed the moment she got through the portal. She had valuable materials that would have been taken from her. Then she would have been fed to the monsters.
She did shoot you.
I don't care. That is no way to die, I said. There was something visceral about knowing someone had been eaten. I think it was the primitive ape part of your brain, but getting eaten by a predator was something our species had always feared. As I watched the reserve, several kobolds approached a monster and started pouring potions down its throat. The injured creature's body snapped back into position, and he ran for the front line.
Kobolds can make potions with grass and hope, said Justice. They will eventually overwhelm the garrison. We'll need to act decisively.
If we can get in there, we might be able to find what they are looking for first, I said.
We may be able to use it against them, said Justice.
If it is a weapon, I said.
I don't see how we'd reach the garrison, though,
said Justice as he buzzed quietly.
We could try a frontal assault.
Gringer nodded enthusiastically, examining our foes. He rotated his neck, and I could swear I heard popping like a fighter getting ready for a battle. Rank after rank of monsters were arrayed before the fortress, like a countless horde waiting for a true hero to slay them. In this case, that hero was a horse. Calm down, big guy, I replied, not wanting to try the Dynasty Warriors approach quite yet. Gringer snorted, annoyed.
Maybe an expertly executed flanking attack, said Justice, and Gringer nodded.
I examined the army. There was a slight gap near the cliff where the enemy wasn't lined up tightly. I could certainly penetrate there, but to what effect I wasn't sure. Unlike the previous battle where the siege engines were the obvious target, here I didn't see anything I could decisively engage. I think that getting over to the garrison is the key, I said. The issue with fighting them in the field was that eventually I was going to get swarmed. I didn't see how enough of the monsters could cross that gap to overwhelm me. Could we move the fortress?
That's possible, though I don't know how the garrison works, replied Justice. I can sense some residual magic, but there's so much mana around here that might just be part of the enchantment that's keeping that castle in the sky.
How's moving castles like that work? I wondered.
Typically, the spell gets spirited away, but this might be a Valley of the Winds situation,
said Justice. Shame my Aunt Kiki isn't around. Her delivery service could get us there, I said.
Only yesterday that would have been possible, replied Justice. Now I don't think a boy and a heron could make it past those monsters.
Anything that tried to get through those monsters wouldn't even fit in graves of fireflies, I said. Sigh. The base of the castle was suspended on top of a large rock with some crystal protrusions on the bottom. It was tantalizingly close, but it wasn't like I could just swing over.
You have an idea?
Asked Justice. Conservation of energy, I said carefully. And Weissmuller.
The actor?
Asked Justice. Yeah, and an actually famous one, unlike that John Wayne fella, I replied. Now all we have to do is get into position.
How do we do that?
I picked up a piece of the local stone and gripped it, trying to pull it apart, burning power. The hand-sized chunk of stone remained intact, and I nodded. Our objective is to get into the fortress, and I know how to do that. Gringer, how good are you at climbing? I asked. My horse's ears flattened. This is going to be a problem, I said. The dome was big, but not big enough that Gringer wouldn't be enveloped by that many monsters. Gringer won't be able to come, and I can't leave him here.
I can open a portal back to the house if I have to, said Justice.
A few moments later, Justice had opened a portal back to the wardrobe, and Gringer was looking at me dubiously. So was Mac, for that matter.
Aren't you on a quest still?
Asked the goblin, pinching his nose.
That place reeks of mana and monsters.
I know. Take my horse. He can't free climb, I said. Gringer looked affronted. He had been all in for the assault the enemy head-on plan, even if it would have killed us all. I was behind him, pushing with a power-assisted shove that didn't move the horse at all. Gringer lifted a rear leg threateningly. Don't you dare, I muttered. Justice, can you talk to him?
A knight shouldn't be without his steed,
replied my sword. But I have a crazy, stupid plan to get into the fortress, I replied. It's very dangerous.
Gringer, you need to go with the nice goblin. There is some good hay in the barn,
said Justice. Gringer grumbled and trotted into the portal. Wait, that's the basement. How is he going to get into the barn? I asked, as Justice shut the portal.
You don't want to know that, said Justice. But Mac can usually have the damage fixed if we are gone long enough.
I just fixed those stairs, I groaned.
That brings back old times, said Justice. After Gringer gets settled, I can make the portal in his stall, but until then, the window by the shower does open.
Is that why you told me not to plant the hedge there? I moaned. I like those stairs.
Don't worry. You are young and spry. You'll be able to crawl out much more easily than your grandfather, said Justice.
How much damage is Gringer going to do? I asked.
Think of it like an adventure, said Justice.
I could have still left through that portal and used the stairs, I grumbled.
But you didn't, said Justice. You didn't even think about it.
That's because I'm going crazy.
So, what's the plan?
Asked Justice. I pointed in the way of a reply. The cliff face was reasonably vertical at this level, until you went several hundred feet closer to the garrison. The fortress was nearly even with the cliff, but more importantly, the cliff slanted slightly on the lead up to the castle. If I could get under there, I'd be safe from the monsters until I got into position. Easy peasy, I said, then hopped off the cliff. My hand shot back, touching the hard stone wall, and then I slammed into the side of the mountain as my gloves of grip locked onto the hard stone. 2 fingers sprung free of the surface as bits of stone broke off, but the overall grip remained firm. Slapping my other palm onto the firm stone, I grinned. I tried climbing on wood and sandstone, but the specific nature of the materials didn't mesh well with how the gloves of gripping worked. My full weight would be applied against a very shallow amount of the material, allowing that hunk to be pulled free. When I gripped Justice, on the other hand, the metal seemed to reinforce itself. It was the same way with stone, or at least this hard stone.
They are limestone and sometimes called summit rocks, said Justice. They are soft as far as rocks go, but quite dense.
I tugged hard, then burned power and tried again. Nothing came loose. It must be the density then.
The magic would have more to hook into, said Justice, as a means of explanation, which I ignored. Magic always worked weird. Nothing was going to fix that. It took me a few seconds to get the hang of moving rapidly on the side of the cliff, but once I did, I was able to scurry my way over to the castle, well out of sight of the monsters. Within 5 minutes, I'd made it to where the monsters were overhead, though none of them were looking down this direction. I didn't blame them. The cliff we were on was unnatural, like someone had split a mountain in half. While it wasn't bottomless, the bottom I could see was so far below me, I think I would have preferred not to. You don't really need to be driving in pitons and rope every 10 feet, said Justice.
Yes, I do. I looked down. I said, burning power to drive in another piton. With power, I could just hammer the damn things into the stone with my fist and steel gauntlet. Sure, I lost some leverage that I would have gained with a hammer, but I made up for that in hitting really hard.
I just bring it up because the monsters might hear you, said Justice as a crossbow bolt whizzed by me. Like that one.
There were a half-dozen hobgoblins looking down at me as I continued moving across the cliff face. Several had crossbows and were trying to figure out the best place to shoot me, which wasn't as easy as it sounded. The cliff face wasn't smooth or even. There were lots of bumps and ridges, making any shot against someone flat against the rock tricky. I figured the odds of them tagging me were pretty low, and then the first bolt slammed into my helmet. In armor, the helmet is the thickest part. Coupled with the fact that my helmet was adapted from an orc helmet, it was by far the strongest part of the armor on my person, and it was rounded. When the bolt hit, much of the force was deflected away, and the remaining energy wasn't sufficient to do much more than scuff the finish. The one that hit my shoulder penetrated, though.
"I can't heal you while that's lodged in there,"
said Justice after I moved under an outcrop. I gripped the shaft and pulled, tearing the bolt free, and Justice cast heal, mending my shoulder. I cast magic armor, restoring my armor to full function, and looked toward the fortress. I stuck my foot out a moment later, and another bolt slammed into it. Fortunately, I cast magic armor right before it hit, and the bolt shattered against the magical reinforcement. "One of them has the bow skill," I said uncomfortably, pulling out 50 feet of rope and a grappling hook.
"Your plan is to swing like Tarzan?"
asked Justice. "Later. Right now I'm hanging on a cliff. That means it would be Gabe Walker," I replied, trying to use the minimap to pick my target. I held onto the underside of the outcrop with one hand while I twirled the grappling hook in the other, happy that I was attached to the stone with ropes and pitons. Finally, I swung the hook around the outcrop. It flew to the top of the cliff and caught on something. I gave it a swift tug, and that something screamed.
"That was a hobgoblin,"
said Justice as he flew past. "I don't think it was the right one, though," I said as I pulled the hook back up and shook it off. The Army Green Line could support over 3,000 pounds, and the steel grappling hook could support more than that. However, the hook was designed to connect to something a bit firmer than a thigh, so when the rope briefly went taut at the bottom, the hook remained attached while the hobgoblin continued his downward travel. I couldn't see where the body landed, though it did bounce off the cliff face at least once.
"He's still up there. I can see him preparing the crossbow,"
said Justice as I flung the rope up again. This time I went high, and the rope landed where several different hobgoblins were all able to grab it. They pulled hard, which really helped me get my footing before I tugged back even harder. Several were able to release the rope. 2 were not. One went flying past the overhang I was using for cover with a shocked, yet still angry expression. The other's scream stopped rather abruptly just above me. "Think he made it?" I asked, as I watched the gore trickling down from the overhang. Justice watched a trickle of another fluid run down.
"No."
"Gross," I said, moving back to where it was just blood.
"I think they are adjusting up top, but I can't see very clearly,"
said Justice. "Okay then, let's see what we catch this time," I said, flinging the hook up a third time. I felt a slight vibration down the line, and the rope started fluttering down.
"He shot off the grappling hook,"
said Justice, just as the hook went flying down, a small amount of rope still tied to it. "That was $40, I grumbled. "Oh, he's in trouble now."
"The hob with bow skill moved away from the edge,"
said Justice, so I hazarded a peek. Everyone had moved away from the edge to avoid being pulled down, and I was in the clear for the moment.
"He is with a group of other archer hobs that will cause you problems later."
That was an interesting situation. A smart individual could have quietly snuck away while the enemy was confused. That would be the correct and responsible action. "Climb up real fast and get them while they aren't ready for me?" I asked.
"It would be a shame not to,"
said Justice, as we banished the rope back into the storage. I moved out from the overhang and started climbing up the cliff face, burning power the entire time. It took me only about 5 seconds to get to the top, and I sprang out right in front of the hobgoblin with his crossbow. The startled hob lifted it up and aimed at my chest. Cleaving it in two with Justice, I was reminded that in very short ranges, a sword is faster than a gun. Also, magic swords are sharp, as the hobgoblin was screaming because I'd removed one of his arms and all of his fingers. I grabbed him by the chest and flung him out into the sky. Then I tore into the unformed masses of hobgoblins as they were still trying to come to grips with their misfortune. I burned power and dexterity and started going dynasty warriors in the middle of their formation. They died in swaths. Magical monsters had skin strong enough to resist Justice. The hobgoblins did not. Monster infantry wore magical armor capable of resisting Justice. The hobgoblin archers did not. I'd been in mass combat against prepared infantry, and this wasn't that. We ended 50 of them before they even started to respond, and I got the second 50 before the hobgoblins started breaking. A few of them wielded magical weapons, and those I paid special attention to. I killed one using magical strike to cleave him in two. Another was ended by burning power and swords to drive Justice into a tiny gap in his armor. The hobgoblins broke, and everything was going great. Until it wasn't. I cleaved a hob in half, and the top part landed in a pool of fluid. It splattered everywhere, mainly into my eyes, right as another hob swung a heavy mace at me. I managed to take off his leg, but in the process, I got my bell rung. Getting blinded by battlefield gore wasn't something they covered in Dynasty Warriors. Creatures were full of blood, and when you killed them, that blood tended to go everywhere. In this case, we were fighting on rock, so the blood couldn't sink into the ground. I could handle the slipperiness due to my boots, but there was entirely too much blood everywhere.
"Ark! I am submerged!"
yelped Justice, who hated all forms of liquid. How does that work? You are constantly being shoved into creatures full of blood, I said, standing back up. A hobgoblin, spotting his chance, charged at me, slipped, and went right off the side.
"But it is inside them, and I'm not totally submerged," said Justice. "Also, there are about 20 hobgoblins moving towards us with crossbows. They appear to have taken the time to load up armor-piercing bolts."
Aren't all bolts armor-piercing?
"Magical armor-piercing bolts!"
yelled Justice. That is unfortunate, I said. Time to go! I rolled through the blood just as a volley of crossbow bolts slammed into the ground all around me. Unfortunately, there wasn't that much cover at this point on the mountain. Just a few large boulders that Mac couldn't hide behind.
"Get behind the pile of dead hobgoblins,"
said Justice. I knew I left them there for a reason, I said, moving behind cover. As I leaned against the bodies, I summoned up a rope and tied it to several so I could swing onto the cliff face. I didn't need them to hold me for long, just provide enough weight that I could reach the side of the cliff. I was busy tying off the second corpse when I cast magical armor, and 2 hand crossbow bolts exploded against my chest. One superheated my armor, the other froze it in places. Together, they would have caused a considerable amount of damage to my Franken armor, but with my magical armor spell, the effects were entirely negated.
"Those are Izzy's crossbows," said Justice.
I held out Justice, using the spots she's cleaned off to look around the pile. That damn crab person had Izzy's weapons. A fire burned in me. I was going to kill that crab. Let's see how accurate that bastard is. Burning dexterity, I rushed out from the bodies and dashed straight for the mutant crab. It raised both of its hands and fired off 10 more bolts, and I had to exhaust a point of dexterity to avoid them. That gave the crab a moment to move back, but I knew the crossbows were out of the picture for now. I burned more dexterity and moved to close again as the crab pulled out a hobgoblin short sword and prepared to defend herself. I struck 3 times, each strike narrowly blocked as I drove the crab back. The third strike sent the blade flying away and exposed a very human wrist. "That's Izzy," I said.
"That makes sense. She's still trying to kill you,"
said Justice. I burned swords and slammed Justice down on her chitinous helmet. It cracked in half, exposing her very human face. Also, she was rocking the baby squid on temple look that was all the rage in the mind control crowd. I reached out to grab the squid when there was a flash and a bang. All I could hear was ringing. I leapt back, returning to my position behind cover. It helped that I was on my knees, trying not to throw up. "She got away," I moaned several seconds later, after Justice cast Cleanse. I felt better, and wasn't sure how that worked.
"This is not an ideal situation," said Justice. "We are still surrounded."
"I'm not leaving without Izzy," I said, and Justice went cold.
"Fine. We could lasso her,"
said Justice, as I looked over at the rope. "The less capable archer was able to shoot the rope. She's not going to have any problems with that," I said.
"Only if she can see it,"
said Justice, as he highlighted another bit of cover. It wasn't the best, and from this spot it was even exposed slightly from where I was currently. Slightly enough that a very skilled archer like Izzy could take advantage of it, which was the point. I did a Kirk roll, which was suboptimal considering the several inches of blood on the ground, but I got into position and waited. I didn't have to wait very long as Izzy and the baby squid came into view. "I'm assuming kill the squid," I said.
"It is interfacing with her monster parts. If you were to destroy it, she should come out of the mind control effect almost immediately,"
said Justice, who then got quiet. I sensed it too. Something was wrong. I was behind cover, but at least some of the hobgoblins should be shooting at me. Instead, I heard a unified thump as every nearby spear hit the ground in unison.
"Go Karu! Go Karu!"
they chanted as the thumping became more pronounced. I considered for a moment, then stood up from behind my cover, still dripping with gore. The hobgoblin in black was approaching, and his eyes were glowing red, leading Izzy around with a leash.
"The magical sword knight, here of all places,"
said Gokaru as he stopped, driving the tip of his black steel greatsword into the stone.
"I know you killed the Ayake, but this one assured me you were dead."
He yanked on her leash, and Izzy stumbled next to the pile of hobgoblin corpses. For an instant, I saw a look of pure venom cross her face, but it rapidly dissolved. "I'm hard to kill," I replied.
"I would not suggest testing that. These conditions are suboptimal,"
said Justice. "We need to save Izzy," I said. "What should I do?"
"I wouldn't suggest fighting him here. Gokaru seemed to want to banter. Maybe get him talking?"
offered my sword. "I am Justice!" I proclaimed to the world.
"Now we get the banter,"
said Gokaru, looking skeptical.
"All of my time in the creche preparing for this, and I get such a disappointment as my foe. Are you ready for an epic duel?"
"I am. Though you will not kill me today," I said. Gokaru sighed, holding up his sword like it was weightless. I drew Justice with flourish, holding him in a single-handed grip.
"Did we move right past talking? Fighting him surrounded by his followers is not a good idea,"
said Justice. I didn't think so. Did he drop the leash yet? Justice paused.
"He did. That marks the first time I've seen good hand positioning be detrimental. Did you figure out how to save Izzy?"
"Yes. By not seeing," I said, as I slammed my foot in the muck, sending a massive spray of blood at the hobgoblin and totally obscuring myself. I reached down and yanked the rope, which I'd conveniently placed when I rolled over here. My initial plan was to use the bodies as an anchor, but if you tried hard enough, they worked pretty well as a grappling hook. Given the slight scream, I could guess what they'd caught, and before Izzy had a chance to react, I pulled hard. I dragged her through the slick muck and grabbed her by the throat. Her wide-eyed look of unholy terror she gave me was actually a bit disturbing. It was probably because I was burning dexterity and swords to get Justice into the correct position, because she still had both of her hand crossbows, which were attached to her armor with straps. Whatever was bothering her, she got over it and managed to point both of her crossbows at me as I thrust Justice at her skull. The baby Ayake that was attached to her brain came off, though none of the tentacles did. I hadn't even finished my burn when Gokaru was on me, swinging his massive two-handed black sword. I deflected the first blow with Justice and the follow-up strike. He prepared for another blow, and I kicked him in the knee. He burned power, which should have been enough, but because the stone was so slippery, his leg shot out, causing the hobgoblin to stumble, and I got some distance. He growled and returned to his feet. His blade started to glow.
"Use your sword art,"
said Justice. "I can't predict his movements," I replied, as I threw Izzy to the side. Parrying multiple strikes with the barest of margins, there was no way I could keep this up for long. His blade crackled with frost while Justice burned, and we continued trading blows, which pushed me back. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt flew over my shoulder, and Gokaru blocked it unconsciously. I had an opening. Thrusting Justice with all my might, and with magical strike tossed in for good measure, I aimed for the hobgoblin's throat and jammed 3 inches of the sword through his magically enchanted armor. He slammed to the ground, and I pushed, feeling the metal of the armor start to give. Gokaru swung up with his own black sword, striking Justice with a magical strike of his own. Both swords rang with the impact, and my sword was knocked free of the armor in a spray of steel and blood. That left both of our weapons out of position and sparking alarmingly. So I soccer-kicked Gokaru, sending the blackguard sloshing through the muck. "Justice?" I didn't get a response. Rolling to his feet with his weapon at the ready, Gokaru shook his blade slightly, and the rest of his minions moved into position. The remnants of the elite hobgoblin crossbow unit stood at the ready. All 7 of them. "What's the plan?" said a confused Izzy. "Waterfall," I said, sheathing Justice. "I hate that plan," she said, as I grabbed her and the rope and combo jumped straight off the cliff. Izzy was a screamer, and not the good kind. The extremely loud, right-in-your-ear kind, as you shot much farther off the side of the cliff than you expected before the rope went semi-taut. I'd been shooting for 10 or 15 feet of slack, which would have put me down a similar distance. I was at least 30 feet out before the anchor caught on something, and we started back toward the cliff. Comboing the landing, my legs absorbed the impact, and I managed to get one hand onto the edge of the cliff before we bounced off to our deaths. Then I noticed the rope flutter past us, still attached to 2 very hefty hobgoblins. They slammed into a jagged outcrop on the uneven cliff face, getting tangled into the stone. "Oh God, this can't get any worse," said Izzy, like an idiot. The remaining hobgoblin archers were at the top of the cliff taking aim, and I didn't have any other options. Releasing the grip on the cliff, I snatched the fluttering rope out of the air. With my impromptu grappling hook, I was able to free-run the side of the cliff using my boots. I burned dexterity at the last moment as I finally reached where the cliff jutted out and released the rope. We flew through the air for a terrible few seconds. Then I managed to grab the bottom of the rocks one-handed and hold us there, suspended over nothing, with a still screaming Izzy holding on to me like a vice. One finger came free of the rocks. "That was so much worse," she said frantically, gripping my arm. "I need my hands," I said, as a second finger pulled free in a shower of dust. Izzy crawled around me, allowing me to use both hands to hold us up on the rock. That was the moment of truth. If she was still under the influence, I was about to get a whole lot deader. She just climbed over me and latched onto me like a barnacle. She remained there as I kept moving hand over hand farther under the lip of the mountain. We were safe. Chapter 30. Recovery.
"What did I do?"
moaned Izzy as she swung below me, suspended on ropes hanging from the rock face. I spiked us in using a crack and way too many pitons. "You got mind-controlled," I said as she looked down into the deep void of nothing below us. "Worse things have happened, but offhand, I can't think of any." I concentrated on Justice again. He was safe in his sheath. I knew he was alive and functional, but he was quiet. I placed my hand on his hilt and hoped for the best. As I sat there fiddling with my sword, Izzy got more and more frustrated.
"You know what, Imsk? You are no help," said Izzy. "Do you know how rare Ayake are? They are all but unique. You never encounter a hive of them, and the one time I run into I suddenly encountered one. And what was up with the Black Guard?"
"The Black Guard are the sworn enemies of the Knights," I said.
"Yes, warriors of legend. You know what isn't in the legends? Me being dressed up like a crab girl and dragged around on a leash."
"At least you weren't in a slave outfit," I offered.
"I would have preferred that. This is so itchy,"
she growled, then pointed at Justice.
"And what's up with Mr. Sword?"
"When two magical blades fight, they sometimes can overwhelm each other in shows of power,"
said Justice, sounding groggy.
"We both cast magical strikes simultaneously."
He sounded like someone waking up from a very bad hangover.
"You are telling me the Blackguards know nightly attacks?"
said Izzy, shaking her head.
"I didn't sign up for this."
"We're fine. I'll deal with him," I said.
"You aren't a full knight, though. The Blackguard killed so many of you during the Great Monster War."
"We won," I offered. Izzy frowned and then twitched violently as she examined the crab suit and considered taking it off. I wasn't sure why she was still wearing it, actually. I exhaled, watching my breath fog up and get blasted away by the wind. Thanks to conditioning, I didn't really notice the temperatures very much. "Justice, you have anything you'd like to add?" I asked.
"Polish,"
said Justice. I shook my head. "So there's a blackguard. He had you prisoner. Do you know what he was looking for?" Izzy got quiet, then said,
"The vault. It has something to do with the portal network. Monsters cannot open portals normally. They have to wait for a celestial event like a convergence to open the way for them. I think they are trying to escape."
"From a monster world?" I asked.
"From the monster world," replied Izzy. "At the end of the war, all of the remaining monsters fled to one of their conquered worlds, and the magical sword knights severed the connection to the portal network. That meant they were trapped there except for when natural portals opened. They picked the most magically potent world they could, of course, but they are still trapped there, trying to escape."
"That's good though, right? They haven't managed to escape in 3,000 years.
"I guess. They are trying again, though, and that would mean another monster war," she replied.
"Polish,"
groaned Justice. I tried to open my storage, but with Justice incapacitated, I wasn't able to do so. I could open it without him being present, but I still needed to have him working. Izzy was here, so I wasn't freaking out, but that was purely for her benefit. I slid him in and out of the scabbard several times. Izzy screamed, then started frantically rubbing at her waist. "Is that uncomfortable?" I asked.
"Yes, my skin is crawling. I'd remove it, but my troll skin armor's gone, and this banged-up suit is literally all I have," said Izzy, tearing up. "They took my storage, Msk. I have a few crossbow bolts and the girls, but that's it. I even lost the crossbow you gave me."
"I can give you another one."
"I don't have anywhere to put it,"
she replied, gesturing at the magical sword-damaged armor. "I'm sorry about that," I said.
"You don't get it, Msk. They violated me in the worst possible way," she said.
"I thought you said they—" I began uncomfortably. I didn't really want to think about that.
"They emptied my storage," said a teary Izzy. "I lost so much money."
"You're worried about money?" I asked.
"I was straining monster guts for some of the stuff I found," she sniffled. "So much gross stuff for nothing."
"It's just money."
"The only reason I do this is for the money," said Izzy, waving at everything. "I put on smelly armor and fight monsters who want to eat me so I can get money and not live in squalor back on my world. I have to pay rent, and they might not even pay me back at the castle, and if they do, it won't be enough without the rest of the parts I was going to bring back to sell."
"I've got some gold."
"I don't want your charity," she spat back. "I can do this on my own. I just need everything to stop constantly working against me."
I shut up. This wasn't a point where anything I could have said would affect her misery. What I did was incredibly profitable on Earth, but apparently not so much for her.
Henry was often confused about how much everything cost on other worlds,
said Justice.
"Take those pineapples I keep giving you. Those are worth several gold pieces each on this world. Depending on the exchange rate, that is $150 or more worth of gold for a fruit."
And she lives on one of the more magically developed worlds where everything costs more, I assume.
"Certainly,"
replied Justice.
"Otherwise, she wouldn't have access to the portal, which her guild charges her to use."
"Can we portal her back?" I wondered.
"Yes,"
said Justice.
"She'd probably accept that, at minimum."
I resolved to figure out something I could do to help her. Izzy had been through a lot, and without her crossbow bolt, I was pretty sure Gokaru would have killed me. That was something else I didn't want to dwell on, but my brain kept flipping back to the fight. There was almost something familiar there. Sliding Justice out of his scabbard, I was disturbed to see how dirty he'd gotten. Apparently, there was some sort of self-cleaning enchantment running on him normally, and with him shorting out, the effect had been minimized. "Can I get the polish kit?" I asked, and it appeared on my leg before falling into the infinity below me.
"I'm blind. Where are we?"
said Justice groggily. "Is this going to be permanent?" I asked.
"No, I just need to be cleaned and a few more minutes to recover my wits,"
said Justice.
"Then I shall be sharp as steel and ready to begin battle once more, from wherever we are."
"Hanging below a rock," I replied.
"Wait, the polish kit, my silk rags,"
moaned Justice. I changed my grip, holding Justice and the rope I was sitting on, and leaving my other hand free. Summon the spare kit to my right hand. It appeared, and I pulled out the spare polishing cloth and wiped Justice down his length. The rag came back filthy, but Justice was starting to get clean.
"The filthy cur hit my flat with a magical strike,"
said Justice, and when I stared cluelessly at him, he continued.
"You need to watch out for that. A strike to my flat with a magical weapon of sufficient power can stun me."
"He looked stunned as well," I replied.
"His sword is not as experienced as I am, obviously,"
said Justice. "Obviously. What's up with all the dust?" I said.
"I run a magical enchantment to clean myself, but if that enchantment is disabled, I start to pull in metal fragments like a magnet," said Justice. "Just be glad you are wearing metal gloves."
"Good to know," I said, pulling out a pineapple from storage. "How did we get another one of these?"
"There was some spare mana, and you did just kill like 100 hobgoblins. I have the broken remains of a magical crossbow we might want to look into later, and a weak magical ring as well, but frankly, the pineapple seems more relevant,"
said Justice. I shrugged, using my magical sword to cut off the top. Izzy was salivating, so I handed her half of it, in a lump, because I was on a swing over a not quite infinite void.
Might as well be. A 3-mile fall would be lethal,
said my sword. That's the positive reinforcement I count on from you, Justice, I said as I sheathed him and pulled out my dagger to cut the pineapple into bite-sized chunks. It was messy work, but with care and preparation, I could keep the mess down to a minimal level. Izzy had moved closer and was snatching up every bite as I carved them.
This is so good,
said Izzy, who was practically inhaling the pineapple.
I don't suppose you have anything else? They didn't feed me at all.
I pulled out some trail mix and watched the floating fortress. Several ballista bolts with ropes attached fired over from the monster army. Most failed to connect. One did, and the rope promptly burnt to a crisp. If landing on that rock causes you to burn, I don't see what the problem is, I said.
It isn't that. This part of the mountain has a very high mana charge, so when they connect it to the flying mountain, the mana tries to balance, which causes whatever is connected to react violently,
said Izzy. That explains the large pile of ice, I said, remembering it from up top.
Yes, the Warcaster tried that. It didn't go well,
said Izzy. Surprised they didn't fly over, I said.
The flying monsters were mostly killed when we got here. Large frogs were picking them out of the sky left and right,
said Izzy.
The few that walked were attacked on the ground and were injured. They are being healed now, but they won't be in any shape to fly for at least a few more hours.
Time to go over there and stop the monsters from getting to the vault, I said.
How do you plan on doing that?
asked Izzy. Chapter 31. Tarzan, my hero.
This is a terrible idea, and you should feel bad,
yelled Izzy, as the wind blasted her full on in the face. What is her problem? I asked, as we got to the top and fell down again.
She must not like being awesome,
said Justice sagely. Clearly, he was right. We fell down, arcing toward the center before flying past it at an ever-increasing speed. I tucked in my legs, trying to further increase our speed as we moved back toward the mountain.
Are you sure the pitons are going to hold?
begged Izzy. Each is rated for 1,000 pounds, and I used 10, and technically, both ropes are rated for 7,000 pounds, so I'm sure we'll be fine, I replied, as we came up so close to the mountain that I could have touched it.
Swing 35, begin,
yelled Justice, as my suit of Franken armor, stuffed full of everything Justice could jam in there, appeared on Izzy's lap, who was on my lap. I was in my shorts, and she was only wearing a bra and panties. Under normal circumstances, that would have been fun, but not now. We dropped at maximum speed, the extra weight only serving to reduce the number of swings we needed to get up to the perfect height. Plus, we needed the added energy this time around.
One of the pitons just went,
said Justice, as we flew through the bottom of the swing. Doesn't matter, last swing, I said, as the armor vanished from Izzy's lap, and we started up using the 300 feet of rope. I'd been on big swings before, but nothing even remotely on this scale.
Cold!
She screamed as we rocketed forward. Using the pitons and all of my rope, which I couldn't get back because it was attached to the mountain, I constructed a massive swing. The enormous kind that stupid kids did over a lake or something. Only, instead of a lake, I'd done it over nothing, unless you counted the floating castle that was 300 feet in front of me. 350, but only the Loch Ness Monster cared about that.
We aren't going to make it,
screamed Izzy. Conventionally, what I was going to do wouldn't have worked, but dimensional storage allowed you to cheat the immutable law of conservation of energy. Get ready! I yelled, waiting for the twitch. Justice could do perfect timing, like down to the hundredths of a second, possibly more. Even burning dexterity, which slowed down the world around me, I was still only able to track so fast. His first pulse was to tell me to burn dexterity, which I did. His second occurred slightly after while I was in the burn. I released right before we leveled out, and it was blast-off time. Grabbing a hysterically screaming Izzy like a princess, I watched as we flew up the entire side of the fortress and finally leveled out a mere 5 yards above the fortress wall. Of course, we were still moving forward and overshot badly. We went right past the nearby level walls and dropped down in the courtyard behind it some 15 yards below. I comboed my jumping skill right as we landed, and my enhanced legs absorbed the impact. I'd like to say we did it quietly, but Izzy was screaming the entire time, only stopping when I stood her up right next to me. She looked around the courtyard, then back up to the wall, then back at me as her lower lip trembled and she dropped to her knees. "Are you okay?" I asked.
"Just be quiet," she said.
Then after a long moment, stood back up, unhooking her crossbows from her underwear. "No armor?" I asked, summoning mine.
"It is warmer here, and there is nothing that can make me wear that itchy thing ever again," she said. "Though I do want it back to sell it."
Her armor was in my storage. It seemed like the least I could do. "Not that I mind," I said, examining her head to toe, then pausing.
"You've seen me in less," she replied, placing her hand on her hip,
the act of teasing me somehow putting her back on familiar ground. Izzy was not body conscious, for obvious reasons. The issue was that I had recently seen her wearing less. "I thought you said bras were boob prisons." Izzy inhaled, ready to say something, but thought about it and looked down. Putting her back to me, she checked thoroughly. "Gross!" she screamed, leveling her crossbow at her chest and firing a single bolt. It smacked onto the courtyard with another squid attached. "Are you okay?" I asked after she'd finished stomping on the scrap of flesh. She sniffled. I recognized the look of someone questioning all their life choices. In the last 24 hours, she'd nearly died, been mind-controlled by monsters, had all of her stuff stolen, and now been felt up by a squid. That couldn't be good for anyone's mental health. "Wanna go kill some monsters?" I asked. She sniffled a bit more, then nodded. We continued through the courtyard. It was a broad, dead field with a dry fountain in the middle. The fortress walls were similar to the walls of the king's castle, but even older and much more poorly maintained. The other thing of note was a pile of wood in the corner.
"Those are wagons,"
said Justice. There were multiple wheels, or at least parts of wheels in the pile. Wagons used a spoked, wooden wheel with a metal rim, and at least in points I could see where an axle was intact. "How did those wagons get here?" I said. The drawbridge wasn't long enough to reach the mountaintop, and I doubted it could even open.
"They never said what was actually protecting the castle,"
said Justice. Then I saw what was next to the pile of discarded wagons. A big, deep hole. Izzy swallowed.
"You know, Msk, I want a raise to keep being your sidekick. Before I met up with you, I'd never run into an Ayake, a blackguard, or got up close with a dragon."
"We weren't that close to the dragon. It was up on a cliff," I said.
"Not that dragon,"
she replied, stepping back as a jet of flame shot out of the hole.
"That explains the supplies,"
said Justice.
"The king was obviously feeding the dragon to keep him here, and sending the dragon the relics the kingdoms didn't want anyone else to have access to."
"That's kind of smart, actually," said Izzy. "No one sane tries to steal from a dragon."
"But the monster army?" I asked.
"You think dragons tolerate monsters stealing from them?"
asked Izzy as the ground shook. "So we didn't need to worry," I groaned. "Now there's a dragon here, and you said we didn't stand a chance against an adult one. What kind of horrific dragon is protecting the kingdom's most valuable treasures?" A head popped out with two glowing red eyes.
"Beware, mortals, for I am Javatar, the burning flame, and I will destroy you."
Izzy, who had been about ready to run, stopped.
"Really, Cressless? You're going to do that?"
"Yes,"
spouted the dragon, indignant, as it climbed out of the hole. It was about horse-sized, though the front limbs were quite short. It compensated with two powerfully built rear legs and a fearsome tail. The wings that extended off his black, scaled back were not quite capable of lying flat, though. At least, not all of them. So they stuck out awkwardly and almost looked like they were added to the creature as an afterthought. It looked fearsome, just not overwhelmingly so. Sort of like a close relative of a T-Rex with magical wings glued on. I mean, compared to the fugly, it was just very dangerous looking, and I could deal with very dangerous things.
"I am a dragon. My dragon teeth can bite through steel. My dragon flame can melt steel. My wings can smash steel. I fear no creature."
"You should probably work on your threats,"
said my companion from the Monster Hunters Guild.
"You do realize that he's a magical sword knight?"
The dragon's powerful advance stopped dead.
"What?"
"Yeah, with a magic sword, you know. The dragon-killing kind,"
she continued, and the dragon took a step back. The dragon? actually looked worried. Seriously? I asked.
We have a great PR department,
said Justice. How old is this dragon? I asked.
He's a baby,
said Izzy.
No crest. His wings haven't even settled yet. It can't be more than 50 years old. The Monster Hunters Guild could deal with him.
You could not,
said Javadar.
I'm a dragon. We are the most powerful creatures in the universe.
Dragons can be. You aren't,
said Izzy, waving her hand dismissively.
Go ahead, Imsk. Slay the dragon.
I took a step forward and the dragon backed away, baring his teeth like a scared dog.
He is pretty young. We should be able to deal with him easily before the rest of the monsters get here,
said Justice. But isn't he going to fight those monsters? I asked.
Technically, but he's worth good experience,
said Justice. He's just a baby, though, I said. I knew animals, and now that Izzy pointed it out, this was clearly a very young one, even if he was 50 years old.
Well, it is your call,
said Justice. Dragon, I began. What are you doing here?
My name is Javadar, the Burning Flame,
pouted the dragon.
I'm here, protecting my dragon hoard of magical items from evil thieves.
The hoard of magical relics that could destroy the planet if anyone got to them? I asked.
Yes, and no one can because they are mine,
said the dragon. His eyes changed color slightly with the last word, and he shook his head to collect himself.
Dragons are most particular about their hoards, said Justice. He's not going to let anyone have access to it.
Will he use it?
No,
replied Justice.
Dragonkind is notorious for storing things, not using them.
He sounds like a huge collectibles nerd who doesn't want anyone opening up his mint packaging, I said.
Basically,
said Justice.
Though quite a bit more violent. He would go on a frenzy if someone touched his stuff.
I glanced down at my sword.
Somewhat more violent,
corrected Justice. He's the perfect guard for all those dangerous relics, I said.
Well, actually, yes,
replied Justice. I examined the dragon, making my decision. And have you been doing that long? I asked. The dragon looked between us.
No, but I can do it. My sire protected this place, and now it is mine to protect.
I sheathed Justice. I don't want anything in your hoard.
Good, because you can't have my dragon hoard,
said the dragon, looking confused.
Also, my dragon hoard is awesome. I have lots of magical devices in there. It is super valuable. Everyone is jealous of my hoard.
But we'd have to fight to get to it, and I don't want to fight you, I said.
Well, good. You shouldn't. I'm a dragon. My claws are like swords,
said Javadar. I glanced down at Justice, and he flinched.
If my father was here, he'd squish you.
What happened to your father? I asked.
He left. He protected this place for 2,000 years, and then said it was mine and went off to look for a new dragon mystery to protect,
said Javadar.
Dragons leave their lairs when they are about to die, if they have offspring,
said Justice. Really?
It's not like they can take it with them,
said Justice.
Remember your cat.
Mr. Scruffles, I said sadly. My very old cat lived his best life, but when the final moments came, he hid in some hay in the barn and passed all alone. That was very sad, but not as sad as when I found his body 6 months later while cleaning out the old hay. With a pitchfork. I shrugged. You do you. Guard your hoard. Out of curiosity, can you fight off that army of monsters? The dragon walked closer to me, then brushed past and stopped at the gate.
I can certainly try.
Not a chance,
said Justice.
I can hear you,
said the dragon.
Not a chance in dragon hell,
said Justice.
Maybe half of them, if they didn't have a black guard.
Blackguard?
Hissed the dragon, plopping down on his haunches like a cat.
What the dragon shit? Dad never had to fight a blackguard or a magical sword knight.
Javadar sat like that for a long moment, looking forlorn. Do you want to leave? I asked.
No, this is my responsibility,
said Javadar.
It is my dragon hoard and my dragon problem.
You stick dragon in front of a lot of words, I said.
That's because dragon problems are real problems, not like your tiny problems, which are much less important. They brought an army of monsters, and they taste terrible.
You could attack them now, I said.
I did,
said Javadar, showing his wing, which had a hole in it.
They have a ballista.
Martin knew his stuff when it came to dragons. Well, if you're going to stay, you need to figure out a dragon solution to this dragon problem, I said. You could just leave.
My dad left me this hoard. I will not leave it. What kind of son would I be if I just left everything my father gave to me?
Said the tiny dragon. Sometimes your father makes choices for you that put you into situations where you can't possibly win, I said. Then it is okay for you to make your own choices. Javadar tilted his head like a dog, examining me with both massive eyeballs. After a moment, he shook his head.
You humans are too complicated. I want to do this. This is my job, my hoard, my responsibility,
said the baby dragon.
But I can't defend it the way my father could.
So, defend it another way,
said Justice.
What is stopping you?
Javadar sniffled a bit.
Well, I think I can take the army, but I can't get at the ballista.
Could we help you destroy the ballista?
Asked Justice.
That's not the dragon way,
said Javadar.
This is your hoard, and you want to protect it. Do you want to do that?
Asked Justice. For the first time in his entire short 50-year life, the young dragon was faced with a question that didn't have an answer as simple as, could I smash that? Finally, he nodded.
Yes.
Is he? I asked.
I'm nearly naked with 2 hand crossbows. How do you possibly think I can help?
She asked. I ordered Justice to empty out his storage on the ground. Izzy ran over to my rifle immediately and frowned once she got her hands on it.
What is this garbage?
A non-magical rifle, I said. She adjusted her grip so she was only holding it with 2 fingers, like a dead rat, then dropped it, spotting my collection of flares.
I can do something with this. You don't like any of this stuff, right?
No, I said, then reclaimed my inflatable boat and made peace with that decision. So, what else? I asked the dragon, who was edging closer to my small pile of magical loot in the midst of my non-magical treasures.
The Black Guard. I don't think I can take him out,
said Javadar.
I mean, it would be a legendary battle, but he's kind of scary.
I'll fight him. You and Izzy deal with the army, I said.
I guess,
said the dragon as he grabbed a plate of magical armor. I can trade you if you have something in her size, I said, gesturing to Izzy.
Trade my magical stuff away? No, that's the whole reason for my dragon hoard,
said Javadar. Do you have any non-magical stuff? I asked.
What?
Asked Javadar.
Trash. He means trash,
said Justice, annoyed. Javadar dashed into his lair and returned moments later with 4 suits of armor that might fit a girl or a very underdeveloped man, and some spears, as well as what appeared to be a computer tablet. Is that a USB-C port? I asked, looking at the bottom of the tablet. It was close in size, if nothing else.
Probably, or someone can make you an adapter if you want to see some old technology work, assuming it turns on,
said Justice. I threw that into storage and traded my magical orc armor, that wouldn't fit, for the suits of non-magical armor. What the hell is this made of? I asked, activating my smithing skill. It came up blank.
It is an alloy of titanium, but much harder,
said Justice. As far as non-magical armor went, this was easily the best armor I'd ever seen. Why wasn't this enchanted? I asked, examining the joints.
It was. Enchantments aren't always designed to last eternally,
said Justice, and I found several decayed runes. I couldn't make them out, but they had the faintest edges of magic about them.
I suspect the dragon might have a few more sets of enchanted armor similar to these that still work.
I considered the implication.
No.
Bad sword, he's a baby. I don't kill babies.
Fine, said Justice. If we get the opportunity, I know an enchanter that could be useful in restoring the armor.
Good, I said. Which strange planet is he on?
He is from the magical kingdom near Tampa, Florida, said Justice. We'll have to go visit.
I chuckled. I guess I haven't been to Florida in years. I wonder if Grandpa's old friend Uncle Gary is still there. Uncle Gary was a neat guy, but not really my uncle. Grandpa Henry and him went way back for reasons I'd never been able to find out. Gary was a little person, though jacked and heavily bearded. He spoke with a Scottish accent despite having no obvious Scottish background. He liked beer and metalworking. "He's a dwarf," I said.
"Yes,"
said Justice. "How many of Grandpa's old friends on Earth are dwarves?" I asked.
"Just Gary,"
said Justice.
"There is a monolith there sufficient for forging just outside Tampa, so he lives there and crafts magical goods, but mostly drinks."
"Is that why he always gave us free passes to Disney World?" I asked, remembering the last 2 visits. Uncle Gary was always nice like that.
"Free? More like thrown in with the stuff your grandpa would buy while visiting,"
said Justice.
"We spent a lot there."
"Of money?" I asked.
"Some of that. Mostly potions, items, magical tools. Basically anything Henry could find that a dwarf might want,"
said Justice. "And you didn't bring this up because?" I asked. I could have used some better gear.
"Because Gary doesn't work for free, and we didn't have anything he wants before,"
said Justice.
"He might want this armor, and if we give it to him, he might decide to replace yours."
"Done!" yelled Izzy, and I walked over to see what she'd been working on, and instantly regretted it. My rifles! I was horrified. I knew she was going to do things to them, but I didn't expect it to be that bad. "The tubes are nice, but this powder's next to worthless," she said, holding up a handful of gunpowder and sniffing. "Might make a decent cooking spice." She had disassembled all of my rifles, keeping the stocks and using the barrels like tubes for some unknown purpose. Using my camping stove and some of my survival gear, she'd made a crucible and melted down the bullets for the brass. I picked up a pinch of gunpowder and tossed it into the burner she was using. It didn't even spark. That's just wrong. "Careful, if you overheat the brass, it will cause zinc fumes," said Izzy. Then she noticed what I was doing. "Please don't throw your strange scroll material into the fire." "It's supposed to explode," I said, causing Izzy to look at the small pile of gunpowder that was sitting under her heated crucible. "It is made out of scroll material. You could put nitroglycerin in that and it wouldn't explode," said Izzy. "What?" "That stuff is paper, or cellulose if you want to get alchemical," said Izzy, tasting a pinch of gunpowder. "This is cellulose mixed with something. Cellulose is the greatest magical insulator known to alchemy. That's why they make scrolls and spell books out of it instead of clay." I considered that. "What about charcoal?" "It still explodes. Did you have some?" asked Izzy, ignoring the useless gunpowder as she found my bag of Kingsford and tore it open. "Finally, something useful." "Could you make an explosive using that?" I asked. "Sure, if you have the mana," said Izzy, finishing a final modification. So black powder wasn't out. "This will do that," said Izzy, holding up the device. It was 4 expensive rifle barrels and the legs to my nicer tent packed full of some sort of alchemical powder, using a soup can to hold the warhead. It was the most expensive piece of garbage I'd ever seen. "What's this do?" I asked. Izzy grabbed my Magnum revolver and used it as a pointer, pulling the trigger every time she did so because she liked the sound of the action. "These are rockets. The outer ones will burn out quick but get it up to speed. The inner tubes are better quality and will keep it at speed," she said, pointing at the components as she talked and pulled the trigger to my loaded pistol for the clicking sound. "Why did you load that?" I said. "I thought it was a hand crossbow or some weapon that used these little metal things, but clearly it isn't," she replied, looking down the barrel and pulling the trigger several times. "Can't quite figure it out." I took the gun. Every safety class I ever took was very adamant she shouldn't have one. She pulled out my 9mm and continued pointing. "So, if we can find the ballista, I will be able to destroy it with the rocket." The dragon brought out some more garbage, which included several high-quality, though non-magical swords, several large books, and a large manila envelope tied with string. It had a logo on it that looked identical to the one I'd seen at the Arcanium. Picking it up, I flipped through the first few pages, allowing Justice to translate the document.
"A study in dynamic portal theory. The contained formula is consistent with current magical modeling of the Grand Empire's magical portal network, highlighting our position in the network using modern mana modeling." I flipped a few more pages, and while I didn't understand portal theory, I understood how humans wrote magical notation for my efforts to get the rings to spin. Those damn rings. This paper was a collection of magical notation, a massive collection of advanced magical formulas. I quickly flipped through all 20 pages, letting Justice absorb all of it while I read the page headers, which were at least written using actual words.
This is it, right?
Yes, the vault contains detailed notes on this world's connection to the portal network,
said Justice.
This must be what the monsters are looking for. If you had enough information like this, magical rituals could be used to fully reconnect a world to the portal network.
What happens if they reconnect? I asked.
War,
replied Justice. We don't know that, I said.
We must operate as if that was the case, said Justice. If the enemy is slashing at your throat, it doesn't matter if he is only planning on giving you a shave. You must parry the attack.
We might be wrong, but I doubted it, and the consequences for us not stopping the monsters from getting this information was terrible. Which meant I needed to make this all go away. Izzy was still distracted, and the dragon went down for more trash, and I was holding the thing the monster army wanted. Can we hide this in your storage, or should we destroy it? I asked. I felt Justice warm to the touch in answer, and casually slid him into the folder with all the pages. There was a bright flash, and the monster army's plans had come to naught. I stirred around the ashes with Justice, then tossed the burning folder through the front gate. That was vastly anticlimactic, I said, feeling the stress flow out of me. At minimum, I just set the monster's plans back. I couldn't imagine a conjunction to a world where a portal research lab was a frequent occurrence, so this probably pushed the problem out past my lifetime. That vastly expanded my options, and I was wondering if there was a way to avoid the fight entirely when Javadar came out of his lair again with several more swords, a rubber wheel, and a dozen more manila envelopes with the same symbol on them. How many of those do you have? I asked.
Hundreds, at least, said the dragon. They are in the lab with all that portal equipment that has been scanning the portal network for its secrets over the past few thousand years.
Chapter 32. The Monster Army.
I told you so,
said Justice as I crawled to the top of the tower and looked down upon the monstrous horde that was getting their magic ready for another attack. We probably didn't have time to clear out that lab anyway, I said. This was a terrible idea. Unfortunately, I was on a floating castle with no way to escape.
You say that, but I'm very sharp. I'm pretty sure I could have cut our way to victory,
said Justice. No matter how many monsters you killed, there are still more out there, I said with a shrug. You ready for this, dragon?
My name is Javadar, the Burning Flame,
said Javadar. All right, Burning Flame, I said, adjusting my position on the dragon's back. It's go time. Javadar looked forward for several seconds, then sat down.
I'm not sure I feel good about this.
About the rocket made up from trash on your back, or the bombs made up of charcoal and poop? Because, to be quite honest, I'm not feeling confident about any of this, but the other option was killing you and destroying your treasures, which Sir Yorick wouldn't let us do,
stated Justice flatly. Javadar glanced back at me.
When you put it like that, this sounds like a great plan. Are you ready to fly, dragon friend Sir Yorick?
Dragon friend? I asked.
It's the best kind of friendship. It has the word dragon right in it,
said Javadar. He was just a kid, trying to protect his house in some weird Home Alone nightmare. I just hoped Izzy made a good Kevin McAllister. She waved as Javadar leapt off of the tower, and we shot straight down like a rock. At first I thought we were gaining speed or something, but it quickly became apparent that Javadar, the descending flame, couldn't support my weight. What the hell? I yelled.
You were lighter,
replied the dragon. I wasn't wearing my armor, I said.
Why are you wearing it now?
Because we are going to get shot at, I screamed back.
He can do the armor or rocket,
said Justice. I unsummoned my armor, riding Javadar bareback. Dragon scale was enormously rough, but I didn't figure that out until the dragon pulled up and my inner thighs were sandpapered.
Did he just pee on me?
said Javadar.
Nope, that's all blood,
said Justice.
Really? There seems to be a lot,
said Javadar. I have like 8 or so liters left, I replied.
Oh, so plenty left over,
replied the dragon, as we started towards the monsters. There was a circle of monsters dancing around a large glowing circle full of mystical runes. Sadly, I recognized a few for ice and range.
They are making a bridge of ice,
said Justice. Didn't the last one explode? I asked.
The mana balance between the two sides is nearly even now. That bridge will probably hold,
said Justice. Hit the wizards, I said, pointing at them with a rocket launcher while I tried not to think of the sacrifices required to make this thing. She had shaved the walnut stock of my favorite gun and used the slivers for accent marks.
But the ballista,
said the dragon. You worry about those wizards. I'll worry about the ballista, I screamed as we leveled out and I realized a new problem. Armies with crossbows tended to shoot them at airborne threats. The dragon ignored those because his invulnerable hide could shrug off crossbow bolts like rain, while I was wearing blood-soaked underclothes. Jink! I yelled.
What?
Asked the dragon. Fly to the left or right so the bolts don't hit us.
I don't care about crossbows,
said the dragon dismissively.
That also works on ballistas,
said Justice, and the dragon cut to the left. Even dexterity-fired crossbow bolts had limits, and they flew past us as we skimmed over the army, and the dragon breathed his mighty flames against the wizards. A mystical barrier expanded over the spell circle, absorbing the energy and leaving the wizards underneath unscathed. It didn't go in, I yelled.
It just impacted the surface,
said Justice. Not the time, I screamed as we flipped and I spotted the ballista. They were trying to correct for Javidar's shifting to the left and right, which was great because it made it harder to hit. The jinking also made it harder to aim, principally because I had no idea when Javidar was going to do it. Get closer, I yelled.
What?
Yelled Javidar.
Move as close as you can and engage that ballista at point-blank range,
said Justice.
Oh,
yelled the dragon. I hate you so much, I groaned as we skimmed the army. At this range, shots from crossbows struck the underbelly of the dragon where the scales were even harder. My body was turned around the wing bones up top, meaning they couldn't target me at all. The ballista finally fired, but Javidar's jinking saved him. The shot went wide, missing us by several yards.
It's all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home,
yelled Justice. Not now, I yelled as we moved in for our attack run.
My fire won't work on that barrier. It is dragon-proof,
yelled Javidar. I can't get a clean shot, I said, trying to aim over the rapidly moving dragon.
Try spinning. That's a good trick,
suggested Justice. Then I was flipped over with the dragon above me and all of the monsters below. I was going to kill Justice. I didn't know how that was possible or why, just that I knew it needed to happen. Of course, it actually worked. I leveled a rocket launcher at the ballista as we passed and pushed down on the walnut accents. The barrels of my guns, all pointed the wrong direction, roared one final time as they vanished off to the ballista. The hobgoblins around the device put up a magical barrier, but as the rocket hit it, the warhead exploded. The glowing green barrier flashed briefly as the explosion seemed to wash over it. As Javidar pulled up, I summoned back on my armor now that the heavy rocket was gone. The ballista was a shattered wreck, and the hobgoblins nearby were all dead. I didn't think that penetrated, I said as we leveled out.
Implosion. The barrier became air impermeable when the bomb hit it. The air outside the dome superheated, and small cracks were formed, sucking the air right out of the dome, said Justice. It is an old trick when fighting wizards.
Gross, I said. Javidar swung around for another pass. We'd overflown the entire monster army, and now we're turning around to head back to the fortress. Javidar had been breathing fire every time he could the entire way over, and even more of the army was damaged. Sweet God, I'd hate to see what an adult dragon could do, I muttered.
My father would have destroyed them,
yelled Javidar. Now that I could wear my armor, this was actually kind of morbidly fun. Crossbow bolts aimed at the dragon seldom struck me at all, and the few that did hit at strange angles that bounced clean off my armor. We angled toward the wizards again. They were still casting the spell, and Javidar breathed fire until he was coughing and spitting up burning phlegm. The magical barrier flickered and pulsed as the burning dragon mucus stuck to the outside of the barrier.
One more pass,
said Javidar, banking to the left and diving below the rocks. Are you going to be able to breathe fire again? I asked.
Probably,
replied the dragon. Good enough for me. We circled underneath the jutted-out portion of the mountain. I could still see the pitons with the rope flapping underneath them, getting tossed around by the wind as we banked past. Javidar ignored it and pulled up.
You got at least one of the spellcasters, said Justice.
Of course, I'm a dragon,
replied Javidar. I scanned the field and spotted a small clearing. What's that?
Griffin,
said Justice as we swung around.
A cat chicken? I'll destroy him like I destroyed his fellows,
laughed Javidar. He's clearing for takeoff? I asked, considering our options.
Sky chicken, even better,
said Javidar. Why would they be sending up a griffin? I asked.
There is a black guard on it,
stated Justice. We stalled out as Javidar peered at the black guard, then back at me.
I think I can take him,
You don't seem so impressive up close, said Javadar.
What? I'm terrifying, I said as Javadar angled for an attack. We were well behind the army at this point, lined up with the fortress, and I suspected the young dragon had taken an extra few moments to recover his fiery breath. The fact that he was spitting out what amounted to a spray of burning acidic snot was only moderately disappointing.
You have been screaming a lot,
said Justice. I blame both of you equally for that, I said as the griffin started to fly away from us.
Coward,
said Javadar.
He is flying to your lair,
Justice said.
Dragon fucker,
said Javadar. That's like mother—
But I said dragon, so you know it is the most serious kind,
said Javadar, flapping his wings to race forward. We still have to deal with those mages, I said.
No time to breathe fire,
said the dragon.
Don't worry.
This time, Javadar performed the dragonly action of what I'd call hawking a fire loogie at the dome. It landed on the top of the barrier, where it sizzled and crackled. The anguished barrier finally had enough, and the lump of white-hot burning dragon snot fell right down in the middle of the magical ritual, which promptly exploded in a fountain of ice. Unfortunately, the spell was supposed to do that, and the fountain of ice shot to the heavens before twisting around and geysering all over the gate of the fortress, coating it with a frosty soup, at which point the whole thing froze solid. Was it supposed to do that? I said, examining the bumpy, smooth, and strange-looking icicle that formed. It was like 3 smaller geysers had wrapped around each other. It was kind of a pretty sculpture, but a terrible bridge. However, it was a bridge.
That was supposed to overload it,
yelled Javadar, as we landed on top of the gatehouse next to Izzy and the griffin. She was wearing so many things. She had my binoculars attached to a helmet that looked to be my saucepan with a strap on it. For shoes, she'd taken 2 bags of chips, and then for some reason put them on over a pair of sandals, which she'd cut down with the steel blade of the knife I found when I first got here. I knew that because she'd made it into a spear using the rest of my tent poles and the stock of my second-best rifle. The piece de resistance was the ancient armor, with my oversized FBI shirt on top of it like a tabard. She can't read English, right? I asked, reading the back.
Why do you even have a federal boob inspector shirt?
Said Justice, his voice edged with disappointment. Where did the blackguard go? I yelled, changing the subject. Into the lair, replied Izzy. Can you hold a bridge? I asked, looking back over the pass. Izzy's eyes went wide. I could have stayed home. I don't deserve this. I just wanted to kill a few monsters. Well, I'm sure there are a few monsters that are going to come over the bridge, I replied. Izzy made a slow, whining exhale that I'd describe as a goat dying of soul break. Alrighty, big guy. I'm going to kill that griffin. You go kill that blackguard, I said, hopping off of Javadar.
But he's on the ground, and I can't fly in my lair,
said the dragon. You just said how unimpressive I was, I stated.
We were all flying,
said Javadar. I stared at the dragon. He's going to get your stuff.
Began
Javadar, his eyes glowing slightly, then they stopped and he shook his head.
He'll kill me. I can't fight a blackguard on the ground.
Watching a young dragon having a panic attack was not one of the things I had written down on my nightly bingo card today. The poor kid was in the throes of a mortal dilemma. My stuff or my life? I decided to throw him a bone. Do you want me to stop him? I asked.
But I'm the only one allowed in my lair,
said the dragon in a most distressed fashion.
I was always under the impression that a dragon friend was the best kind of friend, and they could go into your dragon lair,
said Justice casually.
Really?
Said Javadar. Well, you can't take it with you, and I want everything down there to stay down there, I said.
You are a dragon friend, the bestest kind of friend,
said Javadar.
And everyone knows that a magical sword knight's word is his bond, because they are incapable of lying.
I glanced down at Justice.
PR department.
I am going to have a word with the PR department, I said, dropping down to the courtyard. The griffin spotted me and cried shrilly, stepping forward. Can you get the griffin? I'm getting the bridge, screamed Izzy. I was talking to Javadar, I said, and the young dragon's head popped up with his front 2 paws held before him. What are you doing?
Daddy always said to pray before a meal,
said Javadar, as the griffin stopped dead in its approach, then started backing away. It didn't help. Javadar leapt straight at it from the top of the tower, slamming into the creature. The exchange rapidly devolved into a massive catfight as both creatures attempted to tear each other apart.
My money is on the dragon,
said Justice. How is that not the default bet? I asked, walking over to the entrance of the lair.
If we survive, get out of here as soon as possible,
said Justice. Because that line about dragon friends and their lairs was hogwash? I said.
Yup, I give him 5 minutes before he has a nervous breakdown,
said my sword. Chapter 33. Dragon's Lair. Given that it was impossible to creep around in my armor, I just walked into the lair. After the first 10 feet or so, there was a human-style stairwell with even a few intact stairs left. Most had been destroyed by what I assumed was a pretty big dragon. Certainly that dragon was much larger than the current occupant. "What do you see, Justice?" I asked mentally, not daring to talk. I was hoping that the Black Guard didn't have the ability to overhear my mental communications.
"It gets flatter towards the bottom,"
he replied, and I checked the map. Whatever the material of this layer was, it didn't reflect magic worth a damn, and the map was at best bad.
"There is an advantage to that. Gokara will not be able to send reports from anywhere but this entrance,"
said Justice. I considered that. I was aware that Justice had some means to communicate with Knight's Rock, the headquarters of the Magical Sword Knights, but I didn't understand the particulars of it. Questions for later. I dropped down the last 10 feet, landing hard in the debris that made up the floor. The material looked like crushed-up concrete more than natural rock.
"The more advanced magic gets, the more it looks like technology,"
said Justice. I nodded. There were only certain amounts of material one could use to build a large structure, and magical concrete would have made sense. After a 3 count where nothing attacked me or moved, I continued farther into the lair. The bottom of the stairwell broke into a large chamber, and I say broke because clearly a massive dragon had pushed through the wall, expanding it over the years. The old dragon was both larger than any creature had a right to be, and smaller than fantasy novels would have you believe. "That's like T-Rex size," I said, looking at the 14-foot-tall hole in the wall.
"That is a middling-sized adult dragon. They tend to top out at 60 feet in length, but aren't as tall," said Justice. I knew those dimensions, and mentally plucked the wings off of Javidar.
"Are they just dinosaurs?"
"Of course. Why wouldn't they be?"
replied Justice. I wasn't sure if that was better or worse. "But the wings," I said.
"Do you remember when I said that the magical scar Izzy gave you would vanish after a while on Earth?"
said Justice, and I nodded unhappily. "And there aren't any natural wings that could support a land dinosaur," I said.
"Yup," replied Justice. "When dragon scale fossilize in a non-magical environment, it tends to look almost like feathers."
And magic existed a few thousand years ago on Earth, so when they found dinosaurs back in ancient China, they would have looked like real dragons, I said. I hated magic. It ruined dinosaurs, but I had to go on. For Barney. The large chamber was clearly a cafeteria or something, emphasis on the or something. It was really odd to me how much an advanced magical culture was just about recognizable to a modern kid from Colorado. There were tables smashed into the corner, and what appeared to be a beverage stand still mostly intact near a smaller, human-sized entrance. That entrance was totally plugged up with hunks of debris, but if I had to guess, it was some sort of store or maybe office.
"Where did he go?"
Justice asked, unsure. The scan spell was spotty down here, with multiple points that could have led somewhere, but nothing conclusive. I hadn't asked the dragon about how his lair was laid out, and I didn't really want to. There was a good chance he'd have changed his mind and ran down to fight the Black Guard. And me when I came to help him. "Give me a minute, trying to think like a dragon," I muttered. "Might have been better to send him down."
"Odds of you being able to take a dragon that young were overwhelming. I suspect the Black Guard would have a similar chance,"
said Justice. "And if we didn't get the dragon experience, we don't want the Black Guard getting the experience either," I said.
"You are the one who doesn't like killing baby monsters," said Justice. "I told you to kill him."
That was cold, but it made sense. You might get wounded fighting a dragon, but the power-up would probably balance out, and I didn't know what kind of healing the Blackguard possessed. I could recover from most fights extremely quickly, barring a truly horrible wound, and I couldn't count on Javidar to deliver one of those, so I was bound to do it. Justice was jovial at times, and a bit strange, but he was an old fighter who sought out every advantage. Killing the dragon made practical sense, even if said dragon wasn't bothering anyone, and was actually keeping people away from the things I wanted protected. But it was a baby, and I had a line. A stupid line, maybe, but it was mine. "There," I said, finally looking at one of the exits. I knew enough about animals to know that for some reason, the dragon went there a lot. Walking briskly to the exit with my eyes and ears open, I noticed a trap. A tripwire ran over the entrance. I tracked the wire to a concealed trap on the other side of the doorway. Above the exit, a spear had been crudely shoved in place attached to a mechanism.
"That is an enchanted dragon-killing spear," said Justice. "There is a better-than-even chance the pup dragon would have barreled through that entrance and taken the spear to its back. It would have seriously wounded the child, if not kill him outright."
"How would he have missed that?" I asked.
"Dragons don't look up," said Justice. "It is a natural weakness of theirs, though it is quite difficult to exploit when they are in flight."
"Well, hopefully they don't have any night-killing traps," I said.
"Are we going to disarm it?"
asked Justice. "No," I said, and hurried down the passage. The walls had been brushed away, leaving a relatively clear passage heading deeper into the floating fortress. I reached the bottom where the dragon's treasure was located. There was not a single gold coin to be seen in the entire lair. Instead, row after row of magically enchanted desks, each shining with arcane runes, were laid out in a perfect pattern to exactly mimic how the place would have looked before. It was a museum of the previous magical civilization at the height of their power, and in the middle were two large pillars projecting a map of the cosmos. Dozens of stars were shifting around, aligning and unaligning as they whipped through configuration after configuration. Each stayed for an instant, then flipped in a pattern I'd seen before when John Boy had been using Tinder. "He's here," I said.
"There is too much magical interference here. I can't spot him,"
said Justice. I quickly reviewed what was left in my inventory: a dozen daggers, a pineapple, and my raft. It would have to do. "Don't worry, I have a trick," I told Justice as I strode into the room.
"What could that possibly be?"
said Justice. "He wants to fight a magical sword knight, and I happen to be a magical sword knight," I said. It's time I started acting like one.
"Aren't you worried about your father?"
asked Justice. "No. Talking to the dragon, I realized something. Dad made me the man I am today, but I am my own man. I'm going to make mistakes, but I've got to live with my own decisions. Even if Dad isn't happy with it, I want to be a magical sword knight."
"Excellent. I've been waiting to hear that. Now, the only problem remaining is, how do you beat him?"
asked Justice. "I just know I can."
"Good enough for me,"
said Justice. I sometimes thought it would be better to have someone who didn't constantly support my efforts to get myself killed. But then again, that kind of person sounded like a whiner. I strode out, stopping in the middle of the path, and cleared my throat. "Cur, come out and face me, for I am Sir Yorick, and I bring justice." My voice boomed across the room, and something bobbed over top one of the cubicles, the hilt of a black sword. The swiping paused, and a hand reached up, drawing out the black blade. Gokaru leapt over the walls of the cubicle and a dozen feet beyond, landing in a pathway directly in front of me. The damaged portion in the breastplate of his armor had been patched, and his eyes flickered for a moment.
"Oh, you are a real knight now. Piss off, I'm done fighting you,"
said the blackguard. "You speak the words of a coward," I said. "Pray to your dark gods for mercy, for I bring none." Gokaru looked at me as if for the first time, doubt creasing his features as he gripped his sword. Then he smiled.
"Well then, like the ancient times."
"Our battle shall be legendary," I stated, holding Justice as fire engulfed him, filling the room with light like the dawning sun. The only way I could have looked more awesome is if I had a cape.
"No,"
said Justice. Holding his dark sword up in the air, the blade glowed blue as icy patterns froze into the sword.
"I am Gokaru, first of my name, and I shall destroy you, foe."
I burned dexterity, power, and sword simultaneously as I charged him, covering the distance in an eye blink. Our swords clashed, and I was flung to the side, smashing through a row of cubicles. I only just managed to get to my feet when the blackguard slashed down, cleaving a burning hole through a desk. Back on my feet, we clashed again. Sparks of white-hot magical steel went flying from the edges of our blades as we dueled. It was almost like a dance, our movements exactly lining up. Strike, counter-strike, riposte, just like Justice had taught me. Exactly like Justice taught me. I knew this was too much to be a coincidence, I thought to Justice as I deflected another string of attacks. I knew that kata. I knew the response to that kata, and experimentally, I used the wrong one. His sword went high, and I slammed Justice into an undefended shoulder. The armor held, and the blackguard immediately corrected, adjusting to the new sword form just as quickly. He was faster than me, stronger than me, maybe a better sword fighter than I was, but he was fighting right out of the magical sword knight training book. And I was intimately familiar. "He's going to go in for a big strike," I said.
"Just stay alive until then,"
said Justice. The blackguard came in faster, stronger than before. His eyes were flickering red. I burned everything in an effort to keep up, and was forced to use magical armor once when I misjudged a parry. The magical sword carved deep into my armor, the spell only just stopping the blade from cutting through entirely. Justice cast heal. "That was a scratch!" I yelled.
"You were losing blood, and this is going to be over in one strike,"
said Justice, as I kicked over another wall and saw a red light fill the blackguard's eyes, and realized that I'd tagged him at least once as well.
"It is fate that we are here,"
yelled Gokaru.
"Fate that I am here to slay my first knight on my path to glory."
"What do you seek, foe?" I asked.
"Everything,"
laughed the blackguard as he charged me, and our blades clashed. The magical sparks from our blades were enough to tear through the desks around us. Each clash of the blades while we were burning stamina caused the ground at our feet to crack. He pulled up for another slash, and there was the opening. Without hesitation, I slashed low, forcing the blackguard out of his kata. He blocked and moved to recover, but was exposed badly out of position. I would have had him, except his eyes glowed red and he activated his blade art. Exactly like I wanted. I burned mana and stamina at the same time, activating Galahad's parry, catching his sword. The force of the magic from his attack was diverted and rebounded back into Gokaru. One moment, the castle shook. The next, the vile black sword was spinning through the air where it slammed into the ground up to the hilt. Slashing across his back as he fell, Justice tore through his magical armor like tissue paper. Though the strike cut through flesh and ribs, it wasn't quite fatal. I adjusted for another strike when his power-boosted kick knocked me flying back through several cubicles. I ended up flat on my back on top of a sparking magical contraption. "Am I dead?" I groaned through broken ribs.
"No."
"Are you sure about that?" I said, as I felt my internal organs shift back into position. "I am pretty sure I can hear Grandpa Henry calling."
"Yes, you are alive,"
said Justice after a moment. "Then, did I get him?" I muttered.
"Yes, actually. We need to get his sword. Without it, he will not be a threat,"
said Justice as I dragged myself back to my feet. I had the wind and pretty much everything else knocked out of me, but I would be fine. Gokaru tossed aside an empty vial and looked around desperately. His sword was here somewhere, but we were in a maze of cubicles and he was badly injured. I burned dexterity, getting between him and his blade. "It's over!" I yelled. "You fought well, but this battle is mine. Yield, and I will accept your surrender." Gokaru laughed.
"You can't be that foolish. I would gut you given the least opportunity."
He started edging his way left, obviously looking for something. He must have known the sword was behind me, which was obvious given how I was defending this area. If he got past me to his sword, he might be able to recover fully, meaning we'd have to go through this again. I needed to play this a bit cautiously. Every moment he was away from his sword, he was getting weaker, and I just needed to get slightly closer. Suddenly, he burned dexterity, his eyes flickering red. I prepared to intercept him in his mad dash for his sword, but he didn't approach. Gokaru pulled out the portal key from the cubicle he'd been at first, then ran away, leaving his sword behind.
"That device could download all portal data this facility gathered. Stop him!"
said Justice. We both burned dexterity as we raced up the stairs to the large chamber and ultimately the exit. When I burned dexterity, I was used to being faster than anyone else, but even wounded, Gokaru was slightly outpacing me. I summoned up a dagger and flung it. The dagger bounced harmlessly off of the hobgoblin's left shoulder. Summoning another, I flung it again, also striking his left shoulder.
"Those daggers aren't going to penetrate that much steel, and it is slowing you down,"
yelled Justice. "I'm not trying to penetrate. I'm trying to steer," I replied, judging my shot and tossing. This time, I didn't aim for the hobgoblin, which was fortunate, as he was busily leaping over the tripwire he'd placed over the entrance. I was aiming at the tripwire. The dagger carved through it easily, and the dragon-killing spear shot down directly into the blackguard. The weapon hit with enough force that it drove him into the ground, the spear half burying itself in the hard stone before shattering. Striding over to my foe, I knelt down and said, It seems like you got the point. Justice said nothing for several seconds, before sighing.
You are Henry's grandson.
Oh, shut up. That was an awesome one-liner, I retorted.
Thank goodness he's dead. That was just embarrassing,
said Justice. The spear had entered the helmet and came out of the inner left thigh of the armor. There was an uncomfortable amount of fluid draining out of the body. I knew that, I said, grabbing the device from the dead black guard and clipping it to my belt. I glanced back at the treasure vault. Time was short. At Justice's instructions, I grabbed the blackguard's sword and checked Kokaru for any other useful items.
I can't just shove it into storage if he's dead, said Justice. You'll have to pull it off of him.
While the blackguard had been suitably equipped, most of his armor was about as magical as mine, meaning that stripping him of that wouldn't really improve my situation much. However, the fact that he was wearing a custom suit of armor made any items he had on his person stand out. I stole his belt.
Looted. You loot vanquished foes,
said Justice. I guess I did, I said, putting on the belt. Belt of sprinting and striding. This magical belt increases your ability to run at high speeds and over long distances. Any movement-based skills are 20% more efficient, and long-term movement is far less taxing on the body.
I think he may have rings on him,
said my loot-happy blade as the ground shook. We better hope so, I said, as Javadar raced into his lair. He spotted the blackguard first, and the frantic look of anger that hit the dragon's face was one I'd seen in my nightmares forever. Then he saw me, and that expression cracked, just the tiniest bit.
Dragon friend,
he forced out.
You are in my stuff, which is fine.
I wasn't a child, so I knew he was lying. A lot. Perhaps more than any other liar had ever lied while lying in their lair.
At a time like this,
said Justice. It was that or shit myself, I replied, then glanced up at the dragon. Did you beat up the bad guys?
Yes, your little friend came up with a great idea. She gave me all of her bombs and had me land on the bridge and light myself on fire. It shattered the bridge, and about half the army fell into the abyss. She called the plan Kamikaze Gecko.
And you went along with her strapping explosives all over your body? I asked.
They were not dragon explosives, so why would I be concerned?
Said Javadar, who did appear to be unhurt. If anything, enough explosives to destroy an ice bridge of that size seemed to have made his scales somewhat shinier. He actually looked a bit bigger than I remembered, but that might have been the utter horror of being in the water with a shark talking. And I could see the beginnings of a crest on his forehead.
He molted. He grew about 1.5 feet,
said Justice. That was an understatement. He got a bit longer. He's much wider. Several dragon scales were still attached, and one the size of my breastplate fell off, driving itself straight into the stone. Not helping, I whispered, as Javadar started looking at Justice. My boots, my sword, my gloves, my blade, my finger with the jumping ring, my artifact-level magical weapon. The dragon was drooling.
He is getting treasure mad. This could be bad,
said Justice. I pointed at the dead blackguard. Look, I give you the body of the bad, mean intruder as a gift. He might have some magical rings on him that you wouldn't have to fight for. The dragon considered that.
Didn't he have a belt?
Yes, I replied, swallowing. Javadar's expression became cross. Crosser. The crossest expression I'd ever seen in my life from the creature I'd like the least to see it on.
You didn't take anything from my lair?
Said Javadar critically. I took nothing that was here last time you were, I replied carefully. Javadar considered that, his eyes slowly changing color.
Well, good. I want to check on my treasure.
Justice, what did that minor magic ring we found do? I asked.
Poison resistance,
Justice said as it appeared in my hand. Look at the magic ring! I yelled, causing Javadar's eyes to focus on my hand. I flung the ring into his lair. The dragon rushed past me after it. Justice whispered urgently.
Run!
Duh, I said, but took a moment to grab the large scale. The new belt and comboing striding allowed me to reach the exit in a matter of seconds. Long, terrible seconds which were pierced by a deep, harrowing roar of a dragon who found his treasure hoard absolutely trashed by two high-powered individuals having a knockdown, drag-out fight in the middle of it.
We have until the shock dies down to escape,
said Justice. But we could take him, right? I asked.
That was before you wrecked his stuff,
said Justice.
And he grew a crest.
But we still could,
Run, you idiot,
said Justice. I found Izzy in the courtyard strapping both of the dearly departed griffin's wings to a contraption that looked an awful lot like my igloo cooler. She spotted me as I charged up, guilt apparent. I wasn't trying to make an escape to get away from the blackguard or the dragon, said Izzy. This is a sculpture. Does it work? I asked, eyeing the device. Possibly, she replied guardedly. That'll do, I said, strapping it to my back and grabbing her. I am not some damsel in distress, she began, as the dragon roared again, this time in fury. But I am nothing if not morally flexible. Please save me, valiant knight. I ran through the now torn open gate of the fortress, wings hastily strapped to my back, and leapt forward as hard as I might. The wings caught the air, and I tried to hawkman my way over to the other side. Unfortunately, Izzy had only about 5 minutes to build this contraption, and she needed several days. The left wing snapped, and we plunged. Chapter 34. The Return. I'll tell you how we made it back, said Lady Azalea as she adjusted her high-necked dress and started gesticulating wildly despite her own best efforts. After the wing broke, I thought we were goners, but nope. We had enough forward momentum, and there was the rope we'd swung over on fluttering in the breeze. Somehow, Umsk grabs it one-handed as we fall past. Then we nearly get splattered on the bottom of the mountain, but he grabbed that too and clung to it like a mountain goat. The underside of the mountain? Said King Charles. A very grabby goat, continued Izzy, losing all pretext. Then we stayed down there for hours while the dragon killed the rest of the army and screamed about finding some guy named Yorick I'm gonna kill you. Terrible name, by the way, and finally he stomped back into his lair. How didn't he spot you? Asked Fiona.
They said they were holding on to the underside of the mountain,
said Lord Fawtips. And dragons never look up, said Fiona. Please, continue. After that, we snuck up the side of the mountain until we got to the top again, and then just ran down to where the monster army was. They're all super dead, by the way, and Mr. Sword opened the portal, said Izzy. How did you get back here, though? Asked Fiona. Well, the only safe portal Mr. Sword knew was the one in the little town right outside the barrier. We appeared there, but there was a building there that was actually a mimic Umsk had to kill, which sucked. Then he ended up hacking that portal, said Izzy, ticking off points on her fingers like she was being coherent. To pieces? Asked Charles. No, which I thought was odd because that's how you hack things, but he explained it as using justice to bypass the enchantment because he could do portal stuff, said Izzy, looking around the room. I mean, it sounded ridiculous, but the portal opened up and so I thought, just go with the flow. Then, I began. Anyway, we appeared in this old ruin just a dozen miles outside of town. There were 10 elite hobgoblins guarding it still. They apparently didn't portal over with the monster army. They weren't expecting us, and we totally killed all of them, said Izzy. I killed 9 of them, I said. And I killed 1, so we killed them, said Izzy. At that point, he summoned back his horse, and we rode Gringy back to the castle, and the monster horde is defeated. Is that true? Asked Charles. True enough, I replied. My companion and I were able to defeat both generals of the vile monster hordes and save the day. The dragon will remain, and is quite upset at what happened. Are you just going to leave the dragon? Asked Izzy.
We aren't going to kill him, if that is what you are asking, said Lord Fawtips. The dragon was a concession. Many generations ago, the kingdom was defending the place with a garrison, and then a dragon appeared. When he did, we decided sending him food through the nearby portal would be better than trying to man the area ourselves. That was several centuries ago.
There's a new one there now, I said.
Awesome. Always great to hear that a new mega-predator is guarding all the stuff we don't want anyone touching,
said Lord Fawtips. So does that mean the monsters are under control? Asked Princess Fiona.
I believe so,
said Lord Fawtips.
The conjunction is waning. We now have a handle on the situation. The number of monsters has dropped, and the more powerful monster layers are withering. I believe we can handle it all ourselves again.
Excellent. Then I consider my task here completed. I will remain as a guest overnight and leave in the morning, I said, though I could use some healing supplies to replenish my stocks. Charles perked up at that. I technically got paid every day I worked, so he was saving a few gold coins. Even better from his perspective, the healing potions I requested would come out of my pay and would cost him less gold. Plus, I could sell potions for more money back on Earth. It was a win for everyone. With that over, the meeting broke up, and everyone ran to do their respective duties. I looked out the window and noticed the last few civilians were just leaving the castle. The monster threat was over, and everyone was returning to their homes. The formerly packed area was a trampled, sodden mess, and it was a vast improvement. They'd even started removing the bodies from the moat.
"I think we pulled it off quite nicely, Squire Yorick,"
said Justice. I still have a lot of questions about the monster army, but for now, I think we are in good shape. They ultimately failed here, and it cost them a lot of loyal troops, I stated. Given that they can only move during conjunctions, I think we will be all right for a time.
"I will send a report to Knight's Rock,"
said Justice.
"They will want to hear about the monster army."
Good, I said, watching Gringer in the paddock outside the stables dining on carrots and apples, as was his due. The sun was setting, and I had a feather bed to use. Charles said they were also sending me a feast.
"So, I won't need to ask for a new squire?"
asked Justice. I considered that for a long moment. No. I think I'm getting the hang of all this nightly stuff, and I'm pretty good at it. I think I can whole-ass this job with pride.
"You are excellent at nightly stuff,"
said Justice. I walked to Izzy's former room, that was now mine, and strode in only to find Izzy already there. She'd hastily removed her formal dress and was wearing normal clothes, a short peasant's dress with shorts on underneath. She twirled the skirt to highlight that as she went to the dresser and opened it, pulling out a hidden compartment.
"Thank you for vouching for me," she said. "I was afraid they weren't going to pay me."
They were going to execute you, but I had to explain the mind control and the fact that I would have failed without your help, I replied, sitting on the edge of the bed. It was best not to mention that if the king hadn't managed to bring his shield up in time, the end results would have been worse. I took off my top hat and burned dexterity, tossing it onto the dresser.
"Well, I'm pretty sure with my pay I at least probably won't have to sell my body when I get back," she said unhappily.
What? I asked. She shook her head and examined her limbs.
"An arm or a leg, probably. I'll get a replacement, but that's the nature of being a hunter, I guess."
Is that where that expression came from? I wondered.
"Probably not,"
replied Justice. "I did have something for you," I said, pulling out the dragon scale.
"Oh, look, charity,"
she replied uncharitably. "Technically, your explosives are why the scales came off, and I don't really have a need for it. Consider it payment from being my companion," I said. She gingerly took it.
"Well, I don't know what to say."
"Thank you?" I asked. Wiping away a single tear with her left hand, she nodded.
"Thank you, Sir Yorick. You are truly a gentleman."
"You're welcome," I said, waggling my eyebrows in an ungentlemanly manner. Izzy snorted, then shook her head.
"Don't get any ideas. You are super cute and all, and would like to again thank you for saving me, but I'm not actually a damsel in distress, so don't expect me to offer myself up to you on a platter. I'm a good girl. I expect a proper dinner first."
There was a knock on the door, and Florence walked in holding a massive platter of food. She gave me a slight curtsy and set it on a small table next to the door.
"Compliments of the king, a feast worthy of a knight."
Izzy glanced over at the sumptuous meal, then shook her head.
"And I wouldn't do anything with Justice in the room. It would be like having a dog watch."
"You have affronted my honor. I am no dog,"
began Justice, as Florence lifted him off of the bed, using a pair of silk cloths.
"I was informed that you requested me specifically to polish your sword,"
said Florence. "Yes, he's been a very good sword," I stated, "and I heard from Harding you have hands like a goddess." She blushed, but took Justice with her as she left the room. I could almost hear Izzy's stomach rumble. She looked longingly at the tray.
"Would you mind?"
"Of course not. It's a date," I said. She gave me an old-fashioned look, then examined the tray. It was full of steaming meats and scrumptious cheeses. All in all, it was quite a feast. But she shook her head.
"Not quite a date. No dessert, so don't get any funny ideas."
"That wouldn't be gentlemanly," I said, reaching into my storage.
But I did find another pineapple. Izzy slurped up a slice of meat. And of course you'd just give me the whole thing if I asked, wouldn't you? I nodded. She stared longingly at the fruit. The battle of wills played out over her face in seconds, and her shoulders slumped in defeat as she reached over and locked the door. Out of curiosity, what are the special powers of a pineapple?
The end. This is Rob Moreira. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Monster Army, The Adventures of Squire Yorick, Book 2, by Ryan Rimmel. Recorded books are available wherever audiobooks are sold. Thank you for listening to Recorded Books.